Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A chance meeting between the right people starts a good many things in this world. It may determine the fate of nations, make or lose $1 million, or begin a romance. I'll let you guess which of these results from the chance meeting in the play called Love Affair. It's a drama that's both gay and serious at the same time. Gay because the parties to the romance are such good company. Serious because love is like that. The success of Love Affair on the screen put another feather in the cap of Leo McCary, who produced and directed it for RKO. And by this time, Leo's cap must look like an Indian war bonnet. In our production tonight, we have the same lovely star who played the part of Terry McKay in the picture, Irene Dunn. And Irene has left a memory of many fine performances in the Lux Radio Theater. The other half of Love Affair is William Powell, who will play the role of Michael Marney. We heard that MGM cameras had captured Mr. Powell for a new picture beginning tomorrow, and that meant he'd be pretty busy for the next couple of months. So a week ago, we bearded Bill in the MGM Lions den and put him to work with us. Behind the marquee lights which proudly announce these stars is your support of our product, Lux Toilet Soap. That's what keeps the lights aglow, just as Lux Toilet Soap helps millions of women keep the glow of beauty. Now the lights are up, our stars are ready to enter, and the curtain rises on Act One of Love Affair, starring William Powell as Michael Marney and Irene Dunn as Terry McKay. It's said of certain people that they have less privacy than a goldfish. But Michael Marney of Paris must have gazed with envy at the placid goldfish bowl, for compared to him, the finny resident was a hermit. On a night not long ago, the radio gossipers burned up the airways from America to Singapore with the latest news of his unprivate existence. In Paris,
the women of the world will be desolate at this report. Michael Marney sails tonight for America to marry Lois Clark, American heiress to a fortune of 600 million francs.
In New York,
Michael Marney, the French heart crusher, sailed incognito tonight from Naples on board the Napoli. Why? Because Lois Clark and her 20 million smackers will be waiting for him on the dock in New York City. And this time, it's married.
In London,
it is rumored that Michael Marney sails from Medica tonight to enter into matrimony with one of America's industrial nobility, Miss Lois Clark. I think that's all.
on the steamship Napoli, the subject of all this excitement paces the deck slowly, reading a radiogram. Suddenly, a gust of wind takes it from his hand and whisks it around the corner of the deck. Monsieur Marney gives chase, and rounding the corner, pulls up short as he sees a very pretty girl reading a radiogram.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I think you're reading my radiogram.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, yes, the wind blew it here. My radiogram, I believe you're reading it.
Oh, just a moment. I want to finish. My. Well, how do I know this is yours? Can you identify yourself?
Well, I'm Michael Marney.
Don't tell me you're the fella. The one they've been talking about on the radio.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, can you tell me what this message says? It's frightfully personal, and I'd like to be sure that,
It says, remembering a warm, beautiful night, a thunderstorm over Lake Como, and you.
And you? That's you?
Yes.
It was all right, huh?
Uh-huh.
It was nice?
Uh-huh.
Do you think it will ever take the place of baseball?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind, no. Here's your radiogram, Mr. Marney. Good evening.
Oh, wait, please. I'm in trouble. Serious trouble.
Well, I could have told you playing around Lake Como. The poor thing.
I must talk to someone.
Well, I'm not very good at that sort of thing. I talk a lot. I'm trying to break myself of the habit.
I can see you have an honest face. Yes, I can trust you, can't I?
Well, I guess so.
Come with me.
But the captain has an honest face, too.
Shall we go to your cabin or mine?
Well, mine. It's not that I'm prudish. It's just that my mother told me never to enter a strange room in months ending in R.
Your mother must be a very beautiful woman.
Here it is.
What's your name?
Terry McKay, and I'm traveling alone. Was that by any chance what was troubling you?
Why, of course. How did you guess? Well, this is fine. You know, you saved my life. I've been bored to death. I haven't seen one attractive girl in this boat since we left. Not one. Can you imagine 9 days like that? Why, it's terrible. Life should be bright. It should be beautiful and bubbly like pink champagne. I got scared. I said to myself, don't beautiful women travel anymore? Evidently not. And then I saw you. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Have you been getting results with a line like that, or would I be surprised?
Well, if you were surprised, it would surprise me.
Well, that sounds like a nasty crack. I could make a few, too, if I felt like it.
I'm sure you could.
I know I can.
That's what I said.
I think I will. How's your fiancée, Miss Lois Clark?
She has a cold.
Oh, too bad. Got it at Lake Como?
No, she wasn't there.
Then the lady of the lake
No,
is
that was her best friend.
Oh, chummy bunch.
You know, this boat's going awfully fast. Only 8.5 days till we get in. Is there any reason why, from now, it shouldn't be pink champagne?
Well, do you like that picture on the table?
Oh, yeah. Friend of yours?
A very good friend.
I see. He's nice, huh?
Very nice.
He's all right now. Where is he now?
New York. He sends me on a buying trip every once in a while. You see, he's my boss, too.
Oh, you don't think he would approve of pink champagne?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's very touching, you and him. Very beautiful. I like that. He must be very engaging.
Well, you can just imagine how attractive he is when I can resist so charming a person as you.
Let's see. That's the door I came in. Well, I still have deck tennis, keno, and shuffleboard.
Oh, don't tell me you're embarrassed.
Yes, to my embarrassment. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take my pride for a walk. Unless, by chance, you'd care to have dinner with the two of us.
Why, yes, I'd love to.
And you mustn't believe all you've heard of me.
Oh, I couldn't believe all, Mr. Marnay, but I gather that you've known quite a few women. Or maybe few's the wrong word.
Maybe.
And I guess you haven't much respect for them.
Maybe.
But, of course, you've always been fair in your judgment.
No, I've been more than fair. I idealize them. Every woman I meet, I put on a pedestal. But the longer I know her, the better I know her.
Oh.
And the better I know her... Let's talk about you.
No. We'll talk about me another time. I think I'd like to take a walk on the deck.
Of course.
Signore Monet.
Yeah, boy?
Oh, radiogram, Signore Monet.
Oh, another one?
And your name, Signorina?
McKay.
Oh, there's one for you also. Here, Signorina.
Oh, thank you.
From New York?
Mm-hmm. Yours from New York, too?
Mm-hmm. Well, now, where were we? Oh, yes. What's the name of that strange place you were born?
Kansas.
Ah, and from there, where did you go?
Well, from there, I went to New York and got a job singing in a nightclub from 10 to 3 in the morning, and then the manager used to chase me around his office till about 4, and then I went home. And then one night, he came along.
Oh, yes, the man in the picture.
Mm-hmm. And he said I didn't belong in a place like that. He said,
That you should improve yourself?
Yes. So I studied hard.
So that someday you would be a charming, lovely wife.
Yes, that was more or less the idea. That sort of brings us up to date.
I beg your pardon. Will you turn it this way, please?
Who are you?
The ship photographer. Grazie. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's bad. A picture of us together.
Oh, wait a minute. I say, that's a beautiful camera you have there. May I see it?
Oh, yes, signore.
Takes nice, clear pictures, huh?
Oh, very clear, yes. Signore, you took the film out.
Oh, does that spoil the picture? I'm so sorry.
Give me my camera back.
Here you are.
Thank you, signore. Thank you very much.
I guess it's no good for either one of us to be seen together. Right or wrong, people talk. So it'd better be goodbye.
What's the matter? Afraid?
Of you? No.
But after all, we're on the same ship. There's still 8 days to go, you know.
Well, you can take nice long walks in the sunshine. We'll be in Madeira tomorrow. The sun always shines in Madeira.
What do I do if it rains?
Oh, no. No, it's no good.
I see. It's particularly no good for you.
Yes, that's right. Being seen with you is news, and I don't want to get my picture in the paper. So I guess we'd better spread out. Good night.
Good night.
Passengers will please be back on board at 5 o'clock. The boat will leave Madeira at 5 o'clock. Passengers will please be back on board.
Hello? Going ashore?
Oh, no, yes. Yes, I'm calling on a lady this afternoon.
Oh, even in Madeira?
You're wrong this time. It's my grandmother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. She lives way up on that hill. How'd you like to come along and meet her? No photographers.
Oh, I'd be happy to come.
This is her house. That's a little chapel over there. Way down the hill, you see those toy houses?
Mm-hmm.
That's the village.
Oh, what a divine place. I want to meet her.
I'll see if she's here. Oh, Mimi! Mimi! She must be in the chapel.
What is there about this place? Something makes you feel you want to whisper. There's such peace here. It's like another world.
Yes. My grandmother's world.
Tell me a little more about her.
Well, my grandfather was in the diplomatic service. This was his last post. He died here, so she stayed on to be near him. He's buried there beside the chapel. She must be waiting, I think, a little impatiently, the day she'll join him.
Michael, my dear.
Mimi, darling.
Why didn't you tell me you were arriving?
Oh, Mimi, I wanted to surprise you.
Oh, I am very surprised. So, you are going to be married, Michael. Is this the girl?
Oh, no, darling. This is Miss Terry McKay.
Oh, how do you do? She is very charming, Michael. I like her.
Thank you, I'm glad.
If you'll excuse me, I'll sit down for a moment. I'm longer at my prayers nowadays, and my knees, well, they are as old as I am. Tell me, are you English?
No, I'm American.
American. Do you know, I have a special fondness for America. It was my husband's first post after we married.
Really?
Yes. In fact, we went to Washington on our honeymoon.
Uh-huh.
My husband was in the French embassy. Mr. Grover Cleveland was your president. We met him, a great, hearty man. He got married while he was in the White House, and we all went to the wedding. There was great excitement. I remember the lovely bride. I remember it caused a sensation. She did not wear a bustle.
Oh, you have a lovely place here.
Thank you.
I could stay on forever.
Oh, you are too young for that. It is a good place to sit and remember, but you still have to create your memories. I see you looking at my chapel. Would you like to go in?
Oh, may I?
But of course.
Thank you.
How long has it been for you, Michael? Since you were an altar boy. Then you better go in, too. It won't hurt you. I'll prepare tea. Come in, my dear. Tea will be ready in a moment. Where is Michael?
He'll be right along. May I help you?
Thank you, my dear.
Where are your cups?
Over there. I'm sorry I had to let my maid go. You see, I planned on dying when I was 75, but here I am 77. So if I'm not going to die, I should start saving my money.
Oh, what a lovely painting.
You like it?
Yes, it's charming. Who did it?
Michael.
Michael?
He painted it for me.
But it's good.
He is very talented. Unfortunately, he's also very critical. The artist in him would create, the critic destroy. As a result, he has not done anything since.
Oh, what a pity.
Michael is too busy living, as they call it. Things come easy to him. And he is always allured by the art he is not practicing, the places he has not been, the girl he has not met.
Maybe I shouldn't have met him.
No. You are different. I don't mind confessing to you, my dear, that I have been worried about him. I am frightened sometimes.
Why?
That one day life will present a bill to Michael and that he will find it hard to pay. But when I see him with you, I feel better.
Oh, I wish I could share your confidence.
You will have it when you need it. There is nothing wrong with Michael that a good woman could not make right.
Hello. Well, how have you two girls been getting along?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Yes, wouldn't he?
I'll bet Mimi did all the talking.
Mm-hmm. She's been telling me that when you were a little boy, if you didn't get your own way, you'd lie on the floor and kick and get red in the face.
Oh, what did you say?
Well, I said you didn't do that anymore. And now if you don't get your own way, you just get embarrassed.
Oh. May I have some tea? She was a great pianist once.
I think she's wonderful right now.
She is.
Not so loud, I can still hear.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm afraid that's for us.
I do not like boat whistles.
Mimi, darling, I'll come back and see you soon, I promise.
Please do.
You're shivering. Don't you want your shawl around you?
Thank you.
My, it's a beautiful shawl.
You like it?
Indeed I do.
I will send it to you someday.
Oh.
Goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye.
God bless.
Mind if I come in with you for a moment?
If you like.
Yeah, it's getting pretty windy on deck.
Yes.
Well, I just want to thank you for a grand evening.
And I want to thank you for the loveliest day I've ever known.
You were very sweet to my little grandmother.
I'm going to write to her.
Oh, that'll be nice. You know, I'm really very grateful to her.
Well, you should be.
I think perhaps she's made you see me in a more favorable light.
She has.
You're wondering, of course, why I'm not better. I am.
I think you're all right.
As far as you go?
Well, that's as far as I can go.
Terry.
Feel how the boat's rocking. We must have changed our course.
I think we have.
But only for a while. Good night.
Terry, listen to me.
No, don't. Don't. We're heading into a rough sea, Michael. Good night.
Good night. Hello. Terry.
Hello. If you say a penny for your thoughts, I'll jump overboard.
What are you doing out here? Couldn't you sleep?
No, too near New York to sleep. What about you?
All I seem to do is turn and toss.
Dreaming?
You couldn't call it dreaming. I'm awake. I'd call it wishing.
My father used to say, wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. He used to drink a lot.
You know, I wrote a song once about wishing. It was rather nice.
Oh, it was? How does it go?
I forget, but it said that if you wish long enough in your mind, and if you wish strong enough in your heart, and if you keep on wishing long enough and strong enough...
You get what you want for Christmas?
Yes. Well, we'll get in the morning in New York. Will he be waiting?
Mm-hmm. I just had another radiogram. What about her?
I had one, too. Terry, I guess if we have something on our minds, we'd better say it now.
Yes.
You know, I've never worked in all my life. All my life, I've never worked.
I've been thinking about that. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did, too. You said I was very fond of expensive things. Furs and jewels and things.
Oh, did I say that?
Mm-hmm. I guess you and I have been more or less used to a life of pink champagne. It might be a little difficult to change. Do you like beer?
Yes, I do.
I know. My father used to say, it's a funny thing. The things you like best in life are either illegal, immoral, or fattening.
Your father.
Yeah. I told you he drank like a fish.
I wonder what your father would think of me. Never working. Not one day.
Well, just because you haven't
Oh, that doesn't mean that I couldn't. No, of course not. But I might not find out all at once. Might take me 6 months to find out if...
If what?
Well, it's hard to say. After all, it's unfair to ask you to take a chance. But, Terry, if I worked hard enough and long enough and wishes came true, where would you be?
What are you trying to say, Michael?
I'm trying to say that it would take me 6 months to find out if I'm worthy to say what's in my heart.
Oh, that's just about the nicest. Oh, well, I think I'll turn in now and do a little more rolling and tossing. I'll think about it and let you know in the morning. Going my way?
No, I think I'll walk a little.
You know, marriage is a very serious thing.
Yes, I know.
Do you like children?
Yes. Yes, I do.
So do I. Michael.
Oh, there you are. I was afraid you left the boat without telling me.
Oh, no, Michael, listen. If everything goes all right for both of us, in 6 months, I mean, that's July.
July? Yes.
Now, look, I've written out these directions. Read them carefully so there won't be any mistakes.
My dear darling, that's me?
Mm-hmm.
Meet me on July 1st, 5 o'clock, 102nd floor, top of the Empire State Building.
Yes. Now, there it is. See? Over there. It's the tallest building in the world. You can't miss that. It's the nearest thing to heaven we have in New York. Oh, yes, darling. Be sure to take the elevator.
In just a moment, William Powell and Irene Dunn will return in Act 2 of Love Affair. But now, what have we here? Am I seeing things, or have we six very lovely girls, all standing in a row?
We're not just 6 girls, Mr. Ruick. We stand for something. We're sort of symbols.
Oh, symbols. I see. Well, is it all right for me to say you're certainly the best-looking symbols I've seen in a long time? But suppose you tell our audience what your symbols are. Now, we'll take you one at a time. First, the girl with the nice red hair. Tell us what this is all about.
Well, you see, Mr. Ruick, we stand for 6 special qualities in Lux toilet soap.
Well. Lux Toilet Soap is proud of you. You really are about the best-looking 6 girls I ever saw together in one small space. It's too bad, in a way, that you're just symbols. But as I understand it, each of you girls stands for one of the qualities that make our product what it is. The complexion soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. So why don't you, now, one at a time, girls, tell our audience about yourselves. That tall, slender girl first now. What do you stand for?
I stand for Lux Soap's mildness. When a woman has sensitive skin, that's terribly important.
Next, the young lady with the blonde hair.
Lux Soap's purity. That means only the finest ingredients are used in Lux Soap.
And you?
Whiteness. Women love to use Lux Soap because it's such a luxurious-looking cake. So white and so smooth and well-made.
And you?
Active lather's what I stand for. That means Lux Soap cares for the complexion very gently, but very thoroughly. And that's awfully important because it makes Lux Soap such a wonderful beauty aid, such a wonderful help in keeping skin smooth and soft, and, you know, really lovely.
Very good. And now the girl with the red hair again.
I stand for the Lux Soap perfume. It's very choice and distinctive, a blend of 34 costly ingredients. When women use Lux Soap for an active lather beauty bath, it leaves a delicate, clinging fragrance on their skin.
Good. Now, the girl next to you.
I stand for long-lasting quality of Lux Soap. That means it's thrifty, a firm, hard cake that gives a wonderful lather.
Thank you, girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ruick.
And do come again. You know, I only wish our audience could see you as well as hear you. I'm sure they'd say with me, Lux Toilet Soap is proud of you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Love Affair, starring Irene Dunn as Terry McKay and William Powell as Michael Marnay. The excitement of the landing is over. Michael and Terry have been rushed away from the dock under the protection of their respective fiancés. Now, a few hours later, Terry stands on the balcony of her penthouse apartment, gazing dreamily at the majestic tower of the Empire State Building. Behind her, in the room, the door opens quietly.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Well, darling, how does it feel to be back?
Oh, fine. Only, Ken, I wanted...
Sorry I had to rush away this morning, but I've got my business all cleaned up, and right now there's not a thing on my mind except that I'm in love. Kiss?
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a surprise for you, Terry. Wait a minute. Kiss me again, will you? Mm-hmm. Remind me to ask you later what's happened to your kisses. Maybe you're just out of practice. I hope. Oh, by the way, take a look at the paper. Your picture's on page 3.
Oh? Monet wedding off.
Think of it. Your picture right under the headline. They could have said, beautiful Terry McKay comes between the famous Monet and his fiancée. Or maybe they should have.
Should they?
Well, after all, darling, you were on the boat with him, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet him?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Must be a fascinating chap.
Yes, he's
and he's not nearly as bad as people say he is.
Darling, if there were only some way without hurting you.
Uh-huh. I get it. I'm sorry.
Oh, Ken.
Terry, darling, how can you do such a thing? It doesn't make sense.
I know.
You must be losing your mind.
I know.
Well, Terry, what are you going to do?
We're giving it 6 months to see if we're both sure what we want. I'm leaving New York. I'm going to get a job somewhere singing, and, we're going to meet in July.
Terry, listen to me. I won't let you do this. You're too fine. I wanted to marry you. I brought the ring. That was my surprise. I should have brought it a long time ago, but, well, it's not too late. It can't be too late. Sweetheart, look at me. Can't you see I'm in love?
I know, Ken, darling, but so am I.
Miss McKay.
How am I doing, Chief? Does Cafe Society like me in Philadelphia?
Well, that noise is applause, isn't it?
Well, maybe they're applauding your $2 dinner.
Oh, you've got the job, Miss McKay. Now, if you'll step into my office, I'd like to talk about a nice, long contract.
Only 6 months.
6 months? That's not a long time.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, there you are. There's a whole lot of them. What do you think?
11 paintings in a few weeks. You've been working hard, Michael.
That's right. Now I want you to work hard, Courbet. I want you to sell them for me. You can go to work on this one first.
Still alive.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like it?
No, but I tell you, if you signed it Michael Marnay instead of Andre, I could sell it to plenty of women.
No. This is the new Marnay, whose name is Andre. I was hoping you'd like this.
So was I.
Well, it's been so long time since I, Funny. Painting seemed so easy before. And probably because I didn't care then.
Well, what do you expect in 2 or 3 months? You mind if I help myself to this apple?
If you don't mind it being only half an apple.
Oh.
That was my lunch. Would you care to have dinner with me?
No. I'll take a cigarette, though.
Sorry, I quit smoking.
Oh? Mm-hmm. What's the painting on the easel?
Oh, that's not quite finished.
Ah, it's a woman.
Thanks. You like her?
Well...
I know. You wouldn't like to be seen with her.
You did this without a model?
Women are more expensive than apples.
Well, I'd finish it, though. You shouldn't have any trouble getting a model.
This is the new Monet. Well, I suppose if I can't sell my paintings, I'll have to get a job.
Oh, I wouldn't give up your painting.
Oh, I'm not going to give it up. It's the only thing I know. I have to make money. A lot of money.
Oh, of course. But how?
Say, look, Courbet. You ever see those fellows who work up on scaffolding? Huh? You know, they make pictures, pretty girls, automobiles, beer.
Sign painting?
Yes, that's it. How do you get that kind of work?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you need an agent, huh?
Maybe. I'll have to find out.
Say, look, Bud.
Huh?
I don't know how much of this kind of work you've done, but when you're standing on a scaffold 4 flights up, you stand quiet, see? Oh. You don't go dancing around like the Queen of the May, or you land up on the sidewalk.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. It's just that I'm happy. How do you like my streamlined siren? She'll look down on all New York and sell beer by the gallon.
Michael!
Who's that?
There's a guy down there waving at you.
Courbet! What is it?
I have been looking all over for you. I have good news. You know the woman I would not be seen with?
Yes?
I sold her for $200.
200. My friend, I'm a painter.
Yeah? So am I.
March 29th to July 1st. 3 months more. 3 months.
April 2nd. 2 months to go.
May the 4th. 1 more month.
2 weeks from today.
Only 1 more week.
Next week.
Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Today.
Today. Today.
Hello? Oh, is this Mr. Kenneth Bradley? Well, this is Miss Lane at the Salon Moderne. Mr. Bradley, I thought I'd call you. Miss McKay came into the shop this afternoon for some new dresses. Yes, and I was wondering if her credit was still good. I mean, we used to send the bills to you at... Oh, of course. Anything she wants. Yes, sir. What? Well, I'll try to hold her here. How long will you be? All right. Goodbye.
No. It's no use, Miss Lane. I think I have enough right now. Nothing else, thank you.
Well, if you're sure, Miss McKay. Where shall I have this sent?
Well, I don't know at the moment. I'll have to call back and let you know. Now, let me see. That'll be $134. There. I think that's right, isn't it?
You mean we're not to charge this to...
To Mr. Bradley? No.
No?
No. Goodbye.
Hello, Terry.
Why, Ken.
How are you, Terry? Where have you been hiding all these months?
Why, Ken, what are you doing here? How on earth did you know I would... Oh, Miss Lane. I see. What time is it, Ken? I'm late.
It's 5 minutes to 5.
Oh, heavens. It's good seeing you, Ken.
It's good seeing you, Terry. There's so much to talk to you about.
Yes, I'm sorry I'm in such a hurry.
But there's so much I want to say to
Well,
you.
call me up sometime. Oh, no, you can't do that either when I'm going to be married.
You're going to be married?
Yes, Ken, and I'm late. What time did you say it was?
4 minutes to 5. Looks like I came all the way down here just to tell you what time it was, doesn't it?
Yeah. Goodbye, Ken.
Goodbye. Good luck.
Driver, can't you hurry?
Sorry, miss. Traffic jam. I can cut across 32nd.
Oh, no, never mind. I think I'll save time if I get out here. I'm in a hurry. Here you are.
Hey, what's the big rush?
I'm going to be married, and I'd like you to be the first to congratulate me.
Oh, sure. Congratulations.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, look out! Look out, miss! Hey, what's the matter? What's happened here, huh? A woman got hit. What? She just stepped out of my cab. This minute I was talking to her.
Well, get an ambulance, quick, somebody!
And this tower is the tallest in the world. 102 floors above the street. Now, if you ladies and gentlemen will just move around this way, you can see the whole of downtown New York. Now, Belgrade Park lies over...
Elevator to street. Going down, sir?
What's that?
We're going down?
Oh, no. I'm waiting for... I say, what time is it?
10 minutes after 5.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, listen. There must have been an accident somewhere.
Yes.
And up that way is the George Washington Bridge. It's not very clear tonight, but if you look carefully, you can see the red light which marks the top of the steel tower. Now, on a clear night, you can see the automobile light.
Going down?
No, not yet.
It's 8 o'clock, sir.
Well, I'm not going down yet.
Oh, yes, sir. Kind of looks like a storm coming up, doesn't it? Phew, boy. Some rain, huh? It's been going steady for 3 hours. Well,
wait a minute.
Oh, you going down now?
Yes. Yes, I'm going down.
Well, Doctor, how's she doing? Will she be all right, Doctor?
Well, her x-rays aren't too encouraging. It's hard to say if she'll ever walk again. We can tell better in a few months. Oh, Are you the fellow she was yelling about under the anesthetic?
No, that's another chap. She was on her way to marry him.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you notified him?
No, she doesn't want that. Because until she knows what you say you won't know for a while, she'd rather he didn't know.
I see. Now, that's being sensible. A nice girl.
I think so. May I go in?
Of course.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Terry.
Ken, this is Father Haney.
I know. We've met. He was the one who sent for me, child. We weren't very sure we were going to have you with us.
Fooled you, didn't I, Father? I guess I had this coming to me, but if the punishment fits the crime, I must have been a very bad girl. Oh, Ken's the man I told you.
Yes, I know. He explained.
Oh, he did, huh? Fine thing. Tattletale. Men like to talk, don't they, Father? You know, I was on my way to be married this afternoon. I was going to meet him. This other fellow. Do you suppose he'll wait a very long time?
In just a moment, we continue with Love Affair, starring William Powell and Irene Dunn. Meantime... Goodness, something's gone wrong over at the Browns' apartment.
Oh, Bobby, why did you pull on the tablecloth? You've broken 2 of our beautiful wedding presentations. Oh, no, dear. Don't cry. Mother knows it wasn't your fault, really. Oh, come on now, quick and get your nice bath. You know, with all the waves and the nice white foam. Ah, there. That's a good boy. And you can bring your sailboat, too. Won't that be nice? Oh, there. Isn't it fun? Don't you love your nice bath? And tomorrow night you can have another. Yes, with nice foamy soap waves and everything. Now let's hurry and get dry before Daddy gets here. 'Cause you know Mummy has to have her bath, too. That's a good boy, Bobby, dear. Come on.
Well, a nice, warm Lux toilet soap bath has saved the day for little Bobby. And now it's going to save the day for his tired mother, too. With Bobby safely in his crib, she'll rest back in her nice, warm bath for a while and cover herself lazily with the rich, creamy lather that makes Lux toilet soap bathing such a joy. She knows this nice, rich lather is active lather that will gently carry away every trace of dust and dirt, leave her skin really fresh. After a few moments, she'll step out completely refreshed, a delicate, clinging fragrance on her skin. And later on, when she greets that young husband of hers in a fresh, becoming frock, he's sure to say nice things.
What an adorable wife I've got. Fresh as a daisy. Sweet as a... Oh, gee, darling. You are sweet.
You will find a daily active lather bath with Lux toilet soap a wonderful way to protect daintiness, to make sure of skin that's sweet. Try it. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on Act 3 of Love Affair. For 3 months, Terry lay in the hospital, unable to move. Then at last they told her she might go out, as far as the hospital gate. But in her loneliness, Terry has found company. Children from the Lincoln Heights orphanage next door, who climb over the fence each day to sit in an adoring circle around her wheelchair.
Oh, Miss Terry, sing for us. Sing for us.
Again?
Sing that song you wrote, Miss Terry, the one about the wishing. We've been practicing it, Miss Terry. We got a trail.
No.
Uh-huh.
Well, all right. I'll sing it, and then you join in.
Oh, keep quiet, everybody. Okay, Miss Terry.
Okay. Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Dreamers tell us dreams come true. It's no mistake, and wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. The curtain of night will part if you are certain within your heart. So if you wish long enough, wish strong enough, you will come to know. Wishing will make it so. See, I've been practicing too. Now let's hear the trio. Come on, here we go. Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Dreamers tell us dreams come true. It's no mistake, and wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. The curtain of night will part if you are certain within your heart. La, 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 la. So if you wish long enough, wish strong enough, you will come to know. Wishing will make it so.
That was good, Miss Terry.
Here. What's all this? Children.
Easy, kids. It's old Pickle Puss. That's Bonanza Pickle Puss.
Hello?
How do you do? I'm the superintendent of the orphanage.
Yes, I know.
How long has this been going on?
Well, just a few days. I hope you're not angry.
Oh, no. When you have as many youngsters on your hands as I have, lady, you have a problem.
Oh, I don't know. I like them. I like kids.
I do, too. But they don't like me. They call me Pickle Puss.
Oh, dear.
I can see they like you. And music, too. And if it has so much influence, if you can do so much in a few days, I'm thinking...
I'm wondering if you're thinking the same thing I am. I'll be up and around pretty soon, and music has charms, and I like children, and children like me, and I'll be needing a job badly.
It would only be an experiment, you understand. We couldn't pay a high wage.
Oh, I wouldn't care anything about that. Just so you paid me enough so that I don't go around calling you Pickle Puss.
Christmas fun. Something for the Christmas fun, sir? Thank you. Christmas fun. Christmas fun. Something for the Christmas fun? Thank you.
Michael! Welcome home.
How are you, Courbet? Thought I'd pay your Christmas visit.
Good. But where have you been, Michael? I've been trying for 6 months to get in touch with you.
Oh, Madeira, mostly. You received my paintings?
Received your paintings? Come here. Look at the gallery. I have given you a one-man show.
Well.
And have they been selling? Wonderful. Oh, you haven't wasted your time, Michael.
You should have seen the 50 I threw over the cliff.
I can read the state of your mind when you painted these. Now look, for instance, you were very sorry for yourself when you painted this one.
Yeah, that's right. That was painted in August.
Mm-hmm. And in this one, you were angry. You you were just getting over your broken heart.
Broken heart? That's not for me.
Of course not. Oh, but here, this one of the girl in the lace shawl. In this, Michael, you, for the first time, really became a painter.
I'm not exactly ashamed of that one myself. I had a great deal to say. I tried to paint it instead.
Good. Oh, let me tell you something. A girl came in here the other day and saw this, and she, she told me that... Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, madame? Michael, it's for you.
Hmm?
Your former fiancée, Miss Lois Clark.
Well, how does she know that? Hello.
Michael, this is Lois.
Well, how are you, Lois?
I called your hotel. They said you could be reached at this number. Oh, Michael, I've just got to see you.
Well,
I know you must be busy, but can you make the theater tonight?
well, I don't know.
Well, call me later, darling, and let me know. Do try to make it. And whatever you do, don't plan anything for after the show.
Well, all right. Well, Lois, where shall we go from here?
Well, suppose you plan where we'll go, Michael. After all, this is your evening, darling.
Afraid I don't know where to go anymore. I just got back, you know. If you...
What is it, Michael? Who's that girl you're staring at? That one sitting over on the aisle.
Hello, Michael.
Oh, hello, Terry. What were you saying, Lois?
I was saying you're never at a loss to do just the right thing.
Terry.
Oh, Ken.
Terry, why don't you tell him? I'll go and get him.
No, Ken.
It's tough. The first time you're able to get out and have a good time, you have to meet him.
And all I could say was, hello. Well, the show's over. The boy gets the girl. Shall we go?
Certainly. Usher, will you bring the wheelchair, please? You know, Terry, it seems awful to take you home when everybody's going out celebrating Christmas Eve. I'm going to ask you again. Why don't you let me help you?
All right, I'll tell you again. If you paid for my getting well, he wouldn't like it. And if he didn't like it, I wouldn't like it. And if you did get me well and I went to him, you wouldn't like it.
Then he certainly ought to know.
No, because if he found out, he'd want to do something about it. If he had the money, and I know he hasn't. And then if I didn't get well, that would be awful. No, unless I can walk to him, and when I say walk, I mean run. He'll never know. I've got my job, and I'm on a budget, and if things come out all right, and if I'm a good little girl, maybe I'll get what I want next Christmas.
We don't want to go without you.
Now, wait. The doctor says I can't go, kids. Oh, look, Doctor, I could be back in a couple of hours. This is a Christmas benefit, their first public appearance. This is my team.
But, Miss McKay,
She's a coach, Doc. Sure she is, Doc.
Now, look, children. If it weren't good for her, you wouldn't want her to go, now would you?
No.
Well, I've given orders to Miss McKay not to move from this couch.
I'm sorry, kids, but you can get along without me. You'll have to try anyway.
Miss McKay, there's someone here to see you. A gentleman.
Oh, all right. Kids, you better run now. Good luck. Goodbye. Merry Christmas. All right, you can send him in now.
Come in, please.
Hello.
Michael. Oh, well, I thought it was...
May I put this package over here?
Well, yes, of course.
How are you, Terry?
Oh, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too. Why, are you lying down? Feeling all right?
Oh, yes, I'm just resting.
Good.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, that's right.
Good to see you.
Yes, you said that. I'll bet you're wondering how I got here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was looking in the telephone book for a man named McBride, and I saw the name Terry McKay. So I said to myself, could that be Terry McKay, my old friend?
Mm-hmm. And it was.
Yes. And then I said to myself, I haven't been very nice to Miss McKay. After all, I had an appointment with her one day, and I didn't keep it.
You didn't keep... Oh.
And that's not a very nice way to treat an old friend, is it? So I said to myself, I must apologize. So, here I am.
That's sweet of you.
Yes, I thought so.
I've often wondered about you and how you were.
Really? I've often wondered about you, too. Well, then you didn't get angry because I wasn't there. Well, you must have been at first.
Oh, yes, at first I was furious. I said, he can't do this to me. Who does he think he is?
Now, how long did you wait? I mean, did you wait long?
Well, let me see. I waited till about...
Midnight.
Oh.
And then what did you do?
Well, then I really got mad. You can just imagine standing up there.
Yes, in a thunderstorm.
Yes.
And then what did you say to yourself?
Well, then I said, why don't you go home and get tight?
But you didn't do that.
Didn't I?
No. Well, maybe you took a little one every hour for about a month.
Can you blame me?
Oh, I should say not. Why, the least I could have done was send you a note.
Oh, well, maybe by the time you thought of it, you didn't know where to reach me.
But you swore that if you ever saw me again, you'd ask, didn't you?
No, I remember we said that if we could make it, we'd be there. And if one of us didn't show up, there must have been a darn good reason.
Like what?
So there'll be no more questions asked, I hope. Cigarette?
Oh, thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Michael.
You know, I walked all the way here, 10 blocks, to wring your beautiful neck. And instead, I promised not even to ask you why you weren't there. You knew that was why I came.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, no wedding ring, I see.
No.
Oh, I thought of the...
Theater last night? No, he was... No.
Well, I didn't mean to offend you.
How's everything with you, Michael?
Oh, you can ask questions.
I guess so.
Well, I thought everything was fine till I saw you. And then I knew there must be something between us, even if it's only the ocean. So I bought myself a ticket.
Oh, you're sailing?
Tonight. You're happy, aren't you?
Yes. And you?
Well, I don't know. I'm worried about the future. What will people think of me? They'll say, there goes Andre, the mad painter. There's something the matter with him. He doesn't like women.
You mean he won't even speak to them?
Oh, yes. He sails the 7 seas. And to every woman he meets, he says, where will you be in 6 months?
And they're there?
Everywhere. Tall buildings, pyramids, everywhere. Waiting.
And where is he?
Waiting. You want to change the subject?
Yes. Merry Christmas, Michael.
Merry Christmas. 6 months ago, who'd have thought we'd be spending Christmas together? Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you a present.
Oh, I'm sorry I haven't one for you. I didn't know I'd be seeing you.
Well, it isn't really a Christmas present. It's a shawl.
A shawl? Her shawl. That's why my letters came back.
Yes, she died 5 months ago. I would have sent it to you, except I didn't know the address until today.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, put it on. She wanted you to have it. Well, goodbye, Terry.
Bye, Michael.
You know, the way you look now, I painted you like that, with a shawl. Wish you'd seen it. Courbet said it was my best. I didn't think I'd ever part with it, but there's no reason for my keeping it anymore. A girl came into Courbet's shop about a week ago. He told me about her. She saw in the painting what I hoped you'd see. So I told Courbet to send it to her, because he said she was poor, and not only that, she was... Oh, well... Anyway, I said, send it to her. It's the Christmas season, and if she can't afford, well, you know me, big-hearted Michael.
Yes.
What's behind this screen?
Oh, no, don't. It's nothing, really, it's nothing.
My picture. My lady with a shawl.
Michael.
You know, there's one thing more Courbet told me about the girl. You know, the girl he gave my picture to? She'd been hurt. in an
Oh,
accident.
please. Don't say any more.
Oh, Terry, why didn't you tell me? If anything had to happen to either of us, why did it have to be you?
Darling, don't look at me like that. It was nobody's fault but my own. I was looking up at the 102nd floor. You see, it was the nearest thing to heaven because you were there.
Oh, Terry. Terry, I'm not going. I'm never going. You'll be well again.
Oh, darling, of course I will. After all, if you can paint, I can walk.
A happy ending to Love Affair brings us another happy moment. The return of Irene Dunn and William Powell for well-deserved curtain calls.
Thank you, Cecil. It's always a pleasure to come back to the Lux Radio Theater.
The place hasn't changed a bit, has it, Bill?
Well, I think Cecil has installed a new gum machine. I put a nickel in today and actually got some gum out of it.
That's purely an accident, Bill. I'll have it fixed in the morning. However, aside from your contributions to the gum machine, we really have missed you both.
Oh, that's nice to know, Mr. DeMille. But out of sight is never out of mind for the Lux Radio Theater, as long as there's Lux soap. I use it myself all the time, and I can sincerely recommend it to any woman as a gentle and thorough complexion care.
Words of wisdom, Irene, from a lovely example. Bill, what's this I've heard about you writing a detective story?
Exaggeration, I'm afraid, Cecil. So far, no producer thinks it's a story.
Well, I've often wondered how it's done, Bill. Do you start out with the crime or the solution when you make up your plot?
I started with the problem, Irene, but unfortunately, on my first attempt, I invented a perfect crime. I found it was impossible to solve.
Shades of the thin man. You're disillusioning millions, Bill.
Well, I started out again with the answer and worked backwards. If you ever write a detective story, Cecil, I advise that.
Thanks. I'll let you know. At the moment, there's next week's play to think about.
What is that, Mr. DeMille?
Well, next Monday night, we're going to have two of the nation's favorite radio stars in the Lux Radio Theater, Fibber McGee and Molly. And the play is Mama Loves Papa. It was a great hit on the screen, the story of a happily married suburban couple, with Fibber McGee as the average citizen who accidentally gets into politics, and Molly as his wife. I promise you that Fibber's adventures in politics are just what you might expect.
Prospect for next week looks very brilliant, Cecil. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. We'll hang out our lucky star to bring you both back soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fibber McGee and Molly in Mama Loves Papa. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as Kenneth, Bea Benaderet as grandmother, Lou Merrill as Courbet, Frank McGlynn as superintendent, Linda Douglas as Lois, Warren Ash as a doctor, Sarah Selby as Miss Lane, Phillips Teed as a painter, James Eagles as elevator boy, Tony Martelli as a photographer, Ralph Sedan as a guide, Edward Marr as taxi driver, Griff Barnett as a priest, the Bryan sisters as the trio, and Barbara Jean Wong, Bobby Larson, and Joe Panario as children. Irene Dunn will soon be seen in the RKO picture My Favorite Wife, which was produced by Leo McCary and directed by Garson Kanan. William Powell will shortly begin work in the MGM production I'm in Love Again. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
countdown for blast-off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X minus 1. Tonight, Silana by James E. Gunn. But first, hear this. Now, X minus 1. Our story, Silana by James E. Gunn.
My name is Norman Blake, statistician first class. At 2:30 p.m. on Monday, October 21st, in the year 2055, I became a deviant. I left my job an hour early. To deviate from the norm was unheard of in a perfectly adjusted society such as ours. Thanks to the great psychologist Kinder, we had a society where everybody's job suited his talents and needs, where children were raised scientifically, and where everyone lived happily on an even keel instead of swinging back and forth from gloom to ecstasy. Then I noticed it, the single flaw in the perfect system.
Come in. Yes, Norm.
Henry, I'd like to talk to you for a moment privately.
Close the door. It's rather unusual for me to see one of my statisticians privately, but since we're old friends...
Something rather serious has come up.
Oh?
As you know, my duty is to check the computers to make certain there are no deviations.
Yes?
This morning, I ran over the figures for our district. Here is the sheet. The deviation is near the bottom.
1,037 gallons of water purified, 1,037 gallons consumed, 9,328 births, 9,328 deaths. I see nothing wrong so far.
Read the next item.
One candy bar taken from baby. Well?
But don't you see? A baby can't consent. Therefore, it must have been taken without consent. Henry, that is theft. We haven't had a case of theft in this society for almost 29 years.
I see.
It's got me so upset I can't think of anything else.
You're a little edgy, aren't you?
Well, wouldn't you be if you knew there was an antisocial being walking the streets of your own city?
I don't think I'd quite go to pieces like that. And maybe, well, this is just a suggestion. Maybe you ought to see an analyst. Perhaps it would help you deal with this problem.
I've been analyzed.
How long ago?
8 years.
Well, unless you're prepared to handle this problem, I'd advise you to get some help. Meanwhile, take the rest of the afternoon off.
Off? Deviate from the schedule?
As director and as an old friend of yours, I order it. I consider you to be in extreme upset.
That's your order?
That's my order.
I must confess that as I went toward the elevator, a line kept running through my head. Norm has departed from the norm. I was doing something unorthodox, and what frightened me was that it amused me. Here I was, leaving work 1 hour early. I was so preoccupied that I stepped into the elevator without noticing that someone was already in it. An invasion of privacy almost unforgivable. He was a small, strange-looking man with short silver hair and thick, round glasses. Oops, I beg your pardon. I didn't really know you were...
Perfectly all right, stranger.
I'll just step out and...
Hold it, brother. You've got troubles, I can see.
Well,
My advice to you is see an analyst. Don't wait another 24 hours.
Thank you for the advice.
That's more than advice, brother. It's a commercial. Here's my card. Andrew C. Rednick, public analyst.
Oh, you're an analyst.
Freelance.
I didn't know there were any.
I'm probably one of the few still practicing. My slogan is, don't kid with your id. If life ain't dandy, come see Andy.
I may be up to see you.
You will, I can tell.
I put on my public face, the mask we wear on the street, and rode home in the proper manner, my arms and hands folded. When I got home, my wife, Nada, was in her room. I signaled on the intercom in case she was, entertaining. She wasn't. She never did. Sometimes I wondered if Nada was quite normal and well-adjusted. Hello, darling.
Is something wrong? Why are you home so early?
I just uncovered a crime wave.
A what?
A crime wave. A theft. Candy. From a baby.
Well, is that serious?
It threatens the entire structure of our society. We have a delicately balanced mechanism here. We're not ready for crime. We don't even know how to catch a criminal.
Isn't there an old saying, it takes a thief to catch a thief?
It takes a... Darling, that's it. That's the answer to our problem.
What is?
In order to protect society, I've got to catch the thief. And the only way to do it, obviously, is to become one myself.
You're listening to Solana, tonight's attraction on X-1. Now, back to X-1 and Solana.
The address on the card was a deserted skyscraper, a pre-analytic building. The elevators were out of order, and I had to climb 29 flights of stairs. Finally, I wheezed in front of a door that read, Andrew C. Rednick, public analyst. Grin and come in. Mr. Rednick?
It ain't Santa Claus, brother.
Who?
You wouldn't remember. Park your ego. Now, boy, what's your problem?
I've got to do something, and it isn't in my psychological profile.
That's the trouble with this society. Nobody's capable of handling the unexpected.
Are you saying there's an advantage to being unadjusted?
Don't second-guess the analyst, boy. If you mean by advantage, will you be happier? No. But if you mean power, then you've got it. In a country of normal people, the neurotic man is king. You want to be king, boy?
Of course not. I'm perfectly happy and well-adjusted except for one little problem.
Namely?
I've got to catch a thief.
So?
So I've got to know how a thief thinks and feels, what he does, where he goes.
You mean you want to become neurotic?
Exactly.
This is a rather unorthodox request.
I suppose it is.
I could lose my license if anyone found out.
If you don't do it, it could mean the end of society and civilization.
As bad as that, eh? Very well. I'll do it.
Can we start at once?
Why not? Sit at my desk while I lie down on the couch and tell you about my childhood.
You lie down? I'm the one that's supposed to lie down.
You forget this is reverse analysis. I'm supposed to make you neurotic, frustrated. Now then, the first thing I remember was an argument between my father and mother.
You were living with your own father and mother? Ooh, how unhygienic. What a nasty situation.
You aren't very good at this sort of thing, are you, boy? You're supposed to listen, not comment. Now then, when I was 27, I perfected analysis and revolutionized society.
What are you talking about? Kinder perfected analysis and revolutionized society. He died.
Don't second-guess the analyst.
You know, I'm beginning to dislike you already.
Fine. We're making progress already. You're beginning to experience dislike. Next, we'll achieve hatred, and then loathing. In 3 weeks, you'll be well on the road to becoming a crook.
Every day for the next week, Rednick lay comfortably on his red leather couch, rambling about his childhood and his problems, while I longed to tell him about my own. I grew more and more repressed, and my disposition became worse and worse. On the 8th day, something happened at the office that made me realize I had to hurry.
Come in.
Henry, it's happened.
What?
The thief has struck again, but this time it's even more serious.
What did he take?
$1 million is missing from the First District Bank.
Great Scott.
We've got to find this thief, Henry. We're doomed if we don't.
Well, maybe he's worked out his repressions. After all, what can a man steal after he's stolen $1 million?
I don't know, but I intend to find out.
Maybe you ought to drop it, Norm.
How can you say a thing like that? It's positively antisocial.
Calm down now. You're all upset again. Why don't you take the day off and go home? Spend some time with that lovely wife of yours. She misses you.
How do you know?
Norm, boy, do I detect a note of jealousy? You'd better watch your step. Jealousy is the forerunner of violence. Are you seeing an analyst, as I suggested?
Yes, I am.
Well, keep at it, boy. You're in bad shape.
I kept at it. By the time the annual status examinations were due, I was a complete wreck. I hated Andrew Rednick with a passion. I was ambitious and jealous. I had even sunk to that basest of all passions. I had fallen in love with my own wife. And still, I had not been able to ferret out the thief. He had not struck again.
Ah, you're early, son.
So I'm early.
You'll have to wait. I have another patient.
What?
You'll have to wait. I have another patient in the other room. He'll be leaving in a minute. Just sit down.
Another patient. I could have killed him. Never occurred to me that Andrew C. Rednick would have another patient. After a few moments, a man emerged from the inner office. He was wearing a silver mask or public face, and naturally I couldn't see his features. As I had my own mask on, he didn't see my features either. But I sensed a certain hostility as he brushed by me.
Come in, son.
Who is he?
Take it easy. We don't reveal the names or identities of patients.
I hate him.
You're jealous.
Jealous? As a matter of fact, I've been thinking of quitting the analysis.
Good. This is your last session anyway.
My last session? But it can't be. The annual examinations are coming up tomorrow. I am not ready. I'll be demoted to a menial job.
I doubt it.
I told you I'm not ready. What can I do?
Have you ever thought of cheating?
On the examination? That's horrible. Only a monster could suggest such a thing. What kind of man are you? Who are you, Rednick?
Let me close the door. Now, look through the glass at my sign. You can read it backwards with the door closed.
Andrew Rednick. Rednick backwards. Kinder? You? Oh, it's impossible. He's the founder of our whole society. Besides, he's dead. He died in an accident.
All staged. I just decided to duck out.
Why?
Because, my friend, I found I had created a Frankenstein, a perfect society. It was like paradise, a Garden of Eden. The same silly people, happy, not wanting anything, not going anyplace, and not changing. So I decided to create a little sin and thereby give the creatures change, growth, misery, ecstasy, and free will. In a sense, I made them creative. Well, son, au revoir.
But am I really finished?
You're just beginning. Your frustrations are like rabbits, boy. They just keep breeding. I'm the one who's finished.
He clapped his hat on his head and walked out, leaving me alone in his office. When I walked over to his desk, I found a gun lying on top of it. I put it in my pocket and returned to my office. The next 5 hours were spent in statistically predicting the questions I would be asked on the annual examination and in finding out the answers in advance. Then I went home.
Darling, how did it go?
Nada, take a good look at your husband. See anything different?
Well, I've been noticing a change for the past few weeks.
You're going to notice a much bigger change, sweetheart. Tomorrow, the new appointments will be made based on the results of the annual examination.
Did you do well?
Did I do well? Read this card.
The enclosed card has a magnetic reproduction of your new psychological profile. It indicates you are in the 99th percentile of leadership with the second highest altruism rating ever scored. Therefore, a new position has been created for you. Beginning tomorrow, you will be deputy mayor of the district. Deputy, darling, it's wonderful.
Yes, I dare say it is. Only one thing troubles me.
What's that?
I can't understand how anybody scored higher than I did. I'd counted on becoming mayor. The following day, I reported to the office of the new mayor of our district, the only person who had scored higher than I on the annual examination. I was ushered in promptly. The new mayor was seated behind a huge desk. He wore his public face mask. Mr. Mayor, I'm Norman Blake, the new deputy.
Yes, we've met, you know.
Oh, I'm afraid
let me remove my public face. There.
Henry Foreman.
I'm amazed you didn't guess sooner.
How?
Quite simple. You and I, dear fellow, have unstable patterns. With me, the first break came the day I took that bar of candy from the baby as I was passing the nursery. My old act frightened me so that I sought an analyst. The same analyst you sought.
Rednick?
Rednick, Kinder, it's all the same.
And you were the thief and I never...
It takes one to know one, Norm.
You cheated on the exam, too.
Using the computer, just as you did.
Are there any others like us?
I don't know. We'll find out, though. We're ambitious, you and I. That means we'll be moving up, heading for the governorship, perhaps even the presidency. And then we'll collide with the others, if there are any. As Rednick said, in a world of normal people, the neurotic is king.
The only trouble with that is there can only be one king.
That's right. And only one mayor.
The look he gave me then sent chills up and down my spine. In spite of my high position, I haven't had a moment's peace or relaxation since. Neither, I suspect, has Henry Foreman. There were imbalances in our world which had to lead to the destruction of one or all of us, and we knew it. There was one thing that Rednick Kinder had forgotten to tack up on his wall. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
Fred Collins again, and I'll have another word for you about X-1 in a moment. The attention of the nation is focused on Los Angeles and New York, the cities where two long-awaited World Championship boxing matches will take place. The ears of the nation will be tuned to Cavalcade of Sports on NBC Radio, the only network that will bring you both these championship bouts. Friday night, Archie Moore versus Tony Anthony for the light heavyweight crown. Monday night, Sugar Ray Robinson versus Carmen Basilio for the world's middleweight title. And you'll hear them both direct from ringside only on Cavalcade of Sports on NBC Radio. Yes, Friday night, light heavyweight champ Archie Moore pits his skill and experience against the youth and stamina of Tony Anthony. Monday night, Sugar Ray Robinson, one of the greatest boxers in history, defends his middleweight crown against Carmen Basilio. Two great championship fights Friday night. Moore versus Anthony, Monday night, Robinson versus Basilio. Both brought to you direct from ringside on Cavalcade of Sports, exclusively on these same NBC radio stations. You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Morning After by Robert Sheckley. What was Pearson doing here? Would he live or die? For the answers to these and other questions, he had to keep tuning in on a hangover. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. X-1 has brought you Selana, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by James E. Gunn and adapted for radio by George Leffert. Featured in our cast were Walter Black as Norman Blake, David Ross as Andrew C. Rednick, Adele Ronson as Nada, and Guy Rep as Foreman. This is Fred Collins speaking. X-1 was directed by George Voutsas and is an NBC Radio Network production.
E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Horror that makes the flesh crawl as with maggots. Terror that turns the brain to jelly. These mark the work of Edgar Allan Poe. For nearly a century and a half, readers have wondered at the mad creations of his fevered brain, even as their blood ran cold with fear. As shall yours. Our mystery drama, The Fall of the House of Usher, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I must warn you that there lies ahead for you a tale so gruesome that when it ends, you will know beyond doubt that never in your life before have you experienced such revulsion. Are you prepared for this? Come then to a certain room where a man named Gabriel Mannering sits writing in his diary. A certain room in the House of Usher.
I sit here writing this diary, when in truth, were I not a fool, I should have already departed this frightful place. Already I have sensed such horrors in these first hours of my visit that I tremble at the thought of what may be in store for my friend Roderick Usher. And for me. During the whole of this dull, dark autumn day, I had passed on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of evening drew on, within a view of this bleak and melancholy house, the House of Usher. I felt at once an iciness, a sickening of my heart, and wondered what it was that so unnerved me. I was soon to find out.
You would be Mr. Mannering, sir?
Yes.
My master waits you.
One moment, my horse.
We'll be well cared for, sir.
Oh, that carriage standing there. That black carriage? Is there another visitor?
Only the doctor. He is attending Miss Madeline. This way, sir.
Thank you.
Follow me now, sir. We turn here, the passage on our left. Now, this to the right.
I had no idea the House of Usher was so vast.
Oh, yes, vast. Above and below.
Below?
There are chambers underground, vaults, dungeons that even I have never seen, and I have lived here as servant to Mr. Usher more than 30 years. Here we are, sir.
Come.
Mr. Gabriel Mannering, sir.
Oh, Gabriel. My dear good friend, you've come at last.
Roderick, I came immediately on receipt of your letter. It gave me cause for concern, deep concern, after all, Roderick. Not having seen each other in years, nor corresponded even, to receive a letter from you was in itself a surprise, but the contents, Roderick, the contents were a shock. How ill are you?
Ill? I'm not ill.
Not ill? But in your letter...
I am not ill. Oh, I may have mentioned something of the sort in my letter, but...
More than mentioned. You spoke of acute bodily illness, of oppressive mental disorder, of a malady, dear friend, so strange you could not bear to face it alone. Now, that is why I'm here. That is why I came at once. The terrible agitation in your letter.
Oh, mood. It was nothing but mood. Mood of the moment. Nothing more.
Come now.
Cato, the port. Good. Thank you. I'll pour. And, Cato.
Sir?
Dr. Wyndham is with my sister still?
Yes, sir.
I would speak with him before he takes his leave if he feels I can bear to...
Sir?
Nothing. Nothing. Just say I wish to see him.
Yes, sir.
The vintage Port Gabriel. You'll enjoy it. Its aroma, its fragrant bouquet will delight your nostrils. Its taste will fall sweet on your tongue. Your health, good friend.
And yours, Roderick.
Well, now, tell me about yourself, Gabriel. How has life gone with you all these years?
Oh, as all lives go, I suppose. Has been the good, the bad, indifferent.
Yes, well, mine has been mostly bad.
I've prospered. My importing business in Baton Rouge.
Ruination, that's been my lot, my fate. The fate of the House of Usher.
Well, if you are financially in need...
No. I speak of another kind of ruination. Decadence. I speak of the evil that molders within my body, my mind, my house. House? Oh, no house this. A tomb that houses the living dead.
You are ill.
Yes, I lied. I am ill with what?
With what?
With fear.
Fear? Of what?
I know not. Well, what do we all fear, each of us? What living thing has not known fear? It lives within us, this fear. It rots within us, as I rot within this house. But mark you, good friend, whereas with others fear rides like a restless maggot, only now and again with me it's ever present, a colorless slime growing within me, spreading, engulfing, drowning me.
Roderick.
No. I'm all right now. I'm all right. You must go.
Go?
Well, you shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have asked you. You must leave this house of death, this tomb.
Stop that. Now stop.
I tell you that...
Enough. Enough now. Here. Sit down. Compose yourself. Now hear me, Roderick. I came a great distance through the foulest time of the year to be with you, and here I shall stay until you are well again.
No, you don't understand. I shall never get well.
Of course you will.
No. She is dying, you see, and I...
Your sister? Is it she who is dying?
Yes, Madeline.
But it's she who is dying. If it is...
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Come in.
Dr. Wyndham.
Come in, Doctor. Thank you, Cato. May I introduce myself, Doctor? Mr. Usher, as you see, is not himself. I'm a friend of his. Gabriel Manning of Baton Rouge.
Oh, how do you do? Louis Wyndham.
I entreat your pardon, both of you.
Now, Roderick.
Well, my nerves sometimes.
Yes, I know, and I'm sure Mr. Mannering understands. You've been taking the laudanum I prescribed?
I used the last only yesterday.
Well, I'll see that you get more.
Oh, thank you. My sister?
There's no change.
How long? Before death.
I don't know. Your sister's malady baffles me. I don't know what is killing her, nor do I know what keeps her alive, when in truth, she's all but dead.
Oh, would it be an impertinence, Doctor, for me to ask you what you mean by that?
Well, no, Mr. Mannering. Quite simply, there have been times when Miss Usher, Madeline, has been devoid of all vital signs. Well, by this, I mean I've been unable at these times to detect a pulse, blood pressure, any respiration whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And yet, moments later, she's opened her eyes and returned to the world of the living.
Strange.
Yeah, I've encountered nothing like it in years of practice. It's not too far from the truth to say that she is dead, and yet she lives on.
Yes. Like the house itself.
Now, Roderick, you mustn't harp
I
on...
tell you, we are like this house. My sister and I, we are this house. The house is us. The house is dead, and yet it stands.
Your aberration about this house...
It is no aberration. It's the truth. The house of Usher crumbles, yet it will not fall. Madeline is dead, yet she will not die. And as for me, oh, heaven, the horror that awaits me.
I'll send the laudanum as soon as possible, Mr. Mannering. There's little else I can do. Yes, I have other patients to attend. Thank heaven it's a moonlit night. I have many miles to travel. Good night.
Good night. Roderick. Roderick?
Yes?
Roderick, I want to help you in every way I can. That's why I'm here. But now, you must do your part to help yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, I could be wrong, but it seems to me you let yourself go to pieces all too easily. This talk, this wild talk of your sister Madeline being dead and yet alive. Well, now, that's nonsense, you know.
No.
Yes, well, I'll agree with you with one thing, and one thing only. In a way, you have become this damnable house. No healthy, sane man could live here for long without beginning to lose his sanity, without serious damage to his nervous system. I've never seen such gloom. Inside as well as out. This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place. There. That's... Roderick.
What is it?
There's a graveyard. I can see it in the moonlight.
The family graveyard, yes.
Who would be walking in it at night?
What do you say? Well, where do you see it?
There. Amidst the headstones.
Oh. It's Madeline. What is she doing out there?
Well, we'd better go and find out.
Good Lord.
In the doorway. What is it?
Madeline! Am I that horrifying to look upon? Dear brother.
Madeline Usher walks among the headstones of the Usher graveyard, yet stands in the doorway at the same time. Does her spirit walk abroad? Is she that close to death? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Again, I must ask if you wish to go on, and warn that if you do, you will experience a kind of horror for which I can find no words. Even Gabriel Mannering, writing in his diary, found it difficult to express his feelings in that moment of first meeting with Madeline Usher.
I seek and cannot find words to recreate the terror of that moment. Not a woman, but a corpse stood before us in the doorway of that awful room. The very woman, or corpse, if you will, that but an instant before Roderick Usher and I had glimpsed in the moonlight graveyard beyond the window. If she is alive, I thought, she should be dead. Fatuously, I said, "You are Madeline Usher?"
Yes.
How do you do? I'm Gabriel Mannering.
I know. You winced as you took my hand.
What?
You felt its coldness.
No.
Yes. You need not dissemble with me. Even now, you find it hard not to stare at the dark patches on my face, the putrescence that lives. Yes, thrives in my dying flesh.
Madeline, my dearest sister, you should be lying down, resting. You mustn't waste your energy.
I wanted to meet your friend. Someone from the world of life outside this house. This tomb. I wanted to... needed...
Falling, catch her. Put her on the couch, Gabriel. No. Better still, we'll carry her to her room.
No pulse. No heartbeat. Is she...
Well, heaven help me. It's impossible to say. Can you carry her alone?
She weighs nothing.
Follow me, then. Oh, what evil stalks the house of Usher. Help us, dear Lord, please help us. Put her down, Gabriel. Gabriel.
In what? In that?
It's her bed. A coffin. But nevertheless, it is her bed. It's where she rests and sleeps. And haven't you noticed? What she's wearing isn't a nightdress.
A shroud.
Yes. She's been ready for her burial for nearly a year now. Oh, look. See? Her eyes are fluttering.
I'd have taken my oath she was dead.
Not yet. Not yet.
Gabriel, my friend, come.
Well, you don't leave her like this, alone, no company to cheer her when she wakes.
She may not waken again for days. She may not waken again. Come?
No. Oh, wait. There's something about her. Something in her face. It reminds me. Of course, it's you.
Oh, you see, then?
The family resemblance. Obvious. In spite of what the intimacy of death has done to the face, the resemblance is still there.
It's more than a resemblance, Gabriel.
What do you mean?
Well, we are twins.
As my friend spoke those words in that chamber of death, a curious change came into his face. It floats before me even now as I write, a complexion gone so suddenly cadaverous, his eyes large, liquid and luminous beyond comparison, thin and pallid lips gone thinner, paler. For a moment, he seemed scarce human. I had tried to calm his fevered nerves by telling him it was his sister, not he, who was dying. And he had cried out,
You don't understand. You don't understand.
And now, in an instant, I did understand, or at least the shadow of what he meant touched me, and I was filled with a dread, a loathing of what was to come that I cannot fully express. Had I known the full truth of what lay before us, my loathing would have increased 100-fold, and I should have fled the house of Usher then and there. Certainly, I should not have found myself at breakfast with Usher the following morning.
Another helping, Mr. Mannering?
No more, Cato.
Then I can give you the message.
A message from whom?
Miss Madeline. She wishes to see you at your convenience.
Well, then I'll go to her, of course. Now, why do you look at me like that? And now why do you turn away? Cato, face me. Look at me. What is it?
Cato, is it the odor?
Yes, sir.
You'd best not go, Gabriel, or if you do, another time.
I don't understand.
The odor, the stench of putrefaction. It's stronger at times than at others.
And you mean that she... Take me to Miss Madeline at once, Cato.
No. It will sicken you, nauseate you, even infect.
Well, it can kill me and be damned to it, but I'll not disregard a last wish of a dying woman. Unlike you, Roderick, I do not fear death. Miss Usher? Madeline? Are you too tired to speak now?
No.
Would you prefer I came back another time?
No. How good of you to come at all.
It's a privilege to be of use to you.
A favor. I wish a favor.
Anything in my power.
I want to die.
I'm in such pain and I want to die, but I cannot.
Cannot?
I'm afraid.
There's nothing to fear. Death is only sleep, a dreamless sleep. Don't fear death.
I don't fear. I fear.
You fear what?
Burial alive.
Why would you have such a fear? What makes you think you might be buried alive?
My mother.
She?
Promise me.
Spare yourself. Spare yourself. You need say no more. I promise. I promise you that you will not be buried alive. Rest. Rest now. Rest. That is what you meant, Roderick, is it not? Like her, like your twin, you don't fear death so much as you fear being buried alive.
Right, part of it. Yeah. Yes.
Only part?
Well, I fear... Oh, God, more than I can tell you. I fear what happens in death.
Another aberration. As with the house, so with this. You are a man given to aberration.
And what of that? You make as little sense as Wyndham. You think because you call a thing an aberration, it'll go away, that it will cure itself if you but name it.
Reason. Common sense.
Reason, common sense. When you speak to me, an usher of reason and common sense, Do you not know of the madness that has tainted this family through its history? From the beginnings of the House of Usher, this house, this family, until now, until Madeline and me, the last of the Ushers, from beginning to end, from rise to fall.
Roderick.
Rise to fall. Roderick. From rise to fall. I had not thought on it before, but that is what it will be when she and I are dead. It will be the fall of the House of Usher.
Yes, Cato.
The laudanum, sir, from Dr. Wyndham.
Oh, thank heaven. It has come none too soon.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
What? Oh, yes, Cato.
You've been sitting here in the graveyard for nearly 2 hours.
That long?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Cato, how long have you been servant to Mr. Usher?
More than 30 years, sir. But I thought I'd told you that the night you arrived just a week ago.
Did you? Now, then I forgot. Were you here when the mother died? The mother of Mr. Roderick and Miss Madeline?
Why do you ask such a question, Mr. Mannering?
I don't know, really, except I've been dwelling on what Miss Madeline told me about her mother. Buried alive. Was she indeed?
Sir, don't ask such questions. Don't dwell on such thoughts.
Why not? It was discovered the mother had been buried alive.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Sir, I entreat you. Understand. You cannot stay in the House of Usher. No one can without something. I know not what, but something evil taking possession of his mind, his spirit, his very soul. It will happen to you. It is happening to you.
No.
You've been drawn here to this spot. You've been sitting here in the damp and chill for hours because you, too, have taken the first step toward madness.
How did they discover she'd been buried alive?
Sir, I beg you, turn your thoughts away from...
How?
If you must hear it. A few weeks after she had been buried, the coffin placed in that vault you see under the trees, it was discovered that she had been buried wearing a valuable ring.
A ring?
It contained a stone worth a fortune. It had been...
Tell me about it.
She had always worn it, and when the undertaker encoffined her,
he neglected to remove it. He had no idea of its worth, or surely he'd have inquired whether the family wished her to wear it to the grave. And as you will understand, such was Miss Madeline's and Mr. Roderick's grief. They didn't think of the ring until weeks later.
And decided to retrieve it.
Yes. We went to the vault, the three of us, slid back the slab that covers it, and... sir, let us go in.
Finish what you're telling me.
There lay the coffin. The lid was in two parts. A lower part that covered her body from the waist down, an upper part from the waist up. This I pried up, and there...
Go on.
She lay face down. Her hands had torn chunks of hair out by the roots. Such was the agony of terror. Hands, do I say? Claws. They had become rigid in the death throes.
Yes.
We turned her over. Her face, oh, my God, be with us. Her face, I cannot describe. I cannot.
Enough, then. Oh, chill is getting to me.
No! Madeline!
Quickly. Come.
Heaven help us. What is that?
They're coming toward us from the house. Roderick!
Help me!
What?
Help me!
What is it, man?
A corpse!
What?
Madeline, dead. She's dead at last. Dead, but...
What? What is it?
She tried to take me to the grave with her. She tried to drag me into her coffin.
No.
Roderick, pull yourself together and tell us.
I went to her chamber to see how she was. I called her name again and again and again, and no answer. I felt for a pulse, none. I lay my head against her breast, no heartbeat, and then... Oh, God! Her arms were entwined around my neck, her cold arms around my neck, and I tried. I tried to break free, but I couldn't. I grabbed her wrists and I tore her arms from her.
Sir? I've got him. Help me carry him inside.
Oh, no.
Now be calm, Cato. When Mr. Usher tore himself free, he must have dragged her half out of the coffin. Come. We must put her back in. Cato.
I dare not touch her.
Very well. There.
Is she at last dead?
She seems so. Ride for the doctor. Tell him to come at once.
Yes, sir. Sir, you mean to stay here?
Yes.
But I will be gone at least 2 hours. If you change your mind,
I grabbed her wrist.
Find your way back to the library in that maze of corridors.
Don't worry about it. I shall stay here. I made her she'd not be buried alive, and I mean to keep that promise, Cato. Beginning now.
Alone in that chamber of death, within the house of Usher, Gabriel Mannering seats himself beside the coffin of Madeline Usher to keep his vigil and his promise, and wonders if he himself may not be going mad. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. So awful as to shatter the human mind haunts the house of Usher. Hangs like a shroud in the air. Drips on the spirit like the very slime upon the decaying walls. As Gabriel Mannering sits beside the coffin of Madeline Usher, he feels this terror seeping into him.
Seeping into me like a rising tide of pollution. Cato said he would be gone 2 hours in fetching Dr. Wyndham, but to me, it seemed like 20 before I heard his returning footsteps.
You don't look well.
I'm all right.
Sir, you deceive yourself. Well, never mind now. I'm seeing Miss Usher. That bag, Cato? Thank you. Heart first.
Is she?
No, there's no heartbeat. None whatever. No pulse. No vital signs at all.
She is gone, then?
Hey, Mr. Mannering, I have attended her in this strange illness for nearly a year. I've seen her in this state 4 times before.
What's to be done?
What indeed? Well, I would wait a few days at least, and then I should bury her.
No.
No?
She feared to be buried alive.
Yes, I know. Her mother.
You attended her?
No, another man. From what I've been able to learn, I judge her illness was similar, just as unaccountable as baffling. Well, Mr. Mannering, she did indeed fear the same fate her mother suffered, but I think that after, say, 3 or 4 days...
I say no. At least a week. No, 2, even 3.
You don't know what you're saying. You can't keep a body for 2 or 3 weeks. Especially hers.
Why especially hers?
Well, look at her, man. Here. See? Under the skin of the cheeks. Those gray patches. She's partially decomposed already.
I gave her my word, Doctor. I said we would make sure.
There is an evil in this house. A sinister, malevolent thing that fastened itself on the Ushers years ago. And is beginning to fasten itself on you.
Now, Doctor.
Now, hear me out. I have not seen you in some days. The moment I came into this room, I saw it. I tell you, I saw it. The change in you. The sickening in you. I do not use this word lightly, Mr. Mannering. The insanity in you.
You are right. I gave Madeline Usher my word she would not be buried alive, and she will not be.
Now, I see that I cannot dissuade you. Very well. Do as you wish. And may God help you.
I stayed by her coffin for yet another hour or so, making sure there were no signs of life. Then I returned to the library, led there, of course, by Cato, for I could never have found my own way through that maze of corridors and passages. I found Roderick Usher seated bolt upright in a wing chair, staring at I know not what. Roderick, I must talk to you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Now, Roderick, as I told you, I promised your sister to take every precaution against her being buried alive.
She is dead. I know it in my heart, my soul. I know it.
I believe so, too. But we must be certain. Now, that presents a problem. Roderick, are you listening?
Problem?
Yes. Decomposition. If she is dead, she will decompose. And after a period of days, if you could imagine...
Days? Days of what?
Of visiting her coffin, at least every 12 hours, say, to make sure she's dead.
Are you mad?
We must keep her body. 1 week, 2. And the question is, where?
Where?
We'll have to leave the coffin open in case she should regain her senses. On the other hand, if she is indeed dead...
Well, there are vaults deep down beneath the house. We could put the coffin in one of those.
Good. We'll do that, then. Yes. We'll do just that.
Together, Usher and I arranged for the temporary entombment of Madeline, his twin. The vault, so long unopened that our torches were half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission of light, lying at great depth beneath the house.
There, Gabriel. It is done.
We must come here again. In no more than 12 hours.
As you say. As you say.
Before he wished only to bury Madeline, why had become so compliant, agreed so readily with what I said. Only I'd asked myself that question. But I did not, and in consequence faced an unexpected problem.
Why do you not believe me?
It isn't that I don't believe you, Roderick. I wish to see for myself.
There is no need for you to do it. I have done it.
You have?
I have visited the coffin at least once every 12 hours, sometimes twice. She does not live. Take my word for it.
It is my word concerns me. I gave my word to her, not yours.
She is dead. I assure you, she's dead.
It was about that time the sounds began. Strange knockings, creaking. Perhaps it had begun before, but I had not at first. I would hear some curious sound from below and say to Roderick, "What was that?"
What was what?
Listen. What is that?
Rats, perhaps? Rats? Well, the house is infested with them.
I've never heard rats make sound like that. I answered. Time went on. And it seemed to me the sounds grew louder, and I would say to Roderick, "Listen." And he would answer.
A door banging in the wind somewhere.
And I would say, "There is no wind." He would answer,
"Well, then it's something else. Don't bother me."
And on that fatal night as we sat in the library, he'd sitting, staring vacantly at nothing, trying to read, but my mind was on that awful chamber of death far below him, outside the wind gathering for a storm. It happened. I became aware of distinct, hollow, metallic, yet muffled reverberation. Complete unnerved, I leaped to my feet and looked at Usher. His eyes were fixed before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. I said, "Roderick, do you not hear it?"
"Yes, I hear it and have heard it, as you have. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard. Yet I dared not speak. No, touch me not. I am accursed. For I heard the sounds as did you, but I dared not speak and dared not go.
Not go? My God, are you telling me
that not once have I gone down to see. I dared not.
We put her living in the tomb.
She comes for me. Listen. Now listen and know. We've heard the rending of coffin, the grating and iron hinges of a prison, struggles within the covered archway of the vault. And now, she comes for me. The moment she'll be here. I hear her footsteps on the stair. I hear the horrible beating of her heart. She comes for me, she comes. I tell you, she stands outside the door.
And as if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell, the huge antique panels to which he pointed drew slowly back. And outside those doors did stand the towering and enshrouded figure of Miss Madeline. There was blood on her white robe, evidence of some bitter struggle on every portion of her putrefied frame. For an instant she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold. And then with a moaning cry, fell heavily in on her brother, and in her violent, now final death agony, bore him to the floor. A corpse. A victim to the terrors of all he had anticipated.
This is E.G. Marshall. I shall return shortly.
the fall of the House of Usher ends thus. I fled from the house, leaving all behind me. As I ran, I heard a sound so horrendous it made me stop and turn. My brain reeled as, looking back, I saw the mighty walls of the house burst asunder. And in a few moments, the moon, breaking through scudding clouds, a blood-red moon, revealed the end. The fall of House of Usher. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Arnold Moss, Marion Sotis, and Robert Biden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most important cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. Let me show you this thing. Have a good look. Unless you're a member of a rather uncommon profession, I doubt you'll know what it is. Like many of the exhibits in the Black Museum here, this is a murder weapon. And like many of our murder weapons, it is a tool of a trade. And even after I tell you what it is, I wonder if you'll know what it's for. It's an ankush, a goad used by an elephant man, a mahout. You've seen these things before, I wager you. But I'll agree that this is an odd place to find one. And here is Inspector Samuel Tupper, the first of us from Scotland Yard who saw it. Inspector?
I was at the head of the rota of inspectors this particular night in the autumn of 1928, so it was my job to go to Regent's Park when the call came in that murder had been done. The Taper House of the zoo there is near the outer circle of the park.
Excuse me. Would it be a good idea, Inspector, if you told what a taper house is?
Oh, it's where they keep the taper, sir.
I'm sure you don't mean wax candles.
No, sir. The tapir is a hooped, swine-like mammal allied to the rhinoceros. It has 4 toes in its front feet and 3 on the back, and its snout is prolonged into a short, mobile proboscis. Found in India and Sumatra, and there are species in certain parts of South America, notably Brazil, where it's found in the vicinity of abundant water. Its body is generally blackish, except for the Sumatran variety, which has white patches. It's partly nocturnal, quite gentle in disposition, only grunts.
Thank you.
Quite welcome, sir. These were the ordinary ones, mostly. Blackish ones.
In the taper house.
Ah. I found Police Constable John Charles Daly awaiting me at the door of the taper house while his companion, Police Constable Henry Eastman, was on duty upstairs. Alongside the entrance, a man was lying on the grass. He was dressed in Oriental clothing and was very quiet. Who did it, I asked P.C. Daly.
It's not him, sir. He just broke his leg.
Who's dead, then? They said somebody was dead.
The dead is upstairs, sir, where P.C. Eastman is, sir.
Who's this, then?
I don't know his name, sir. He's some sort of Indian or something. He jumped out of the window or fell out, is the way I understand it.
Don't you know, man?
No, sir, not very much, I'm afraid, sir.
But here, Constable.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't understand him.
Oh?
And now the vet's given him morphia or something, and he's passed out, and the other one's dead.
Oh. Has there been a doctor here?
Only the vet, sir. He'd been treating a sick elephant, sir, and he came hurrying over when he heard all the commotion, sir.
Oh, what was the commotion?
All the shouting and yelling, sir.
Who was shouting?
I don't know, sir. That's what the vet said attracted him, and he came hurrying over. This chap was howling and moaning, and the vet looked at him, and he said Stern saw his leg was all fractured, and he went back and got his morphia and a syringe.
How did you find out about it?
Well, sir, P.C. Eastman and me, sir, we were at the moon, and we were on patrol outside the park, sir, and I climbed over the railing alongside the privet edge, sir, to see, and here they were.
Who?
This fellow, sir, and the vet who was just sticking him with his great syringe. So I inquired what's going on here, and the vet says the man's hurt, and he's not the window there.
Window? Oh, that one with the glass broken. Huh?
Yes, sir, he jumped out according to the vet. He could understand it a little. He talked about it, so see his face and his arms cut by the glass.
Ah, that's what I see.
Well, then P.C. Eastman hurried up the stairway, and in a moment he shouted down, "There's a murdered man up there," and this man stopped moaning and went to sleep, and the vet went upstairs, and P.C. Eastman came down and went to find the telephone to call the yard, sir.
I see. You haven't been up there yet?
No, sir. First I was here while P.C. Eastman was up there, and then I was here whilst he went to make the telephone call, and then I was here until you arrived, sir.
You don't know anything about the murder, then?
No, sir. I've been here, but I could go up with you now, sir, if you like. I don't think this chap's very likely to get up and walk off for a long while.
Well, morphia wet off, you know.
Yes, sir, but he has a broken leg. And besides, the vet has been working on an elephant. I doubt he'll remember to change the dose in the syringe, sir.
The upstairs room in the Taper House, to which I repaired after my interview with Police Constable Daly, was in the accurate sense of the word, a shambles. In the middle of the disordered floor, flat on his back, lay the murdered man amongst the ruin of his possessions. Police Constable Eastman identified the various objects from the room.
This here was apparently his bed, sir, but the way it's tore up, it looks as if them wild animals downstairs had been at it.
Odd sort of bed.
I am led to understand, sir, that many of these Oriental people use no mattress or anything. And here, sir, is what he must have used as a cupboard.
What's in it?
Well, you see the money scattered about the floor, sir.
Never saw so many pennies in my life.
There are 2 or 3 copper pennies still in this here leather bag, sir. I fancy they were all in here once.
Oh, and you, sir?
Yes?
Are you the veterinary that the other constable told me about?
I am the veterinary, yes, sir. I am Lawrence Ainley, sir.
You gave that fellow down there a shot of morphia?
Yes, sir.
Constable said you gave him enough for an elephant.
No, hardly. Have to admit I just remembered in time, there.
What else, Constable?
Well, sir, them there is his clothes. Look as if they've been ripped to pieces by whoever killed him, sir, I expect. And these here...
What are they?
Look like bank deposit books, eh?
That is what they are, sir.
They his, the dead man?
His name was Ahmed Ali.
Oh, Hindu.
Indian. Mohammedan, not a Hindu.
How do you know?
He's very well known around the zoo here.
That is the name on the bank book, sir. It was his.
Let's see.
Quite a respectable balance, sir. £212.
Never mind that. What about him?
He is dead, sir.
I don't see how you could tell, Constable.
Well, sir, he's been beaten about the head. Something horrid, sir. Oh. Didn't know you was joking, sir.
Very thoroughly beaten. Wonder what with?
Hammer or axe, I'd say, from the looks.
Did you find anything like that, Constable?
No, sir, but it wasn't necessary anyway.
Huh? What do you think?
The thing under him, Inspector. Thing he's lying on.
What's he lying on?
Blimey, sir. It's fair pushed right through his heart. See?
What is that thing? Looks like a boat hook right through him.
It's an ankush.
A what?
What?
An ankush.
An elephant hook. That was Ahmed's job. He was an elephant man.
You have any idea who did this, Mr. Henry? What's that?
Yes, what is that?
Animal?
It's the other man.
What other?
The one with the broken leg. Downstairs.
Come along. I want to see what he's got to say.
Yes, sir.
Stay here, Constable. Come on, Doc. Coming. Who is this one? Do you know, Doctor?
Another elephant man. He lives here with Ahmed Ali.
Anyone else in the building?
Nobody but Taters. Very good thing I gave him that shot.
Was he badly hurt?
Well, he has that broken leg, and he's been battered about the head. But whoever killed Ahmed tried to do the same to him, I'd say.
He's come to, sir.
How's he feel?
He sounds terrible.
Let's have a look at him. Oh, Tom.
Do you know the fellow?
Yes, of course. Sure, Proho, Tom. I straightened out his leg a bit, but we'd better find a real people doctor, you know.
Constable, go find a telephone, please.
Yes.
What are you going to do with him, Inspector? Sure, Proho, Tom.
You know what to do, Constable.
Telephone for an ambulance, sir. I'll have him taken to King's Cross, sir. That's the nearest hospital.
Right. Go with him and state till you're relieved. I'll want to know whatever he says.
I can't understand that, sir.
It's Hindi he's speaking, but he's a Burman.
Go call the ambulance, Constable.
Yes, sir.
How is it you know all about this light? I thought you were a veterinary.
Sir, she is critical heart mein hai.
You
chup rata.
You understand what he says? You speak it?
Oh, a little, yes. Kya ho gaya?
Ask him what happened, will you?
That's what I am asking him. Kya ho gaya?
What did he say?
Tum usko malum hai?
What's he say?
Aste boy. He says some yellow men came.
Yellow men? Chinese?
Here, wo China log hai, boy? Japanese, he thinks.
Ask him if he recognized them.
He said no.
What?
4 of them. Clubs. Hammers they had. Robbers, he thinks.
Well, they didn't act much like robbers.
Ankush.
Didn't he say Ankush? That elephant hook he was stabbed with?
That's exactly what he was saying, Inspector.
Ankush. Yes. They hit for me. I jumped, going out. Man run.
You better give him another stab with that elephant needle, Doctor.
He'll be all right.
Get the ambulance.
On the way, sir.
Well, then carry on, Constable. Come on, Mr. Henry. I'd like you to tell me some more about all this, if you please.
Of course.
We could find a place to sit down.
I've got a bungalow over here across the steakhouse. Could have a drop or something with me, Inspector?
I'd like a cup of tea. Go.
Obviously. The officer here will feel you're all right. Hospital, old boy. You'll be all right.
No, police. No, police, no.
Now then, look here, old boy. Police won't hurt you. Take it easy.
No.
We ought to get well.
No, police. No, police. No.
Why do you suppose that chap's so suspicious of the police?
General principles, I expect.
Oh?
Why not? I'm very often suspicious of police myself.
Are you? Why, may I ask?
General principles, Inspector?
That boy's making a lot of noise back there.
I think I'll go back and give him another shot of morphine.
I shouldn't if I were you, Miss Raymond.
Why not? He's in pain?
Obviously. And if he were under the influence of a shot of morphine, he wouldn't be able to talk, would he?
Of course not.
So, let's not give him another shot of morphia.
What are you driving at? I say, what are you driving at?
I think you know more about this than you pretend to, Ainley.
And what do you base your suspicions on?
General principles.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
General police principles.
What in the world would I?
I don't know, Doctor. But I have heard and seen enough to convince me that the man obviously knows who murdered the fellow up there.
Well, of course, he said he saw the 4 men. Didn't they try to kill him, too? You heard him say it yourself.
I don't understand his language, Doctor. I don't know what he said.
I told you.
You said you told me.
Why should I lie to you?
I don't know, I'm sure. Now, let me ask you. Why should you be so quick to give a man a dose of morphia which effectively stopped his talking when you first saw him?
That wasn't why I did it.
Why did you do it?
All right. Arrest me.
I shall.
On what charge, then?
Mr. Ainley, I must detain you on suspicion of concealing evidence in the case of the death of the man Ahmed Ali.
Go ahead.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Will you come with me, please? Did you ever hear a taper? Try sitting by yourself with only a recently dead man for company in the house where the tapers live. It's an experience you're not likely to forget. And I rather suspect the tapers won't forget it either. Constable Eastman had taken Mr. Ainley in charge and had escorted him to the doctor's bungalow near the Snake House, where he had telephoned Scotland Yard for assistance in carting the doctor off to jail. I heard the ambulance arrive and depart with Constable Daly and Tombo and his broken leg. That left me, the dead man, and the tapers to ourselves. I waited. The dead man waited. The tapers. There, very coldly. I waited. Panther, I believe. Crocodile, no doubt. I perspired gently. Ahmed Ali lay there quietly under the glare from the little incandescent bulb. We stared at each other. And then, exactly like an old Leslie Howard Scarlet Pimpernel picture, the door opened slowly. And a man who looked like Leslie Howard stood there smiling at me.
I say, you're not the dead man, are you?
Who are you?
Oh, I say, old fellow, did I frighten you? I'm so sorry. These rubber soles I'm always wearing, they tell me I sit about like a blooming ghost or something. But I assure you I'm not.
Who the devil are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm George Scott. I'm afraid I'm a police surgeon. Didn't Constable Eastman telephone you I was on my way? I must have frightened you out of your...
You didn't frighten me at all, old man. I was a little startled, I admit, but...
Where was that?
Only a taper.
Oh, yes, this is the taper house. Constable Eastman said.
Where is Eastman?
Putting the car somewhere. I came on...
In your rubber sole shoes?
Oh, I say, I am sorry about frightening you
out of your... You didn't frighten me, I said.
Well, sorry anyway. I didn't mean to, you know. Pity Eastman didn't telephone you.
There isn't any telephone here.
Should have thought of that. Tapers don't use telephones, do they? Just the dead chap.
Yes.
Must look at him. What I came for, you know. Well, as Eliza Doolittle said, it's my belief they done him in. Allowing for the difference in genders, of course. Who did it?
Don't know yet.
Well, what's that? That's not a taper.
Eastman.
Oh, good. I say, this fellow's been smacked half the hour.
Hello, Eastman.
Hello, Inspector. Mr. Scott there?
Yes, he's here.
Yes, I'm here, Constable. Miss Chat's been stabbed too, Inspector. You are an inspector, aren't you?
Yes. Come in, Eastman.
Stabbed.
With an ancush, sir.
What's an ancush?
That thing sticking through him.
Yes? But that didn't kill him.
I didn't think it did either.
Well, he's dead. Excuse me, sir.
Quite all right, Constable. No. This was done after he was dead.
He was beaten to death.
How do you know that, sir?
Well, the chap who presumably saw him beaten to death said that the men who did it came up here with clubs and hammers.
They hammered the door down, sir, by the looks of it.
Somebody did.
Look what they did to the lock.
Look what they did to him. What were they after? His money?
I expect so.
Why didn't they take it?
I wonder about that, too.
You should. Somebody's kidding you, Inspector.
I suspect that myself.
That animal doctor, sir?
Good Lord, are they making doctors out of...
Doctors for animals, Mr. Scott.
Oh? Really?
He's in jail. Excuse me, sir.
Constables should be seen and not heard, friend Eastman.
Yes, sir.
Who is this animal doctor, Inspector?
He's in jail. He talks too much to suit me.
Oh? Think he did it?
Think he knows who did.
Who?
4 people. Japanese, he said.
Who said?
The other chap mixed up in this. Said they smashed the door down and then came in and beat this one to death and tried to attack him.
Where is he?
In the hospital. Broke his leg jumping out that window.
Thought there was a draft in here. Tore a big piece out of himself on the way out, too.
Where?
Left it hanging on the point of this shard of glass. This came out of his arm, I'd say.
Well, he had a big wound on his left arm, but I was under the impression that was caused by the beating.
Glass cut. I'd better take along these shreds of gentlemen. I'd like to compare it with them. See if it fits him. If he says it was caused by a blow, I shall give him the lie in his teeth.
If you can understand him.
Understand him?
He's a Burmese.
There's this other gentleman with the boat hook in his torso.
Ankush.
Eh?
It's an Ankush. An elephant gourd.
He is not a Burmese, sir. He's a Indian. A Mohammedan, and his name's Ahmed Ali, sir.
You see that these fellows who came in here and exterminated him used clubs.
Hammers and clubs, I suppose.
They didn't use any clubs on this fellow.
What's that?
None of these marks looked like the marks of a club. You can almost see the shape of the hammer head here. 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 Here, too. They gave him a rare beating, didn't they?
Strike me pink if they didn't. Excuse me, sir.
What are you looking at, Mr. Scott?
These marks on the door frame. They look very much like those on the chap's head. I'd wager they're the same.
They probably are. They broke down the door and then came in and beat him to death.
Sir.
Probably did.
We'd better get the 2 marks measured. Then, if we can find the hammer.
Sir.
Yes, Constable.
Sir, there's a hammer down there.
What?
Where?
Down there on the grass, quite close to where this one has jumped with lying moaning.
Could that be the one?
Well, how would he get down there?
Well, it's down there, sir.
Can you find it, you think?
Well, sir, if you was to be so kind as to shine your torch out of the window...
Go along, see if you can find it.
Yes, sir.
What I want to know is how he could have got down there.
Probably wrenched it away from one of the assassins and left through the window with it.
What?
Blessed if I know.
I'm the torch, sir.
Hey, where are you?
To the right, sir. There's left on me.
There it is. I can see it from here.
That's it, Constable. Fetch it on up.
Oh, it's all bloody, sir.
What did you expect? Ostrich feathers?
Eastman brought the hammer up to us, and we tested it against the wounds in Ahmed Ali's skull.
It fits.
Then we tested it by laying it in the indentations where the hammer had smashed against the wooden door.
It fits, sir.
But how could he take it with him when he jumped out of the bleeding window? How could he possibly...
That's what I'd like to know.
Well, he's a lot braver man than I'd ever be.
All right.
For me, sir. Snatching it right out of the ends
He's
of
a brave man. Eastman.
Sir?
There's a telephone in Ainley's bungalow.
Oh, yes, sir, I know.
I want you to get down there and get through at once to Constable Daly at King's Cross Hospital and see if this, what's his name?
Jose?
The man he took to the hospital. See if he's in shape to talk. I want to see him at once and discover if we're right.
But we can't understand him, you said that.
Oh, well, in that case, where did you take the animal doctor?
Bow Street, sir.
Well, telephone them and have them sent over to the hospital to interpret for us, will you? Now, hop it, Constable.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
Wasn't this supposed to be the door that was hammered down by the murderers?
Yes.
Before the murder?
Yes, of course.
And we know it was done with the same hammer that murdered the fellow.
We know that.
Look at the marks the hammer made on the door frame.
Yes.
Yes, what?
There's blood in the marks.
Mm-hmm.
And, let's see the hammer again. They match.
Then we're both thinking the same thing.
How could blood get into the marks on the door before there was any blood on the hammerhead?
The door was hammered down after the man was killed.
Inspector!
Who is that? Who's...
Your constable?
Inspector! Hi, Inspector!
Yes, Eastman, is that you?
It is I, sir.
Get the car at once.
No, sir, I can't.
What? What's wrong?
Well, sir, he's run away.
Who's run away?
Run away?
The Paris hero. The man what jumped out of the window.
What?
He's run away, sir. He's gone. Nobody knows where he is.
We found him. After a 2-week search. He was hiding in the cellar of Mr. Ainley's bungalow at the zoo. Ainley found him. I also had Ainley tell you.
I was quite sure from the very beginning that Tom Bow did it. I knew why. Tom Bow was a substitute elephant man. The boss was Ahmed Ali. Always collected the pennies the children who visited the zoo gave to Chang, the big grayish-white elephant, the kid's friend. Tom Bow got none. One day, Ahmed Ali, who, unlike most Mohammedans, liked the taste of alcohol, had beaten Chang. I know. I dressed the poor beast's wounds. And little Tom Bow loved Chang, too. That's why he murdered Ahmed. I was sure of it. And I liked little Tom, too. I was sure we'd find him hiding with his poor broken leg in the cellar of the bungalow, by the window. The window that looks out on the elephant enclosure, where Chang lived.
So they brought the little elephant man to trial, and they sentenced him to hang. But there was a great and good man who stood beside little Tom Bow before the Criminal Court of Appeals. And the day came when the judges listened. And when the great man finished speaking, the little dark man was sent away, a free man, to Burma, where the elephants come from.
Heard today in Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Tupper. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, Morris Dallimore, Francois Grimard, and Gerard Burke. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Thousands of Americans have made blood donations to our armed forces. Ask any of them, and they'll tell you that donating blood is simple, easy, almost effortless. Practically every new blood donor says, why, there's nothing to it. No, there's nothing to it. Yet that simple act may mean the difference between life and death to a boy fighting now in Korea. There are millions and millions of Americans who can give blood so easily, and yet we need hundreds of thousands of pints of blood to prevent needless suffering and loss of life. Every one of us who can should make a blood donation to the armed forces now through your local Red Cross chapter. Call the Red Cross or blood bank in your community for an appointment. Do it today. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And perhaps you've come to look upon me as the master of the macabre, your escort into the eerie. And in all honesty, I can say that I am happy you have this opinion of me. I'll admit to an affinity for tales of the supernatural, and even a sneaking fondness for ghosts. Some ghosts, that is. I cannot say that I have liked every ghost I have met, because in my experience, there can be some very unpleasant ghosts. Our mystery drama, Voices of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Mandel Kramer and Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hello, Ms. Goldilocks here, and welcome to my professional taste-testing laboratory. Oh, Papa Bear, could you bring that case of sugar-free Diet 7-Up over here?
Another case? Miss Goldilocks, you're drinking this sugar-free Diet 7-Up like there's no tomorrow. You can't still be taste-testing it.
Oh, no, Papa Bear. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up has already earned my seal of approval. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. I drink it because I love its taste. Now hurry up.
Okay, here.
This sugar-free Diet 7-Up really tastes delicious. Ladies, if you're tired of switching from one diet drink to another, take some advice from Ms. Goldilocks. Try sugar-free Diet 7-Up and you'll say, yes, this one's just right.
I'll bear witness to that, Goldie.
Instead of working your money up the savings ladder, why not start your savings right at the top with Suburban Savings 7.50% savings certificates? Suburban Savings in North Jersey is paying a top 7.90% effective yield on all new 7.50 savings certificates, and Suburban guarantees it for 4 to 10 years. A $2,500 minimum is all you need to get started at the top. Suburban Savings compounds interest from day of deposit paid quarterly. So you get not only interest on your savings, you get interest on interest. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Start your savings at the top, earning a top 7.90% effective annual yield at any of Suburban's offices in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
There are many stories about faceless voices that speak to lonely people. Voices that come from nowhere, that threaten, cajole, terrify, or madden the mortals who hear them. Our story is about such a voice, but it is a voice that has a face, the face of a dead man. Most of us know what to expect when we turn on a television set. But the last thing Jason Phillips expected was to have the face of a dead man appear on his television tube.
How did the face of Peter Truro get on my TV screen? Peter, I'm sure if you were alive, you'd understand why yours is the last face I'd want to look at. So forgive me for switching stations. What is this, Peter again? I'll try another channel. On every channel? Peter Truro? That's ridiculous. And no sound. What's wrong with the sound?
Nothing, Jason.
What?
This isn't the normal way to return.
Well, I'm seeing things. And hearing them. Peter Truro is dead and buried. He couldn't be talking to me from my TV screen. Everything happened so suddenly with Peter and Claire and that lousy Linville. I'll put the TV back on.
Relax, Jason. I'm not a delusion. I realize that my talking to you this way must be quite a shock, but you're really seeing and talking with Peter Truro.
Oh, sure. Peter Truro, who's been dead and cremated for 10 days.
The body, yes, Jason, but nothing else. Now, just as soon as we complete our business, you'll be rid of me. And you'll be happy.
You keep talking about business. What kind of business can we have?
You're going to do a little job for me, Jason. You're going to kill my wife. There's absolutely no point in your turning off the television, Jason.
You're a fraud, Peter. I don't know how you got into my set, but you're a fraud.
Come on now. You're not going to claim that you're still upset because, after all, I am a ghost?
Well, of course. It's a perfectly natural occurrence, isn't it? Everyone who watches television sooner or later finds himself face to face and talking with a ghost every time he turns on his set.
What you're really telling me is that you're afraid I'm not a ghost at all, but a figment of your imagination.
And you find that strange. You don't think that that's enough to upset me?
Of course it is, Jason. Like Hamlet, you're wondering about your brain.
Yes, I am.
Well, I can take that worry off your shoulders.
How?
Suppose Claire comes to see you.
Claire? What would she want?
An attack of conscience. Guilt. Whatever you may want to call it. But, Jason, I will make Claire visit you. And then we will talk again.
What in the world am I doing here anyway? Can you tell me, Jason?
Putting on a marvelous act as usual, Claire.
Why do I feel cold? Why do I have this feeling that Peter's watching?
Which question would you like me to answer?
Do you believe in ghosts?
Of course not.
Well, you sound so sure. So very.
And you're not. I remember how you used to make fun of the whole spiritual scene.
I said it was impossible.
Claire, why this discussion? What made you phone me and come here to talk about...
I've been having dreams.
Dreams? Well, I'm no psychiatrist.
Yes, dreams about Peter. He keeps telling me to come to you and explain about... Well, you know, how you lost the part in the play, and I'm not making very much sense, am I?
No, you're not. I don't know why you came here, but I know damn well you'd better leave.
Are you convinced, Jason? Do you believe now that I'm a ghost? Well, you heard Claire. You know I sent her to you.
So she says.
I don't know whether it was smart to throw her out so abruptly. She may become suspicious.
About what?
About your wanting to kill her.
You're out of your mind. You're crazy.
Remember how you felt when Claire told you that she was replacing you in the part that I had picked for you in Cries of Dissent? Remember how you raged because you knew that Claire was throwing you out, not because of your lack of ability, but because she wanted the part for her lover, Edward Linville. You even threatened to kill her.
I don't have to listen to any more of this. Right now, I could cheerfully have murdered you if you'd been alive. Hello.
Jason, this is Claire. Darling, I do think you owe me some sort of explanation for almost throwing me out of your place a while ago.
Claire, my love, the only thing I owe you is a punch in the mouth, and if you were a man, I'd be happy to give it to you.
Are you going to be with us long, Mr. Phillips?
Well, that depends.
You'll find all sports and great weather at the Clarkstown Inn. You will be in 4:45. If there's anything you want, don't hesitate to ask.
Now, before I call a leader, I think I'd better see if Peter is still with me.
Here I am, Jason. You didn't think you could run away from me, did you?
I wasn't sure, but I was hoping.
I'm curious about one thing. Why did you pick this God-forsaken little town as a place of refuge?
Because I happen to have been born right here in Clarkstown.
Ah. Then this is an attempt to recapture the safety of your childhood. That's very touching, Jason.
I've had enough of you tonight, Peter. Time for me to do what I came here for in the first place. Talk to an old friend.
Hello?
Alida, what a delight to hear your voice after all these years.
And it is a pleasure to hear yours, Jason.
Oh, Alida, you're too much. After all these years, you hear me say your name and immediately you know my voice.
It is a distinctive voice, Jason. Are you calling from New York?
No, I'm at the inn right here in Clarkstown. Matter of fact, I came here just to see you.
How nice. But, Jason, there's been a lot of years since we last spoke. And right now it's almost past my bedtime. How about breakfast with me tomorrow? More coffee, Jason.
No, thanks, Alida. Alida, I'm being haunted. I think I'm going crazy. I don't know where to turn or what to do. That's why I came to see you. Do you think you can help me?
If you'll calm down, maybe.
Well, you just don't know what it's like.
And I can't find out unless you tell me. Do you know this ghost?
Of course. It's the famous Broadway producer, Peter Truro.
I read about his death. It was only a short time ago.
That's right. And he's been after me for the past 2 weeks.
How does this haunting manifest itself?
Through television. Every time I turn on a TV set, it's Peter's face that appears. I can't get any other programs, just Peter Truro.
What does he say to you?
Well, that's what's got me scared. He's asking me to kill his wife. What frightened you, Alida? Why?
Well, Jason, as I remember you, when you were a boy, you were not particularly psychic or even sympathetic to psychic phenomena.
That's right.
In order to help you, I must find out why the ghost of Peter Truro chose you as his instrument in the first place.
Can you?
I can try. But not this morning. Can you come back tonight for another seance? Like the one you remembered as a boy?
That's why I came. I'll be here, Alida.
I can't promise anything will come out of this. I can't even promise to make contact. But if I do, you will have to keep absolutely quiet. Understand?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, hold my hands. Tighter. Yes, that's it. The light is too bright. It hurts my eyes. I can't see. Better, yes. That's better. Now, I see. I see you quite clearly.
Jason, why did you do this? Just when we two were getting along so well, you went and brought this stranger in.
Well, Peter,
Jason, you must keep quiet. You promised.
Let him talk for himself. We have some wonderful chats when we're alone.
Jason is a friend of mine. He has asked my help. Why did you choose him to torment?
It is I who am in torment. You must know that. It is I who cannot rest until a vow has been kept.
What vow?
The marriage vow.
Has it not been kept? Did you not plight love till death do us part?
No. Our vow was to remain faithful and loving forever. We changed the marriage ceremony, and the vow has not been kept. And I seek revenge. I will have revenge. I will.
Alida, are you all right?
Yes. Yes. I will be fine. Just give me a moment.
You sure you're going to be all right?
Yes, I am sure about me. But I am worried about you, Jason. I am not sure about you.
Ghosts are very much like UFOs. People say they don't exist. But somehow the idea of ghosts and UFOs just won't go away.
It took me 20 years to get what I've got today. A nice house, a couple of comfortable, good-looking cars. Then along came all the concern about miles per gallon. They say one of my cars ought to be a small car. I say, okay, show me a small car that's good enough to make a big car guy like me happy. They say, look at a Buick. I say, go on, Buick doesn't even make small cars. Look at the Apollo, they say. So I looked. Buick does make a small car. But this one's got some room and comfort. And something else. A 6-cylinder engine and a standard 21-gallon gas tank. Put those together and you've got range. Well, that's just important to me as miles per gallon. So I consider everything about the car, the economy naturally, but also how nice it was inside and how smooth it was. And I bought the Apollo. There's nothing wrong with a small car, as long as it's a Buick. Apollo, the Buick of small cars.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
Here's ShopRite's suggestion for a delightful cookout dish. Boneless top round to sirloin tip steaks, just $1.69 a pound. Delicious cooked over the coals, just as delicious pan-broiled indoors. For a busy night, here's a quick dinner idea. Freezer Queen family-size frozen casseroles, all varieties except beef, just 99 cents for the 2-pound size at ShopRite. For dessert, Pepperidge Farm layer cake, 17-ounce box, 69 cents in ShopRite's frozen food case. Cooking out or cooking in, ShopRite has the answer.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York and RKO General Station.
The question of whether ghosts can have anything to do with dreams is one that has occupied the thoughts of psychics since people first began to talk about ghosts. Jason Phillips was haunted by a ghost, not in his dreams, but one who took over his TV set. Jason is seeking help, not from an analyst, but from an old and respected medium whom he had known since childhood.
All right, Alita. I don't mean to start a discussion. All I want to know is, how do I get rid of the ghost of Peter Truro?
I wish I could tell you.
You mean I can't get any help? I'll have to spend the rest of my life listening to Peter insisting that I kill Claire for him?
You can turn off your television, can't you?
Oh, great. I'll never look at a TV set again. Is that your solution?
How deeply was Peter devoted to his wife?
What kind of question is that?
A very important question.
Well, there was a jealousy act that Peter was putting on.
What made you think it was, as you put it, an act?
Because nobody could have been that jealous.
What about the relationship? Was it a good one?
I don't know. I never stopped to think about it. There was the difference in age. I mean, Peter was some 18 years older than Claire, and he was Broadway's outstanding producer, and she was an actress.
Are you trying to say that Claire married Truro to advance her career? That she didn't love him?
Well, there was no question that Truro worshipped Claire, that he'd do anything for her. She liked Peter, but, well, I think the feeling was deeper on his side than hers.
And how did you feel about Claire?
Alita, I don't see the point of all this.
Ghosts do not choose people to haunt unless by design. In order even to begin to help you, we must try to find out why Peter Truro chose you as an instrument for his vengeance. How do you feel about Claire?
Well, I'm certainly not fond of her. After all, she was responsible for my losing the part in Cries of Dissent.
You wanted to kill her.
Don't be ridiculous. You sound just like Peter.
You won't admit it to yourself. But you're secretly delighted with the idea of punishing Claire Truro. And there is no way you can get rid of Peter Truro until you do.
Welcome home, Jason. So nice to be back with you.
Cut it, Peter.
I liked your friend Alita.
Oh, I'm glad.
Well, now that your investigation has proved that I'm really a ghost and not something your imagination cooked up, we can get down to specifics about killing Claire.
Now, let's get this straight. I evidently can't stop you from appearing on my TV screen. But I am not going to kill anyone. Not even Claire.
I'll show you how you can get away with it.
I'm not interested.
What can you lose by sitting down and picking up a piece of paper and a pen?
I don't know.
Admit you're curious.
All right, I'm curious.
Oh, come on, Jason. You know we both burn for revenge. You because Claire fired you from Cries of Dissent to replace you with her lover, Edward Linville.
Who is awful. Have you seen him?
Oh, I don't have to. I know he's terrible. But he's playing the part. And he's sleeping with my wife. So, get the paper and pen, eh?
All right.
Now write the following. My darling, this should not come as a surprise, since we talked about your unfaithfulness.
Now, wait a minute, Peter.
There's not much more. Unfaithfulness many times. And you know that I said I would kill you. My dearest, prepare to die. And sign it, Peter. What do you think she'll say when she finds that in her desk drawer?
Well, I think she'll laugh because she'll know it's an obvious forgery.
Well, take another look, Jason. And then tell me if you recognize the writing.
What? How did you do it? This is your handwriting.
Please, Edward, don't make me look again.
Darling, you must. This thing has gone too far for you to give in to it now. Now, please open the drawer.
What if I find another of those horrible notes?
You won't find any more. I've had the only key to the drawer in my pocket for the past 2 days.
Oh, can't we just let it go for now?
Open the drawer. Now, here's the key, darling. What was it?
Another note. Another one.
Well, that's impossible. Let me see.
No, don't. It's impossible, you said. Impossible. All right, Edward, read what it says. Read it. And tell me it's impossible. I think we should go to the police.
And tell them what? That you're getting notes from a dead man?
Well, haven't you been telling me all along that was impossible?
Of course I have.
Then we can go to the police and tell them that some vicious practical joker's blackmailing me.
He hasn't asked for anything.
Oh, he's building up to it. I know he's building up to it.
Who is he? That's the big question. Who is doing this and how?
I'll swear that the notes are in Peter's handwriting, and any handwriting expert will swear to the same thing.
Then maybe we should ask the police to begin looking for a master forger?
I thought you said we shouldn't go to the police.
Well, I have an idea. Now, it may be crazy, and well, I don't know whether or not it'll help, but it's an idea.
I'll do anything to stop this nonsense.
Well, maybe we should find a spiritualist and have a consultation. Who is it? Ed Linville.
Well, if I say I'm surprised, I'm sure you'll understand.
Completely. And I'm sure that you'll understand that I wouldn't be here in your apartment unless I thought it was very important.
Granted.
I'm here because I can't help feeling there's some connection between you and some crazy notes Claire's been getting.
Notes? Don't think I understand.
Somebody has started a systematic campaign of persecution against Claire.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
Because I'm afraid of the publicity. Claire will look silly because the persecution is seemingly directed by Peter Truro.
Well, she can't be serious. How could Peter
That's what everyone's reaction is, because I can't explain the notes.
That's the second time you've mentioned notes.
They're vicious, handwritten little jottings, all reminding her of some silly vows that she had made with Truro before they were married. And they threaten her life. They're all signed by Peter Truro.
Well, it's impossible.
That's what I said. Claire insists that the handwriting is Peter's. It's been checked by 3 handwriting experts. All 3 say Claire's right. The handwriting is Peter's.
Well, that still doesn't explain what brings you here to see me.
I told you, Claire's sensed there's a connection. Well, she told me she came to see you.
Yes, she did.
And she told me you behaved rather strangely.
Look, I know you're worried about Claire, so I'm giving you a lot of latitude, but you're really beginning to annoy me, Linville.
I'm just trying to find out why you got so angry with her when she was only talking about her dreams.
She came here, I thought, to ask my forgiveness for the raw deal she gave me in Cries of Dissent. A deal which you were part of. Now, why should I sympathize with Claire and her problems? We were never that close before Peter died. And as far as you're concerned...
Can you forget that I replaced you?
You don't have a right to ask me to forget.
Oh, yes, I have. And I'm going to get some answers, or the cops are going to get some information, even if it means bad publicity.
The cops?
Claire and I went to a medium. We showed her the notes. We told her all we knew. She held a seance, and she came up with your name.
And that's what you're going to tell the cops?
That and the fact that you're mad because I replaced you in Cries of Dissent.
You've had this coming, and now you're going to get... I'll kill you, so help me, I'll kill you.
So, Jason, we made quite a spectacle of ourselves with Edward Linville, didn't we?
How did that medium get my name?
She must have been extraordinarily perceptive.
You know that it was a she. You're in on this.
Oh, really, Jason? You're becoming paranoid. Since I'm obviously depending on you to kill Claire for me, it would be extraordinarily stupid for me to have you suspected even before the crime.
Nobody is going to be suspected because there isn't going to be any crime.
Oh, your adrenaline's still working overtime because of that scrap with Linville. When you calm down, you'll realize what a fool you're making of yourself.
No need to remind me. I realized that the minute Linville said he'd been given my name.
What story can Linville take to the police?
He can accuse me of writing poison pen letters to Claire.
He can? On what evidence? The word of a medium? According to Linville himself, Claire had the notes checked with a handwriting expert who swore that the handwriting was mine. Now, how does that point to you?
Why can't you leave me alone?
Oh, come, Jason. You were having a ball with the notes and watching the effect they had on Claire?
All right, I'll admit that, but writing nasty little notes is a lot different than killing.
Well, of course it is. And you want me to guarantee that no one will ever connect you with the killing. That's what you really want, isn't it, Jason?
Look, you're too smug for me to argue with. There's no point in any further discussion, so...
Now, hold on a minute, Jason, hold on. I want to tell you how I can guarantee you're being in the clear.
Like promising me you won't give the police my name.
I offer you complete safety.
How?
A suicide note.
Suicide?
Exactly. Claire will commit suicide. Take an overdose of sleeping pills and leave a completely authentic suicide note to prove it.
You mean you're really going to drive Claire to suicide?
Don't you think Claire is the suicidal type?
No.
I agree. That's why we must have the note. Do you want to write it now?
Are you out of your mind?
Just write what I dictate.
No way.
We are going to say that she just couldn't stand the idea of betraying me and breaking her solemn marriage vow.
Now, you're not going to mention me, are you?
No, of course not.
Somebody will remember that the earlier notes dealt with me and Linville.
That's why we'll just stick with her guilt about betraying me. You see how careful I'm being about involving you?
Yes, but you want me to write the note.
You must. I guarantee the handwriting experts will all swear the handwriting is genuine. In addition, it will be on her special stationery, of course.
Mm-hmm. And how are you going to arrange that?
You are. You are going to be invited to a party. A bash that Claire will be giving next week. And while you're there, I'll arrange to show you the room where Claire keeps her stationery and the desk.
Oh, forget it. Haven't you ever heard of fingerprints? Mine will be all over the place.
Pick it up, Jason. That's Claire calling with your invitation. Congratulations, Jason. You accepted Claire's invitation with just the right amount of reluctance.
How did you know that Claire would call?
Oh, you must grant me certain ghostly secrets of the trade. It should reassure you about our chances of pulling off a successful murder.
I thought you said suicide.
Yes, I did, but to be quite accurate, I should have said apparent suicide. We both agreed that Claire wasn't the suicidal type.
Then what was all that talk about sleeping pills and a suicide note? Just talk?
By no means.
Well, she's not going to take an overdose of her own free will.
That is where you come in, Jason. You'll have to see to it that she takes them. We'll work that out somehow.
The devil we will. This is where I get off, Peter. I'm finishing with you once and for all, even if I have to smash the set.
We're past that, Jason, old boy.
What? Wait a minute. The set's off. I hear you. Why can't I see you?
Of course the set is off, Jason. But now we have such a close relationship that I don't have to depend on a mechanical device to communicate with you. From now on, Jason, I'm your friend and faithful companion.
Who was it who first said, with a friend like that, who needs enemies? Oh, well, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that a ghostly voice has taken control of Jason Phillips. All of us are driven sometimes by forces we don't clearly see or understand. But how many of you have ever obeyed the commands of a ghost? And what happened when you did? Don't answer that.
Some beer drinkers have funny ideas about beer. They think beer improves with age, like wine. Well, find a brewmaster, though. You'll find a beer drinker who knows better. The Budweiser brewmaster says it all depends on how beer is aged. Just letting beer sit in lagering tanks makes it older, not necessarily better. That even goes for keeping a case around the house for a couple of months. But there is one kind of aging that's good for beer. The Budweiser kind. Beechwood aging. In this kind of aging, something happens. It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more time and trouble to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Eyeglass wearers, why buy glasses without a guarantee? Especially the kind of guarantee you get at the 15 Hillman Cohan Vision Centers in New Jersey. It's a unique you bust 'em, we fix 'em guarantee, and it comes with every pair of glasses they dispense. If they break, take back the pieces and they'll fix or replace them unconditionally for 1 whole year. Who else gives you such a guarantee? And such an unbelievable selection. Hillman Cohan Vision Center. Everything for everybody who wears or buys eyeglasses, including complete 1-hour service for most glasses, satisfaction assured. No wonder Vision Center is growing so fast. Check out the one nearest you. They're all open daily, 10 to 9, Saturdays till 5.
Put on a happy face at your Vision Center.
Get 1-hour service in the Great Eyeglass Guarantee at 2 Hillman Cohan Vision Centers in Wayne, Route 46 opposite Willowbrook, and in Wayne Hills Mall, Hamburg Turnpike. Bank AmeriCard and Master Charge accepted.
When you have to make a lot of short business flights, there's not much glamour left to it. All you want is to get there on time as conveniently and comfortably as possible. That's why TWA developed Ambassador Express. If you're a little late getting to the airport, you can get your ticket right in the gate area. Then you can carry your suitcase on board with you, because TWA has big carry-on luggage compartments on more planes than any other airline. In coach, the TWA twin seat lets you fold down the middle seat if nobody's there and sit a comfortable 2 across instead of 3. And we've set up our schedules with convenient return flights, so you can usually fly out in the morning and back home again that same evening. TWA's Ambassador Express. It's a business-like approach to flying on business.
TWA has 44 Ambassador Express non-city, Pittsburgh, and Indianapolis every business day. Call your travel agent or TWA.
People who hear voices either tell no one or lay themselves open to all sorts of risks, not the least of which is ending up on a couch. Actor Jason Phillips has been hearing the same voice for weeks. A voice of a Broadway producer who keeps urging Jason to kill the producer's actress wife. Jason is now disturbed enough to seek help from a distinguished and brilliant psychiatrist.
The whole purpose of our talks, Jason, depends on your deciding what is important. Now, obviously, your losing the part in Cries of Dissent was a real shock to you.
Well, it would be to anybody.
Of course, but what about Claire Truro? What was your relationship with her before that?
It was friendly, casual. I mean, after all, she was Peter's wife, and he made no bones about how he felt about her.
Were you attracted to her?
She's a very good-looking woman.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, I guess Maybe, but nothing earth-shaking.
And how did she feel about you?
I don't know.
I think it might be wise if you could recreate the day she told you she was replacing you in Cries of Dissent.
Well, I don't know if I can remember all of it. I came to the theater that day about the same time as usual. Rehearsal was scheduled for 11. I got there about 10:50. I was sitting in my dressing room when I heard a knock on the door. Come in.
I'm glad you're early, Jason. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Fine. Well, I need the script.
No. Jason, darling, this isn't going to be very pleasant.
Well, the last few weeks haven't been very pleasant.
This is something I know is going to hurt you, and I wish... How I wish...
You're not making sense.
I've never done this before. I've never fired an actor before.
Fired an act? You mean I'm out of the play?
I'm afraid so.
But why? Why? You know I'm good in the part. You know what the part means to me. Why would...
I think you're beginning to understand. Believe me, Jason,
Does Linville mean that much to you?
Well, you knew
I knew you were seeing a lot of him, but I didn't think that... Well, isn't this very sudden? Peter's only been dead a few days.
Edward Linville and I... Well, we go back a long way.
Claire, I don't want to hear any stories of old love affairs. It's not going to make me feel any differently about the kind of deal you're giving me.
I don't suppose I could expect you to feel any other way.
Come off it, Claire. You cut my heart out and you want to be forgiven?
You'll get your full salary for the run of the
I don't need it. I'll take my 2 weeks' notice.
I'll be in touch with your agent. Goodbye, Jason.
And that's about the way it was, Doctor.
Oh, a traumatic experience. It has left a deep scar.
Well, I knew that before I came to you. Now, help me.
Well, the help must come from within you.
You don't believe in this ghost of mine?
Do you?
We keep going around in circles, Doctor.
Not quite. The first day you came to me, you wanted to know whether or not you could actually hear a voice and be perfectly sane. You remember I gave you an answer.
Yes, you said it was possible.
And then?
Then I told you the voice I heard belonged to a dead man and asked if you believed in ghosts.
And do you remember my answer?
Yes, you said, for some people, ghosts are a way of life.
That's right. Doesn't that apply to you?
No, and I don't know anyone it does apply to. Doctor, if you're trying to confuse me, you're doing a great job.
I'm trying to lead you to a conclusion. You'd only kill someone who did you harm?
Does that seem so strange?
Someone like Claire Truro?
Well, there you go again, Doctor, trying to prove something.
Prove what?
That I'd really like to kill Claire.
Wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, I would. I'd like to get my hands around her throat. Yes, I want to kill her.
What in the world have you done, Jason?
Made a purchase, Peter. A mannequin. Don't you recognize her?
Should I?
Well, she's a lady very close to your heart.
To me, she just looks like any other window dummy they use in dress shops.
Ah, but this one is different, Peter. Don't you recognize your beloved wife, Claire?
What kind of foolishness is this?
Expensive, made-to-order therapy for a man who talks to ghosts. A ghost who wants him to kill his wife. Now, I propped Claire up here in the corner of this couch, and I hit her. And I hit her again, and again, and again.
You feel better?
Much better, Peter. You see, I'm willing to admit to you now that I am aggressive towards Claire, and I would like to see her dead.
That is progress.
That's what my doctor says. Now that I've admitted the terrible thought and acknowledged it, I can get rid of my aggression.
By hitting that department store dummy on the head?
You go ahead and laugh. But it's going to work.
Jason, over here.
Oh, great party, Claire.
Thank you, Jason. I want you and Edward to shake hands right here now.
Of course.
Go on, Edward. Go on, shake hands.
Well, I think I made a fool of myself, Jason.
Well, you don't have a monopoly on foolishness. I kind of lost my head, too.
Well, it's all over now. And even though Edward said I shouldn't, I have to ask a favor, Jason.
Go right ahead.
Well, you know that little church around the corner from your apartment?
You mean St. Anthony's?
That's it. They have a theatrical about this time every year, and I've known Father Kinsolving for years and years, and... Well, I I always donate some costumes, and I was wondering if you'd be kind enough to drop them off for me.
No trouble at all. I'd be happy to.
You see, Edward, what you called my silly brainstorm turned out to be not such a bad idea at all.
Welcome home, Jason. Did you enjoy the party?
Matter of fact, I had a ball.
I see you have the clothes with which you can dress that ridiculous dummy, so it looks even more like Claire.
These are costumes that I have to give to St. Anthony's.
Well, try one of them on the dummy. You'll find it will make your therapy more effective. Go on. I like that blue dress.
Wait a minute. Did you have anything to do with this?
Of course I put the idea into Claire's head of asking you to deliver the costumes. I think it's going to please me to see a more lifelike Claire in your living room and give you a good deal more of satisfaction.
All right, Doctor, I'll admit I do feel better. But all that pummeling and smashing at the model of Claire hasn't stopped me from hearing Peter's voice.
Do you also see him?
Only when I turn on the TV. I don't bother with that anymore. But I am still confused. You and I have these long conversations and...
You were about to say?
Well, I don't know. There are too many things that can't be explained away because of my aggressiveness. Those notes and the fact that they were judged to be in Peter's handwriting.
Which you've often seen enough on checks and letters.
I'm not that good a forger.
All right, Jason. What is the alternative?
I don't understand.
We've come a long way since you first came here. Let's assume that you didn't forge the notes. You know who wrote them, but someone else dictated them. And the same person guided your hand. Now, who could that person possibly be?
I've been telling you, the ghost of Peter Truro.
And this same ghost influenced his wife to give you costumes to deliver to a church for a theatrical.
He says he did.
This, then, is the alternative you must face. That there is a ghost. That he is the ghost of Peter Truro, and that he is haunting you.
And that I believe in that ghost?
Don't you?
I'm afraid I don't have any choice. Who is it?
Alida.
Oh, come in. Thank you for coming so soon after I called.
I'd never forgive myself if I hadn't. Who's that?
It's just a dummy dressed in Claire's clothes.
You must get rid of it.
Well, I will, but I asked you to visit with me.
Get rid of it now.
What do you want me to do, throw it out the window?
It doesn't matter. Don't you realize how dangerous it is for you to have her here?
Oh, come on, Alida. It was my doctor's idea. He said I could use the dummy to take out my aggression.
Indeed. And where did you get the clothes?
Claire gave them to me.
Does she know how you're using them?
She gave me a lot of stuff to give to a church theatrical. I kept this one dress out.
Are you so friendly that she would ask you to do her a favor like that?
Look, I'm afraid I've gone as far as I can with the doctor. He feels that it's all my subconscious. My urge to kill Claire that accounts for everything.
Your wish to kill Claire does not mean there are no ghosts. There is evil all around you. Either you or Claire must leave New York.
I don't see how running away will get rid of Peter.
I'm not so much concerned now with your getting rid of Peter as I am with saving your life.
You really mean that, don't you? You're really frightened.
There was only one other time in my life when I've been this frightened.
When was that?
No. Now, Jason, please come away with me. Come back with me to Clarkstown until...
Until?
Until the restless thirst for revenge has left the ghost of Peter Truro.
You were sensational tonight, Claire, my love.
Thank you, Edward.
Shall we eat something before we go home?
No, I'll meet you at the house. I have to go someplace first.
Oh, very mysterious.
Well, it's important.
You care to tell me?
I'm afraid you disapprove.
Well, if it's what I think it is, I certainly will do more than disapprove.
Oh, be a darling and don't ask any questions. I'll tell you all about it when I get home.
Now, Claire,
I have to get this makeup off and I...
You're not going.
Now, don't be silly, Edward. You don't even know where I'm going.
Stop treating me like a child, Claire. It's obvious that you're taking that last note seriously.
I want these notes to end. I want this whole situation to end. Can you promise me that you can stop it, Edward?
No, but...
This last note says I'll have all the answers if I go alone to Jason's apartment.
And you believe
it
that?
It also says I'll find the door open. I'm going there. And if the door's open, I'll go in.
But, Claire...
You know where I'll be. And if I'm not home in an hour, you can come after me. Call the police or do anything you want.
Oh, darn, I just remembered something, Alita.
What?
I left something important in the apartment.
Oh, but Jason, our bus leaves in half an hour. You promised to go home with me.
There's plenty of time. My apartment's only a short distance. I'll grab a cab, be back in plenty of time. Meet you at gate number 5.
You're doing the right thing, Jason. I promise a stunning surprise awaits you in your apartment. And after tonight, it will be all over.
Cab!
You'll like what I've done with the mannequin, Jason. That's a promise.
The door is open. That part of the note is right. Jason? Jason, are you home? Oh, darn. Oh, where are the lights? Oh! What's this? Jason, you're not playing some silly game, are you? Oh, a dummy. Some kind of store figure. Jason, whatever you're up to, get this thing away from me. It's just where a dummy belongs, on the floor. Jason, I'm too old to be afraid of the dark. I'll just sit and wait for you. And if you don't come soon, Edward will be here. I'm warning you. Oh, I thought mentioning Edward would do it. Switch on the light, Jason.
Oh, Peter, this is what your surprise is. You've made the mannequin talk. Marvelous, Peter.
Who are you talking to, Jason? Please turn on the light.
Thank you, Peter. This is really wonderful.
Jason! Are you mad?
And the throat feels like real flesh. My hands are closing around real flesh. I don't know how you did it, Peter.
Jason, you're killing me. Jason, stop.
That finishes you once and for all. Now, a little light. Clear. Clear. It's really clear.
Of course, Jason. I've kept my promise, and you've done the job. Now you're rid of me forever. Goodbye, Jason.
Claire. Claire, I've really killed you. No. No. Oh, no.
Well, that's one way to rid yourself of a ghost. Jason Phillips was no longer haunted. However, I certainly don't recommend it, for rule. I do recommend, however, a more generous suspicion of disbelief. One tells you he's hearing voices he can't explain.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. Sineoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercials?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
Commuting. We're big on that. Time is money in the business world. That's why Ozark offers commuter flights that get you there and back the same day. Don't ever let a few hundred miles stand between you and big business opportunities. If you're long on work but short on time, let Ozark make your day pay off. Commuting, we're big on that. Go Ozark Jet to Champaign, Urbana, Peoria, and Springfield, Illinois. Call Ozark or your travel agent.
Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division, the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The WR Mystery Theater has been brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and by Suburban Savings, with offices throughout North Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Joan Fontaine and Mal Ferrer in Undercurrent. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is the taut, suspenseful story of a young bride who soon discovers her husband's mysterious hatred for his brother can bring complete disaster to her marriage. Undercurrent was one of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's most successful dramas. And as our stars, we have invited one of our most popular actresses, Joan Fontaine, who co-stars with Mel Ferrer, high on the list of our distinguished actors. Now, Act 1 of Undercurrent, starring Joan Fontaine as Anne and Mel Ferrer as Alan Garraway. It was a marriage no one would have predicted. Anne Hamilton, reserved, unaspiring, and Alan Garraway, the wealthy, celebrated inventor of the Garraway Distance Control. Garraway brought his bride to Washington. Their first night there, he displayed her before a large, select group of friends. When the friends had departed...
Anne, darling, what is it?
I thought they'd never go, Alan. Oh, you shouldn't have.
What, darling? I shouldn't have what?
You shouldn't have married me. Your friends asked them. They know it was a mistake.
Anne.
Oh, I can't help it. I don't even know what they were talking about. And they were laughing at me, Alan. I know they were.
But I was so proud of you tonight.
I was lost among them. Oh, what they must have thought. I mean, well, good grief. I don't even know how to dress.
Is that all that's worrying you?
I'm going to take this dress off and never see it again.
Darling, it's a perfectly nice dress.
Nice dress? It's 8 inches too short, and it's only 2 weeks old. Oh, Alan, you're stuck with a wife who doesn't know anything about clothes. She doesn't even know how to behave.
I'll tell you what, we'll go shopping tomorrow.
It won't do any good. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be such a boob. I want so much to be right for you.
Will you shut up?
Well, I'll learn. I really will. I'll learn to talk like your friends. I'll learn to be like them. I don't know how the heck I'll do it, but I'll do it.
If you do, I'll kill you. Now, darling, just tell me one thing. Who do you belong to?
You.
That's all. That's all that matters.
Is it, Alan? Is it?
And if you ever forget that, You'll be very sorry.
Now, if Madame does not mind waiting, I will arrange to have some house models for her right away.
Well, darling?
Oh, of course, I don't believe any part of this. A mink coat, a beaver jacket, 14 gowns, 12 pairs of shoes.
Now, relax.
If I relax, I'll drop dead. Oh, Alan, how could you let me wear that brown horror last night?
I'm in love with you, darling. I didn't even notice.
Oh, but you must have. Oh, don't be afraid of hurting me. I don't know much about these things.
Alan Garraway.
Well, hello, Mrs. Foster. And this is a neighbor of ours from Virginia, an old friend of my mother's. Mrs. Foster, my wife.
How do you do?
I'm delighted to meet you, my dear. When are you coming down to Middleburg?
Well, if business eases up next month, I hope.
Well, Alice, she looks like a fine, honest girl. You ride, of course.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at it.
Oh, we're raised on horses in Middleburg, aren't we, Alice?
Oh, but definitely.
Alan's not a bad rider, my dear. But his brother Michael's the boy with the light hand. By the way, Alan, how is Michael?
Michael is always Michael. I hope you'll excuse us, Mrs. Foster. We were just going to...
Of course. I'm late for an appointment myself. I'll be looking for you in Middleburg.
Goodbye, Mrs. Foster. Alan, you didn't tell me you had a brother.
I haven't had time to tell you a lot of things, darling. Look, you pick out your hats, Anne. I'll wait out front and get some air.
Alan, what's wrong, darling? You seem so troubled since we came back from shopping.
You were surprised to learn I have a brother.
But what a nice surprise. Where is he, dear?
He spoiled my first day alone with you. Oh, it's so typical. Good old Mike. I meant to tell you about him, Anne. I've been putting it off. But one of these days, we'll have to go to San Francisco. Our factory's there. You'll meet people who know Mike, who adore him. He does that to people. My mother adored him. He was her favorite.
Oh, Alan, please, if you'd rather not.
When my father died, Mike and I took over the business. I was the engineer. That's when I started working on my distance control. We'd been making plenty of money when suddenly we began to run out of funds. Mike must have thought I was an imbecile to do it the way he did. It was just like putting his hand in the cash register.
He was stealing from you? Your own brother?
Yes. Mike had bought a ranch in the country. He spent most of his time there. Anyway, I drove out to see him. When I told him what I'd found out, he said I'd never do anything about it, not while Mother was alive. And I didn't. Mother was an invalid. She died the next spring.
Oh, please, Alan, don't.
There's not much more to tell. After she died, Mike just disappeared. Last I heard, he was in the Army. It was over 3 years ago.
He disappeared because he was afraid of what you might do to him?
Well, maybe. Mike's not afraid of me. And I keep thinking he's alive somewhere and hating me the way he must. I even felt I didn't have the right to marry him.
Oh, Alan, don't. Don't say that. He can't hurt us if we never let him come between us.
Why should he? What's Mike got to do with us?
Nothing.
So we'll never think about him or speak about him again.
But if anything ever does come up, you'll tell me. You'll let me know.
Nothing ever will.
Darling, I'm so deeply sorry for you. But I'm glad you've told me because it means you're not as sure of yourself as I thought you were. You need me, even if it's only to help you forget.
I need you very much.
You may have a no-good brother, but you're going to have an awfully good wife. Oh, I'm so grateful to you for so many things. It's as though you led me by the hand into a strange and wonderful world. A world to dream of.
Why dream? You're here, Anne, and you're mine, and I love you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Garraway. Did you have a nice afternoon shopping?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hildebrand. Any messages?
No messages, madame. That means that all your invitations for tonight have been accepted.
I don't know what I'd do without you, Mrs. Hildebrand. The perfect housekeeper. How many dinner parties have we given this month? Is it 210 or 211?
This is your sixth, madame. Oh, would you mind looking at the table? I took the liberty of arranging the place cards.
You know, such a strange thing happened this afternoon at the bookshop. Mr. Garraway left a book there months ago to be rebound. He must have forgotten all about it. It's a volume of English poems. Oh, I'm so glad I found it.
Yes, madame. You'll notice I put Judge Putnam on your right.
What? Oh, yes. Who is this one, Mrs. Hildebrand? Who is Mr. Henry Gilson?
A new congressman from the Midwest, madame.
I wondered why you placed him in the doorway.
He's no one important.
Ah, that explains it.
If that is all, madame, I had better go to see about the audience.
I'm sorry, Henry Gilson. You're just not important, poor guy. We have something in common, the two of us. Well, I think you are important. Henry, you and Mr. Justice Putnam are changing places. There. Now, tell me, Congressman Gilson, just what part of the Midwest you come from? What part of the Midwest do you come from?
Iowa.
Oh, I love Iowa. It's so big and so full of corn, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it certainly is.
Excuse me for a moment. Shall we go into the other room for coffee?
It was such a lovely dinner, Mrs. Garraway.
Thank you, Mrs. Postgate.
My dear, your gown. What exquisite taste you have.
Oh, well, thank you, Madame de Fabre.
Oh, Anne, just a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Garraway. Yes, darling.
Anne, are you trying to be rude to Judge Putnam? Why on earth did you have to seat him in the doorway?
I thought the draft might do him good. He seemed so stuffy.
Well, I invited him here for a reason. You know that.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I don't know what got into me. I'll make it up to him right away.
I believe your wife's bewitched me, Garraway. Why, I haven't talked so much about myself in years.
Well, please don't stop now, Judge Putnam.
Now when you're telling us about your home, Charleston must be beautiful this time of year.
It is, but I won't see it. Sometimes I feel it really belongs to the people who take care of it, much more than it does to me.
That's a very generous attitude, sir.
My father always says how foolish we are to think that we really possess anything in life.
Well, why would he say that?
Well, I think Judge Putnam understands. No one ever really owns anything. All we have is a temporary use of it. It just isn't true to say, my this or my that.
Not even my wife?
Oh, well, that's different. You know, I read something today which says what I mean better than anything I've ever heard, and I'm ashamed to say I memorized it.
I'd love to hear it, my dear.
Well, I found it in an old book of poems. This particular poem was marked, and I thought to myself, the man who marked this poem is someone I understand and someone who understands me. Remember it, Alan?
Remember what?
My house, I say, but hark to the sunny doves that make my roof the arena of their love. Our house, they say, and mine, the cat declares, and spreads his golden fleece upon the stairs. And mine, the dog, and rises stiff with wrath if any alien foot profane the path.
That's charming, Mrs. Garraway.
Well, I may have left out a line or two, but that's the general idea.
Anne, I think Dr. Fort would like another brandy.
Of course. You see, Judge Putnam, poetry is one of Alan's hidden vices.
That's a wonderful girl, Garraway.
Yes. Yes, she is. I'm a very lucky man.
It was a nice party, wasn't it?
Yes, it went beautifully. Say, Anne, how about driving down to Middleburg tomorrow for a few days?
Oh, Alan, could we? The house where you were born, the house where you grew up.
We can get an early start. Probably
Alan,
be there by...
here. Here's your book.
Book?
The book the poem came from.
That's not my book.
But it is, darling. You sent it to be rebound, remember?
I'm afraid it's a mistake.
But they had the name, Garraway, Middleburg, Virginia.
No, it's a mistake, Anne. We'll leave right after breakfast. Maybe a little isolated for you down there. You know, there's no telephone.
Oh, no telephone. It sounds like heaven. Alan, will you hate being cooped up with me for days?
Mm-hmm. Give me a kiss and tell me why you asked that.
Because I love you. And I can't help noticing when we're alone how a lot of the glow you have with people sort of goes out of you.
Anne, what's the matter?
I don't know, nothing. I just wanted to be reassured, I guess.
Well, consider yourself reassured.
About this book, if it's a mistake, I suppose I'll have to return it. But I hate to. What's the penalty for stealing books?
Will you stop shoving that book at me? Can't you see I don't want to discuss it?
Alan!
Don't you know by now whose book it is? You even memorized the poem he marked. I told you it wasn't mine.
It's his. It's Michael's.
He got you, didn't he, Anne? The sweet, gentle boy who loved poetry. He understands you. Isn't that what you said?
I memorized it only because I thought it was yours.
Yes, of course you did. Oh, Anne, that was very unfair of me. I shouldn't take it out on you the way I feel about Mike. Please forgive me.
I forgive you, Alan.
Well, this is it, Anne. This is Middleburg.
Oh, what a lovely old house. Oh, it's a dream.
George. We're here, George.
George?
Just the caretaker, darling. Back there, the stables. Orchards on the other side. You know that Mrs. Foster you met? She lives beyond that stretch of woods there.
Alan, you have a dog.
Yes, that's Bate. Don't think Bate likes me very much. Dogs and horses never do. I'm a bad character, I guess. Hello, Bate.
Come here, boy. Hey, now, don't you back away from me. You're supposed to be glad to see me.
Come here, dog. What you peering on like that for? Come back. Mr. Allen. Well, I'm sure glad to see you, sir. Well, Bates all right, ma'am. This ain't used to strangers.
George, this is Mrs. Garraway.
I'm glad to know you, George.
Place looks fine.
Oh, it's just beautiful.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
You can get the bags out of the car, George. I'll show Mrs. Garraway. Well, I've saved the living room for the last, Anne. Well, here it is.
Oh, how charming.
I suppose it could be. A little grim right now.
Oh, not grim, darling. A little lonely, perhaps. A little unused. Alan, I've been looking for pictures. I'd like so much to see a picture of your mother.
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, yes, George. Come in.
Isn't there a picture of your mother somewhere?
Well, there used to be, ma'am, but...
I took them down, Anne. I've stored away most of the personal stuff. Would you like to drive over to Mrs. Foster's?
No.
Well, not if you're tired, dear, but I want to speak to her about buying a section of those woods we passed.
Well, you run along, darling. I'll unpack while you're gone.
I'll be back by dinner time.
George!
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Garraway, has he come home yet?
No, ma'am. You have a nice walk?
Well, I just came back from the stables. There was someone there. He just about scared me to death.
A colored man, a big and fat?
Yes.
I'll teach that old Ben not to...
No, it's all right, George. He went away.
Ben, he's plumb out his head, ma'am. He don't mean no harm. I chased him off, but he just keeps coming back.
He kept talking about the horses in the stable.
I'll fix you a nice cup of tea, ma'am.
George, wait. He warned me about the black stallion.
Oh, yes, ma'am. That horse ain't no good. Please don't go near him.
He's Mr. Michael's horse, Ben said.
Yes, ma'am. He was.
I think I will have a cup of tea. Good and strong, George, that must be Mr. Garraway.
I'll go, ma'am.
I'm in here, darling.
Who was it, Anne? Who was just playing that piano?
Alan, why, darling, what's the matter?
Who was playing that?
Why, I was.
You? Well, why did you play that piece?
Well, I don't know. I play it off, and Father taught it to me.
Your father taught you that? Yes, he does play the piano. I'd forgotten. Well, that's a piece anyone might play, mightn't they?
Alan, you're ice cold. Oh, tell me what's wrong.
My mother died sitting at that piano playing that piece. You see, Middleburg is not all happy memories for me, Anne.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry.
I didn't mean to upset you, darling.
Oh, I wish I could have known your mother. But finding out that she loved that piece, too, makes me know her a little, doesn't it? That's a bond between us we didn't know about.
Yes. I guess dinner will be ready soon. Oh, bring them in there, George.
I'll fix the cocktails, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. George, Mrs. Garraway must have been a wonderful woman.
Yes, ma'am, she was.
She was an invalid for a number of years, wasn't she?
Yes, ma'am. But she laid up there in her bed, never complaining, always smiling.
This piano must have been a great comfort to her when she did get up.
Piano, ma'am? Well, Miss Garraway never played no piano.
She didn't, but she died sitting at that piano, didn't she?
Oh, no, ma'am. She died upstairs in her room, ma'am.
George, you can serve dinner any time it's ready.
Yes, sir.
I'm starving.
Be ready in just a minute, sir.
Ah, cocktails. Well, we can use these, huh, dear? George's cocktails are the best. Almost good enough for you. Well? To us, darling.
Yes, Alan. To us.
We'll continue with Act Two of Undercurrent in just a few moments. And now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of Undercurrent, starring Joan Fontaine as Anne and Mel Ferrer as Alan. It's been a strange and troubled 24 hours for Anne Garraway. Crashing against the peace and loveliness of Middleburg are the tormenting doubts of what Alan has told her. His brother Michael, his mother. It's after dinner now. Alan has to drive to the village. As soon as he's gone, Anne has a plan.
Sure you don't want to go to the village with me, Anne?
Do you mind, darling? I am tired.
That telegram this afternoon is from Jonas Wormsley. He's in charge of the San Francisco plant. We'll be meeting him soon.
Oh, Alan.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. If you'd rather stay on here.
Oh, no. If you're going to San Francisco, so am I.
You don't like San Francisco? Well, I won't be long. If you need anything, just call George.
George, what is it?
Miss Garraway.
I said, what is it, George?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing.
What were you afraid of just now? You knew I was in here.
No, ma'am. I heard the car drive off, and I thought you'd gone, too. No lights turned on in here.
I turned them off. Who did you think was in here, George? Who used to sit at this piano and play that piece?
Oh, please, ma'am. You aren't nobody, ma'am.
That's not true. Who did you think it was? Did you think it was Michael?
No, ma'am.
Did Michael play this piece? He did, didn't he?
Oh, Miss Garraway, please don't tell Mr. Allen I was talking about Mr. Michael.
I won't tell him. George, Mr. Allen has been terribly hurt. We've got to find a way to help him.
Just tell me what I can do.
No, there's not much you can do, George, is there? We'll be leaving soon for San Francisco. What has to be done, I must try to do myself.
Well, I'm a prize dope, Anne. Of all the places to take you your first night in San Francisco, another nightclub.
Oh, but you said Mr. Wormsley was to meet you here.
Yes, I know. But...
Alan, who was that girl, the girl you spoke to as we came in here?
An old friend. Sylvia Burton.
Just an old friend?
Well, sort of. Jealous?
You bet. She's far too lovely for an old friend.
You want to know something?
Mm-hmm.
You've got it all over Sylvia in every way. People wouldn't even notice her with you in the room.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. Catty about every other woman.
Good evening.
Oh, hello, Wormsley. May I present Mrs. Garraway?
How do you do?
I'm very glad to meet you, Miss Garraway.
Well, pull up a chair. How are things going?
Oh, very well, sir. Things are really breaking in Seattle. I suggest you fly up there as soon as you can. Or anyway, I brought some contracts along. You care to look them over?
Do you mind, darling?
Oh, no, you go ahead and look them over. I'll run in the powder room for a moment.
I just saw Miss Burton.
Did you?
Has your wife met her yet?
Those contracts, Wormsley. Let me have them.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Garraway. Oh, Miss Burton. How do you like San Francisco? Oh, it's wonderful. So many bridges. Yes, so many to cross. I beg your pardon? What do you hear from Michael? Oh, nothing much. Did you ever meet him, Mrs. Garraway? No, I haven't, but I'm looking forward to it. You know, there have been some pretty unpleasant rumors about Michael. Well, whatever they are, I'm sure they're not true. Sorry. You know, it's strange, but I was beginning to have a funny feeling that Michael might be dead. Oh, no, I'm sure Alan would know. Yes, I suppose he would. You know, Miss Burton, when I saw you before, I wondered who it was you reminded me of. It's me. Not your features exactly. It's just something intangible. Have you noticed it? No. Oh, is that your glove on the floor there? Oh, thanks. Maybe it's the way we dress or walk or something. Maybe it's... Miss Burton? Miss Burton? That's funny. Why should she just walk out like that?
about that, Mrs. Garraway?
Oh, I'm very impressed, Mr. Wormsley. I only wish Alan were here to see how impressed I really am.
I imagine he's in Seattle by now. Is there anything else around here you care to see?
Yes, I'd like to see some photographs.
Photograph?
Yes, it's silly of me, isn't it? But it's such a big plant now and so impersonal. What was it like when it started, Mr. Wormsley? The plant, the employers. Who was here in the beginning?
Well, there's a picture on that wall behind you, Mrs. Garraway.
Oh, yes. That's what I mean. Why, there's Alan. Alan in overalls. And you too, Mr. Wormsley.
Yes.
But those other 3 men.
2 of them are still with us. The other one is dead.
Who was he, Mr. Wormsley?
His name was Carl Stoyer.
Wasn't my husband's brother working here then? Why isn't he in the picture?
He was at his ranch the day it was taken.
His ranch? Oh, yes. What happened to the ranch?
Well, Mr. Garraway took it over.
Alan owns it. You see, I'd like to see that ranch.
Well, I'm afraid that's not very practical. It's quite remote. The fog is bad this time of the year. There is a catch.
But I'd like to spend the day in the country. You could give me the keys, Mr. Wormsley?
I'll send them to your hotel in the morning.
Oh, and the directions how to get there.
I'll enclose a map with the keys.
You've been very kind. Thank you, Mr. Wormsley.
Good day, Miss Garraway.
You looking for someone, miss?
Oh, hello. I'm Mrs. Alan Garraway.
How do you do?
You're the caretaker?
Why, yes, I am.
I've just been inspecting the house.
Well, I was just about to leave, but if there's anything I can do for you...
Tell me, did you know Michael Garraway?
Well, yes, I did. I'm a close neighbor up the road.
He left here very suddenly, didn't he?
Yes.
I guess he was a rather unpredictable person. Well, anyway, I think this is one of the most charming houses I've ever seen. It has dignity. Doesn't look as though it's been shut up at all, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It looks, well, as though it were waiting for someone.
Waiting for someone?
You probably think that's foolish. I suppose it is. Is that surf I hear? Are we that close to the ocean?
If you'd like, I'll show it to you. It's none of my business, Mrs. Garraway, but did you have any special reason to come out here?
Well, it was such a nice day, and I thought No. I came to learn more about Michael Garraway.
You'd better watch the path. It's sort of rocky here.
Everyone seems to be so vague about him, except my husband, of course. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this.
Well, there's the ocean, Mrs. Garraway.
Oh, golly, it's beautiful, isn't it? You know, it's amazing. Michael had so much. Why do people do the things they do to themselves? Why doesn't someone step in and stop them, help them?
What about those people who refuse to be helped? Useless to even try.
Oh, no, it's not. It's never useless.
You feel quite deeply about it, don't you?
You bet I do. My, that sea is near. Is there good swimming?
No. There's a riptide.
Oh, but it looks so calm.
You can't always see that undercurrent, but it's there.
Like life?
That's right. Fog's starting to roll in. It'll be getting dark soon. You going back to the house?
Yes, in a moment. You go ahead. Thanks for taking me around, and forgive my philosophical outlook.
Oh, don't apologize for that. I think it was very well said. Goodbye, Mrs. Garraway.
His house. Michael's house. Just as he left it. But the walls can't talk, and the books, the chairs.
What are you doing here?
Alan!
What are you doing here?
Alan, you frightened me so.
You came here looking for something. I asked you not to pry. I asked you to forget about Mike.
Alan, you didn't leave Seattle just because...
Walmsley telephoned me. He said you'd asked him for the keys. Yes, I thought it was important that I come. You're my wife, Anne. You've never even seen Mike, and yet he's managed to get a hold on you and make trouble between you.
Oh, darling, I'm only
He had a diabolic cleverness about pushing people around. He always knew how to get his own way.
You keep saying had and you. Is he dead?
How should I know if he's dead? I hope he is.
Alan, how can you?
How much do you think I can stand? He's got you sneaking around corners trying to find out things about him. What have you discovered?
Rather have dinner first.
I'd rather go up if you don't mind. I'd like to. Alan, wait.
What's the matter?
Listen, that woman over there.
Oh, Garraway's shrewd, all right. His camp was all set for reconversion.
Garraway knows all about the reconversion. Did you ever see his wife?
Anne, please.
No, I want to listen.
I saw her in Washington the day they arrived. She couldn't have looked dowdier. Of course, the poor girl had on a Sunday best, but red.
We can go up now, Alan.
What are you thinking about, Anne? Those women in the lobby, you're going to let a couple of gossips throw you?
I'm thrown by the truth. I was rather dowdy that first night in Washington. You expected me to be, didn't you?
What?
You could have waited for me to meet your friends, but the truth is, if no one saw the before, you wouldn't get credit for the after, would you?
Why should I want to do a thing like that?
So you could exhibit me as your own invention, like the Garraway distance control.
What do you mean by that?
You know, Alan, I think I have a glimmering now of why you married me.
I want to know what you meant about the distance control.
I meant nothing by it.
All right, what else do you think? Why did I marry you?
You wanted another girl, but she fell in love with someone else. I happened to remind you of her. Only I was so terribly admiring of you. You thought if you could make me outshine her...
You're mad.
Yes, Alan, I sometimes think I am. I have a feeling as though I were living in a dream, haunted by your obsession, your hatred for your brother all around us.
Anne, things between us look pretty black right now. It's hard to talk, but I do want to tell you that I love you. The way I acted at the ranch was unforgivable. I'll never speak that way to you again. I'll have to go back to Seattle. You'll have a couple of days to think. But when you do, try to keep a little old-fashioned trust and blind faith in our marriage. I want our marriage too, Anne. It's very important to me. Please try.
Yes, Alan. I'll try.
On Act 3 of Undercurrent, starring Joan Fontaine as Anne and Mel Ferrer as Alan. It's the following morning. With Alan back in Seattle, Anne is making an uninvited call on Sylvia Burton.
Very nice of you to see me, Miss Burton.
You have a reason for coming here, I suppose.
There are some questions I'm trying to find the answers to.
I'm rather curious about a few things myself. As far as Alan is concerned, I despise him. Does that answer one of your questions?
Not quite. I love him. But it's not Alan I want to know about. It's Michael.
I can imagine.
All I know is that he and Alan had a terrible fight, and Michael disappeared. But he seems to be coming up more and more in our lives wherever we go, whatever we do. I've got to know more about him. My marriage, my happiness, my future seem to depend on it.
And you'd like to know how close Mike and I were. Well, we weren't. I tried, but Mike wouldn't have it. I used to think it was because he had some sort of funny sense of loyalty since I'd met him through Alan. He was that thing you have to look for with a microscope. A gentleman. And that's the man your husband spread those lies about stealing money.
I believe my husband, Miss Burton.
Nonsense. You think he's lying, and I know he is.
Why?
Because I'd been through this myself. When Mike disappeared, I went crazy trying to find out what happened to him.
And did you find out?
Only that he'd been at his ranch. That was the last anyone saw of him, except your husband. You see, I still think Mike is dead.
You mean he was killed in the war?
No, I don't mean he was killed in the war. Why hasn't he written to someone? Lots of us would like to know what happened at that last meeting, Mrs. Garraway. Ask your husband. What kind of a fight was it, and what happened to Mike?
How dare you speak to me this way? I should never have come here.
It isn't such a shocking idea, Mrs. Garraway. Not when you've lived with it for a while.
Hello?
Mrs. Allen Garraway?
Yes.
One moment, please. Seattle calling. There's your party, sir.
Hello, Anne.
Yes, Alan.
I miss you so, darling. I miss you very much.
I haven't been able to think or concentrate on anything but you.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. I'm so confused.
Don't, darling, don't. And I have to leave for Baltimore in the morning. I can't very well get out of it.
That's all right, Alan.
But I think it could work out well for us. If you like, you could go on to Middleburg. Take the train. By the time you get there, I'll be through in Baltimore and can join you.
Yes, Alan, yes.
I'm going to devote the next few weeks to us. We'll have a real honeymoon in Middleburg. You wait and see. Oh, I love you, Anne. I love you.
I wish I'd known you'd coming to Middleburg, Miss Garraway. I wish you'd told me.
Why, George, I don't think you're glad to see me.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm real pleased. When'll Mr. Allen be here?
He'll be here later tonight. George, why do you wish I'd let you know?
Just so that I had a little time to fix things up.
Such as out there, George, out there by the stables? A little time to tell whoever it is out there to go away?
Miss Garraway, there ain't nobody out there, Miss Garraway.
Oh, I don't mean old Ben either. Just now when I was walking, the dog saw him. Bate saw him. Bate was all excited, jumping up and down and wagging his tail.
But you didn't see nobody, ma'am.
No, I didn't. It was too dark, and I was frightened, I suppose. I came straight back here.
Oh, let it pass. Please, Miss Garraway, let it pass.
I can't, George. I'm not frightened now. I'm going back to the stables and look for my suit. Bate, come here, boy. Come here. There's no one here now, is there, Bate? But he was here and you saw him, didn't you? You saw Michael. He's alive, isn't he? I thought that Sylvia Burton was right, that Alan had killed him. But everything that Alan said about him is true. Michael's here and he's hiding. That's why George... Oh, Alan, how could I?
It's all right, Bate. You can stop barking. Hey, that's no way to welcome me home.
Hello, Alan.
Mike.
Take it easy. Better keep our voices down. Your wife's in the house.
You've seen my wife?
Don't worry, she didn't see me.
Why did you come back?
Wouldn't you rather know why I went away? I didn't steal any money, Alan.
You've been a long time denying it.
Be kind of tough to prove. You have the books pretty well rigged. But that's not what kept me away. It was Carl Stoyer.
Stoyer's dead.
Yes. Dead and buried. Just a nice old German refugee who lived for one thing only, to get back at the Nazis. Do you remember that invention he was working on?
Every man at the plant was working on an invention of some kind or another.
That's right. But only Stoyer died. The coroner said it was an accident. He fell down the cellar steps.
And what's that got to do with me?
It's got a lot to do with you. Stoyer had a pet name for that invention of his. His Fern, he called it. He used to say, my Fern will fix the Nazis. Your brother and me, we know. Someday my Fern will pay them back. Fern. I couldn't figure it out until it dawned on me that Fern is a German word. It means distance. Fernsteuerung. Long-distance control. That's why Stoyer died. He was murdered by somebody who wanted his invention.
The distance controller was mine.
It was Stoyer's. And it made millions for you. Well, has the money been worth it, Alan? Has it been worth killing for?
You can't prove any of this.
Maybe not. Is Wormsley the only other one who guessed? Because you're paying him off, aren't you? Well, anyway, I wanted to get out of the whole mess. That's why I disappeared. But it seems it has to be faced after all. I have met your wife.
Here? Today?
No, the ranch. She thought I was the caretaker. She's a fine girl, Ellen. But she doesn't know about Stoyer, does she? Well, I'm here to make sure she finds out.
If you think I killed Stoyer, what makes you think I wouldn't kill you?
I believe you're capable of trying.
No. Once I could have killed you. But not now. I can't kill you any more than I can give Anne up. I'm going to keep her, Mike, for as long as I can. A minute, an hour, as long as I can.
How can you think you have a right to her?
What gives a man a right? Does love? Because I love her. You can take everything else, but not her, Mike, not her. I never thought I would, but I'm crawling to you. She loves me. She's helping me. I've got a chance now. I can be all right. I never could before.
What chances does she have, Alan?
I'll tell her. Well, I'll have to do it my own time. Just a little time, that's all I'm asking, until I'm sure of her.
I think you can be sure of her.
Anne, darling, wake up, dear. I'm back.
Oh, Alan, oh, forgive me, darling, forgive me.
Forgive you?
I've been so wrong. I've got to tell you something, and I'm so deeply ashamed. I thought such crazy things about you. I thought you'd killed your brother. No, darling, listen to me. I thought that, and I was going away and never see you again.
You were going to leave me?
I couldn't have stayed. I couldn't have endured.
You couldn't have endured living with a murderer.
Oh, but it's all over. I know he's alive. I'm able to breathe again.
Yes, Anne. It is. It is over. And no one will ever come between us again.
Oh, Alan, I want you to listen to me. You remember that I once told you that Michael was your obsession?
Yes.
I was wrong. I think he's my obsession. I want to drive him away, but there's something unfinished somehow. I think if I could see him, hear him speak, then I'd know him the way you do, as a man, not a shadow, someone who was cruel and wrong and who has hurt you. Oh, I was so wrong about him. Everyone was.
Everyone? Whom did you speak to about Mike?
Sylvia Burton. She thought you killed him.
And you believed her? Were you glad she was wrong?
Oh, glad? Oh, yes, Alan, yes.
Then why are you unhappy?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He's still here in my mind somehow. You've got to help me. I don't understand it. Do you understand it?
Yes. Yes, I think I do. You're in love with him.
No.
You're in love with him, aren't you?
But no. How could I be in love with someone that I've never seen?
Oh, but you've seen a lot of Mike. A book, a poem, his house, a girl who once loved him. Aren't you jealous of Sylvia Burton? Why did you go to her? What did you really want to know?
Alan, please.
You'd go to anyone who could talk about Mike. You wanted to believe what they had to tell you. You never believed me. You don't believe me now.
Stop it, Alan. Stop it.
It wasn't my happiness, our happiness you were trying to find. It was him.
Oh, that's not true.
You were so relieved just now. Not because I hadn't killed him, but because he was alive. You'll go on looking for him, won't you, Anne? And after you find him, then what? Will you leave me?
Alan.
Don't you see what you've done? You'll never leave me, Anne, never.
George!
Good morning, Anne. And you're up early. Didn't you sleep well?
George!
George is gone. I sent him into town. He won't be back until evening.
Alan, no.
I thought I'd go for a ride. That stallion, he'll break down the stall unless he gets some exercise. I thought we could... Why are you trembling, Anne? Sit down. Here. Have some coffee.
Alan,
Don't be afraid, Anne. Fear is no good. I know. But now I'm finally free. Drink your coffee, dear. Well, your hand's shaking. You're not going on being afraid the rest of your life, are you, Anne? Are you? Why run to your room? You can't lock yourself in. I've got the key, Anne.
Hey there. Anyone else?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Foster. Come in.
Hello, Alan. Your wife up yet?
Yes, I think so. Shall I call her?
Well, it's a fine morning for a ride.
Yes. Yes, it is.
You must have had the same idea you dressed for.
Why, yes,
Oh, there you are. Welcome home, my dear. How about coming over for breakfast and a ride?
I'd like to very much.
Wonderful. I'll expect you in half an hour. How's that?
Oh, but I can be ready in just a moment.
Well,
Biscuits for breakfast, Mrs. Foster.
With my own 2 hands.
And just wait till you taste them. Nothing like them in the whole world.
Mrs. Foster, there's something I must tell you. I must speak to you.
Well, that's fine, dear. We'll have a leisurely breakfast and all morning to get acquainted in. See you soon, dear.
Oh, I'll walk out with you, Mrs. Foster. I'll have to saddle up the horses.
What's the matter with the bride, Alan? A quarrel?
Oh, not a quarrel exactly.
Well, don't worry. It's natural the first year, getting acquainted. What horse are you going to ride?
Why, the stallion, naturally.
Well, just make sure you don't give him to her. He's a mean one, that
Alan, did we have to come this way?
Can't you handle your horse? I gave you the mare.
But I'm not a good rider, Alan. This cliff.
I thought if we took the trail along the cliff, you'd enjoy the view. It is beautiful, isn't it?
Alan, keep your horse back, please.
That's easy to say. I can't hold him in.
But it's not wrong for both of us.
The path is narrow, isn't it? Quite a drop to the gorge, Anne. 200 feet.
Alan, you're pushing me.
Well, then use your spurs. Go on ahead.
Alan, please don't, please.
You want to leave me, Ann, don't you? You want to go to Michael? I'll send you to him now.
Alan, no!
You little fool. Go on, run away. See how far you'll get. Ann. What happened? Did your horse throw you? Oh, that's quite a bruise on your head. Or did you hit a low branch? It hurts, doesn't it, Ann? But nothing's going to hurt you anymore. I'm going to kill you, Ann. They'll think you broke your stupid little neck when your horse... Get away! Get away from me, you...
Hello, Doctor. Doctor, this is Mrs. Foster. There's been a terrible accident. Alan Garraway, he's dead. That stallion of his must have gone crazy or something. Kicked him to death, it looks like. You'd better come right out, Doctor. His wife's been badly hurt, too. That music is beautiful, Anne. Who's playing?
My father. He always does well by Chopin.
I like your father, Anne. I'm so glad he was able to come down here.
So am I, Mrs. Foster.
You're all right. Staying on here at Middleburg all these weeks, doing your getting well here. It took courage to face it out. Most people would have run away.
Hard to run away in a wheelchair.
Dr. Hill says by next week, you can burn that wheelchair. But that isn't what I mean.
That's not what I mean either. No, I feel I have something to do with it, and I have to do it here. That's really why I stayed. Not because I've courage, I haven't.
Here you are, darling. One of George's priceless eggnog.
Father!
Well?
Who's playing the piano? I thought you were.
You have a visitor.
Oh, no, I can't see him. I'm not ready yet. I can't.
You sent for him, Anne.
Yes. Yes, I sent for him.
I'll wheel you in.
I can manage alone. You're Michael, aren't you?
Yes. I'm sorry, Anne. I should have told you that day at the ranch.
I think I knew. Not at the ranch, but afterwards. I think I knew.
You sent for me?
Yes.
I think I'd have come in any case. I was just waiting until you were well.
Well, it seems that now I'm a very rich woman.
Yes.
It's wrong for me to have it. It belongs to you.
No, it belongs to someone who's dead now. Carl Stoyer, his heirs, possibly.
They must have it then. I'm a bad liar, Michael. I didn't send for you because of the money. The lawyers could have handled that. I wanted to know you.
Now that you do,
I'm happy to know you, Michael.
thank you.
There are other things I must tell you. I won't forget Alan. I loved him very much. Not at the end. It was gone then. But I did love him.
I know. Anne, I almost got you killed. I was here the night before. I saw Alan, talk to him. I should never have left.
I looked for you, Michael.
I went away that night because I was full of guilt about my feelings for you. I had no business to feel the way about you that I did, my brother's wife. I won't talk about it now, but someday.
Yes, Michael.
In a moment, our stars will return. Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are, stepping forward to the footlights, Joan Fontaine and Mel Ferrer.
Well, Mr. Cummings, what about next week's play?
It's a highly dramatic story, filled with suspense, that will keep you right on the edge of your chair. It's 20th Century Fox's Man on a Tightrope, the exciting adventure of a circus owner who makes a wild dash for freedom in a foolhardy attempt to escape from terror and oppression. As our stars, one of the finest actors of stage or screen, Edward G. Robinson. And co-starring in the part of his lovely daughter will be Terry Moore.
Oh, we'll be looking forward to that, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. It was an exciting evening.
Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Oh Ah. Just around the corner is June and hot summer days that call for crisp, tempting salads. And the best salads I know of call for Jell-O. Try combining fresh vegetables or fruits with Jell-O for an appetizing luncheon or supper salad. If you've never used Jell-O in salads, you've missed a great bet. For shimmering Jell-O makes the most refreshing, zestful salad you ever served. And here's one suggestion. Mold shredded cabbage, diced cucumbers, and celery in lemon Jell-O. Serve on crisp lettuce with real mayonnaise. Or make a fresh fruit salad with orange Jell-O. Why, there are any number of interesting salad combinations you can work out for yourself using any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. And you'll enjoy them all, for Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor. Flavor that comes from the real ripe fruit itself. But whether you serve Jell-O as a salad or as a dessert, always be sure to get the real thing. Genuine Jell-O. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hail the return of a man who last week was flat on his back, but is now standing here flat on his feet, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, remember? The fellow who wasn't here last Sunday? And I want to tell you something, Don. It's a good thing I've got flat feet. Because I'm still pretty shaky, and I'd probably topple right over if they weren't.
Oh, come on now, Jack. You weren't so terribly sick.
I wasn't, eh? That's all you know about it. As it happens, I was critically ill.
Well, I didn't see any headlines in the papers about it.
Well, that's not my fault. I phoned them all. Next time, I'll take out an ad.
Well, Jack, you certainly look rested after a whole week in bed. Did you get much sleep?
Don, how could I sleep with 12 flu germs playing bingo on my chest all night?
Playing bingo, eh?
Yes. I didn't mind that so much, but when they asked me to call out the numbers, I thought that was going too far. Oh, I'm still pretty weak.
Well, you certainly don't look it, Jack. You're the picture of health.
Now, that's silly, Don. Take a look at my tongue.
I don't see anything unusual. It's just a common, ordinary tongue.
Oh, it is, eh? Well, then I'm glad I stuck it out at you. You're just jealous because I look like Dracula.
All right, all right. If it'll make you any happier, you look lousy.
Now you're talking. I'm glad you woke up.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. It's time for your pill.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Don, I want you to meet Dr. Baldy. I'm still under his care.
How do you do, Doctor?
You could stand dieting, young man.
Oh. You see, Don, his mind is always on his work. My nurse is here, too. She's waiting out in the hall.
Why don't you have her come in?
Oh, no, not with these orchestra boys around. They're wolves in rented clothing.
Hello, Jack. I'm glad to see you back again.
Oh, hello, Mary. Thanks. Gee, I sure had a tough time this past week. Gee, don't I look awful?
I'll say you're as pale as a goat.
Goat? You mean pale as a ghost?
Well, this goat is dead.
Oh, a goat ghost. Well, that was fast thinking.
What?
I say that was fast thinking.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the goat.
Well, I wasn't. And Mary, I want to thank you for those lovely roses you sent me. They were beautiful.
Were they?
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen a third of a dozen. But, Mary, I did notice that the roses were quite limp and droopy there. What happened?
I knew you were sick, so I boiled them.
Well, it's a good idea. You can't be too careful, you know. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Gee, you look so laurel and hearty.
That's hale and hearty, but let it go.
Oh, that's all right.
The next time I'm sick, don't wire congratulations.
Well, it worked on Mother's Day.
Well, let's not get involved in that, you know.
Mr. Benny, it's time for your medicine again.
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes.
Now, first you take this red pill, and then you follow it with this white one.
Two of them this time. I say, what's the white pill for?
In case the red one is poison.
Well, that's thoughtful. Isn't he an unusual doctor, Mary?
Yeah, what do you take in case of him?
I wish I knew.
Say, Jack, is that girl out in the hall your nurse?
Who do you mean?
That pretty blonde with a white uniform and Phil Harris around her neck.
Oh, where'd you see her?
Oh, out in the hall around Phil Harris's neck.
I thought you said Phil was around her neck.
Oh, they're all mixed up.
Oh, so that's why Phil sneaked out of here. I got a good mind to go out there and put him in his place.
Oh, Jack, you're up on your feet now. Why don't you stay that way?
Yes, maybe I better wait till I'm myself again, you know. Oh, it's you.
Hiya, Jack, old boy. Glad to see you back again.
Thanks. What are you doing out in the hall there, Phil?
Well, I wasn't feeling so good, so I had your nurse take my temperature.
You did, eh? Well, wipe it off your lips. What's that you got in your hand?
She wrote me out a prescription.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Hillside 5027.
Well, get me a bottle of that, too. Anyway, it's time for you to play a number, so get ready.
Okay.
And another thing, this nurse is here to take care of me, so please stay away from her.
I got a temperature, too.
Quiet, Kenny. Play, Phil. Oh, nursey, nursey. Oh, toot. Lou, played by Phil Harris, and my nurse, or his orchestra. And incidentally, Phil, I listened to you last Sunday when I was home, and your specialty was very good. I didn't know it was in you.
Thanks, my little buckaroo.
Well.
Did you hear me too, Jay?
Of course I did, Kenny. I thought you did a swell job.
Believe me, I was all in. I had to sing 3 songs.
Oh, what a strain. 3 songs in 1 week. I don't see how you did it.
I bet it'll tell on me when I get older.
Oh, no doubt. Say, Mary, that reminds me. Why didn't you work last Sunday?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't feeling so good. I had fever and chills and pains and a headache.
Oh.
So we all went to the Trocadero.
It's been quite a party, huh?
Yeah, with some stuff.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, tell us the truth. Did you get a kick sitting home listening to your own show?
Yes, I did, Don, and I'm going to tell you something, but don't let it go to your head. When you read the commercial and told everybody how to make Jell-O, well, it just did something to me. I tell you, Don, I was electrified.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. And, Don, listen, Don, when you said, look for the big red letters on the box, as sick as I was, I jumped right out of bed and looked for them.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Ah, Jack, didn't you love the way I said, there was only one Jell-O, and the trademark is your guarantee?
Don, when I heard that, well, there was a lump on my throat.
Don't you mean a lump in your throat?
No, this was an ice bag. But, Don, the biggest thrill I got all evening was when you mentioned the different flavors.
Really, Jack?
Absolutely. Of course, when you started out with strawberry, raspberry, and cherry, that didn't affect me so much. But when you got to orange, I felt myself slipping. And by the time you reached lime...
What happened?
I was in another world.
You were?
And snoring twice as loud as ever before.
I was not.
Mr. Benny, it's time for another pill.
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes.
Here you are, a pretty blue one.
Hey, wait a minute. This is a button.
Oh, goody. I've been looking for that all week.
Oh, answer the phone, Mary. If that's my father, tell him it's in the mail.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Oh, hello, Mama.
Oh, it's her again.
Yes? Yes, Mama, yours is in the mail, too. What? Oh, Jack is feeling much better. No, Mama, I won't get too close to him.
You think I had measles or something?
Yes, Mama, Jack's going to take a vacation in a few weeks. We all are. What? No. No. No, Mama, you can't. That's impossible.
What does she want, Mary?
Mama wants to take over the summer show.
Tell her no. I'll never be able to follow her.
Oh, Mama, he says he'll never be able to follow you. What?
What are you laughing at?
She says you won't even be able to follow this phone call.
Oh, matching wits, huh?
Well, goodbye, Mama. Thanks for calling. I'll write you a letter tomorrow. What? Oh, that's too bad. Well, goodbye. Isn't that awful, Jack? I won't be able to write letters home anymore.
Why not?
Papa's raising pigeons in the mailbox.
Well, send her my dove, or my love. And now, folks, that's about the worst gag I've ever pulled, I think. And now, folks, that Mary's mother has had her little fling. Kenny Baker will sing, what are you going to sing, Kenny?
Oh, I'll think of something.
Well, think, Kenny. Play, boys.
Whenever I hear thunder, it echoes in my heart, and so I keep on wondering how long we'll be apart. Skies were gray that rainy day we parted in the lane. Was it tears that fell, or was it rain? There we stood as lovers would. Did parting bring you pain? Was it tears that fell, or was it rain? I couldn't tell if your eyes were misty, or if you felt regret. I noticed when you kissed me that both your cheeks were wet. Till we meet again, my sweet, that memory will remain. Was it tears that fell, or was it
Kenny Baker singing Was It Rain from the hit Parade. And Kenny, I must tell you, last Sunday I heard you sing that number you wrote. What's the name of it again?
You Are My Love.
That's it. It was beautiful. I'll have to play it on my violin sometime.
Oh, Jack, it's my first song.
Well?
Let it grow up before you kill it.
You two have a lot of respect for an invalid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, for our dramatic sacco, we are going to present an original mystery melodrama, a thrilling and blood-curdling adventure entitled Death at Midnight, or the Murder Case. Now, I will play the part of Detective O'Benny, who always gets his man. Phil Harris will be my assistant.
Who always gets your girl.
Quiet. Now, as this is a murder mystery, Mary Livingston will be the wife of the murderee. And Kenny Baker will be the victim.
Oh, gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Please. And last but not thinnest is Don Wilson, who will be the butler. However, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what has happened up to now. On the night of May 3rd, A.D., after dinner, Mr. J. Wellington Krotzmere,
Wellington yet.
a social lion, was found murdered in his den. At the time of the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when suddenly he was interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
Was it the French maid?
Ooh la la, viva la corpse.
Was it Bing Crosby? No, but he mentioned my name last week. And now the wife, Mrs. Krotzmere. Did you kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night I...
Stop! We can't give it away now, folks. But this mystery will go on immediately after the next number. Play, Phil, and make it snappy. Our listeners must be on the edge of their seats. Don't fall off, folks. Away from Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery play, Murder at Midnight, or When My Dreamboat Comes Home. The opening scene is the office of Detective O'Benny at police headquarters. Curtain. Phone call. I mean music. Ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hello? Police headquarters.
Let me talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is J. Wellington Krutzmeer.
Well, there's nothing I can do about that. What's on your mind?
I got a hunch I'm going to be murdered.
What makes you think so?
My wife is always pointing a gun at me.
Well, when she pulls the trigger, let me know.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Anything wrong, Cap?
Oh, some fella thinks he's going to be murdered.
Is he?
I hope not. The boys are delivering beer in the patrol wagon. Hello? Detective O'Benny speaking.
This is Mrs. Crossmere. Were you just talking to my husband?
Yes, nice chap.
He sure was.
Now, what do you mean?
Come over at once. I think he's been shot.
Your husband shot? What makes you think so?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there.
Okay, Cap, bring some White Rock.
Right. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Crotchmere was right.
So was Barnum.
Yes, and they're both dead. Well, we got to do something about that. You take Barnum, and I'll take Crotchmere.
No, you take Barnum, and I'll take Crotchmere. Barnum, Crotchmere, Crotchmere, Barnum. Let's spell the whole thing off.
No, we can't do that. We got to get over there at once and investigate. Follow me, Harris.
Righto, Cap.
Take care of the office, Lieutenant.
Okay.
Come on, Sarge. Let's go.
Better take your pill first, Mr. Benny.
Oh, all right, Doc. Come on, Sarge, we're off. Cap O'Benny rides again. Well, here we are, Sarge. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone it, I forgot to release the brake. Well, let's try again. This must be the place, Sarge.
It better be. We're out of gas.
Open up. Come on, open the door. I'll break it down.
Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
You're the butler, aren't you?
How do you know?
Your uniform is a dead giveaway. Now, come on, you. Where's the body?
You mean Mr. Crotchmere's?
Yes.
Why, he's right there on the floor.
Thanks. Follow me, Sarge.
Yeah, man.
Musicians are all alike. Who's this? Wait a minute. Are you Mrs. Crotchmere?
No, I am the maid.
Yeah, what's your name?
Fifi.
Your last name?
Poo-poo.
Pee-pee, poo-poo.
Wee-wee.
Wee-wee? Make a note of that, Sarge. Woo-woo! Sergeant. Now, Fifi, bring Mrs. Crotchmere in here.
Here I am, Cap, fit as a fiddle and ready for a new husband.
Oh, yeah? I want to talk to you, madam.
Go ahead, Blue Coat. Take a load off your feet and sit down.
Thanks. Ouch!
What's the matter, Cap?
I've been looking for that badge all day.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Crotchmere, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of the gun, minding my own business.
So you did have a gun, eh?
Yes.
Where'd you buy the bullets?
At Bullock's, Wilshire.
That's a local gag, folks, but it fits. Now, listen, Mrs. Crotchmere. I want the whole story from you right from the start, and I want the truth. Get it, the truth.
Okay, Bloodhound. My husband and I were sitting in the den. He was behind his desk cleaning his pipe.
Yes, go on.
When suddenly a shot rang out. I looked toward the window, and there I saw...
Beg pardon, madam. Are we having Jell-O for dinner?
Yes, Jenkins.
Any particular flavor?
A little of each, and be sure that it's genuine Jell-O with the big red letters on the box.
Make a note of that, Sarge.
Gotcha, pal.
Now, go ahead, Mrs. Crutchmere. What did you see?
Well, I looked out of the window, and there in the moonlight, I saw shadows running across the lawn.
Oh, moonlight and shadows, eh? Must have been making a dash for the hit parade. Make a note of that, Sarge.
Ain't worth it.
And then what happened, Mrs. Crutchmere?
I screamed and fired 2 shots.
2 shots, eh? I thought you were lying. Now listen, gal, you're coming with me. And what's more, you're coming without a struggle.
I never struggled yet, big boy.
Then slap the bracelets on her, Sarge. Now let's go. Now wait a minute. Hold everything. No one move. Come in.
It's time for another pill, Mr. Benny.
I haven't got time for that, Doc. Now get out of here. Come on, Sarge, and take Mrs. Crotchmere with you. What was that? Look, Sarge. Someone threw a stone through the window.
Yes, Captain, there's a note tied around it.
A note, eh? What does it say?
Hillside 5027.
That nurse again. She sure gets around. Come on, let's go. Wait a minute, Sarge. Wait a minute, there's the phone. Maybe it's a clue. I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Yes? What? Who? Cactus Face?
Cactus Face?
Doggone it, we got the wrong last page. What'll I do now?
This will be concluded next Sunday night. Will the murder be solved? Will they find the right page? Will Jack's doctor run out of pills? Listen in next Sunday night and find out. Play Pill. Dessert is a great favorite with everybody, and here's a dessert that's everybody's favorite. Ice cream made with Jell-O ice cream powder. The new way to have rich, mellow ice cream more quickly, more easily, more economically. For Jell-O ice cream powder makes delicious, creamy ice cream, the kind with the real old-fashioned homemade flavor. Yet you actually use less cream and get more ice cream. And you make it right in the freezing trays of your refrigerator. Or if you prefer, you'll get the same wonderful results with an ordinary hand freezer. All you do is combine Jell-O ice cream powder with milk, some cream and sugar, and you'll soon have 1.5 quarts of smooth, mellow ice cream. And economical? I'll say it is. Why, one package of Jell-O ice cream powder makes 1.5 quarts of ice cream, twice as much as most other such products on the market. So serve ice cream made with Jell-O ice cream powder soon. There are 5 rich, delicious flavors. Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, lemon, and maple, and there is unflavored, too, so that you can make any flavored ice cream you want. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O ice cream powder.
Number of the 35th program in the new Jell-O series. We're with you again next Sunday night when we will finish our thrilling mystery. So be sure and listen in. Come on, Mary, you going home?
Take my handcuffs off first.
Oh, yes, that's right. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
The tune and Run Away from Love is from the Singing Marines. The Jell-O program comes to you from Hollywood over the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with When. Here's a news bulletin for everybody. A news bulletin about everybody's favorite dessert, Jell-O. Now, on every package of Jell-O, you will find one or more exciting new Jell-O recipes, printed clearly right on top. This is done to help you enjoy Jell-O in any number of new, different ways. For Jell-O's certainly a versatile dessert. Just listen to the names of some of the recipes on the Jell-O packages. Pineapple snow, date and celery salad, raspberry tarts, cinnamon crystal dessert. They're all made with Jell-O, and they're just a few of the many suggestions for varying your menus. So whenever you buy Jell-O, look for these recipes, and you'll be sure to find some delicious new suggestions for serving America's most popular dessert. And no matter how many ways you serve it, you'll always enjoy Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor that comes from real, ripe fruit. But always be sure you get the real thing. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the man who has thrown away his medicine, hot water bottle, and doctor's bills, Jack Benny.
Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I want to tell you something. I may be okay physically, but mentally I'm a mess. Tonight I'm so nervous that I don't know what I'm doing. Where's Phil?
He didn't get here yet. Why?
Thank heaven.
What's the matter, Jack? What's wrong?
Don, you know that beautiful diamond wristwatch Phil gave me for Christmas?
Yes?
Well, I lost it.
Lost it?
Yes, and I just can't bear to face Phil without it. If he comes in and asks me what time it is, I'll swoon.
Now, Jack, don't get excited. There must be some way to find it. When did you last wash your hands?
Oh, I've had the watch since then. Gee, I miss it. I used to get so much exercise winding it, you know?
Oh, it'll turn up. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Look at my fingernails. Look at them.
I don't see any.
Of course not. They're home on the floor. I tell you, Don, I'm a wreck. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Mary, did you put that ad in the paper for my watch like I told you to?
Yes, Jack, I brought you a copy of it.
What does it say?
It says, notice, Jack Benny's watch, lost, straight, or hocked.
Hocked?
When last seen was wearing a wrist.
Well, Mary, you should have put in a description of it.
I did. Here it is. Large mole on minute hand and face needs washing.
It's a fine description.
Finder, please return to.
Return to where?
That's all the money I had.
Well, it's a lucky thing I had my name on it. I only hope I get the watch back before Phil gets here.
Jack, don't let it prey on your mind. Come on now, let's change the subject.
That's a good idea. Say, Mary, have you started your picture for Paramount yet?
Oh, sure. I've been on it a whole week now, and I'm getting the biggest kick out of it.
Well, I can imagine. You know, Don, this is her first picture. It's called This Way, Please.
Well, good luck to you, Mary.
Thanks, Don. Same to me.
How's the script, Mary? Have you got a good part?
Oh, Jack, you should see the director. He's tall, dark, and has the most adorable accent.
I know, Mary, but what about your lines? I mean, your part in the picture.
And the cameraman. Has he got the duckiest dimples?
The duckiest?
Yeah, he had me behind the camera all day yesterday.
Well, how can you make pictures behind the camera?
Who cares? He's cute.
Well, you certainly get around. I bet you even met the janitor.
I'll say. Brown eyes, baggy pants, and the blondest broom.
All right, Mary, that's enough.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Have you forgotten about your watch yet?
Hey, what are you trying to do, anyway? See, now I'm all upset again. Oop, I'll bet that's Phil now.
You can't kid me. It's Kenny Baker.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello. What's the matter with you, Jack? You look so calm and excited.
Well, you're half right, and that's a record for you.
What happened?
Well, if you must know, Kenny, I lost that beautiful wristwatch Phil gave me for Christmas, and I can't find it anywhere.
Did you look on your wrist?
Yes, Kenny, I did, and it's not there.
Well, maybe it's lost.
Yes, Kenny, that's the idea. I lost my watch, and I don't know where to look for it.
Gee, if it was a collar button, you could look under the dresser.
Oh, I could, huh?
Yeah, and if you were an old maid, you could look under the bed.
Well, I won't even answer that.
Jack, your watch will turn up. Now take it easy.
Gee, if that's Phil Harris, I'll die. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I understand you lost a very valuable diamond wristwatch.
Yes, I did. Have you seen it?
Not lately. Goodbye.
Don, I wish you'd set some Jell-O out in the hall for that guy. We might trap him. Playboy. Very good, boys, very good, especially without your leader. Say, Don, while the boys were playing, did anyone come in or call about the watch?
No, and stop worrying about it, Jack. You're too sensitive.
Well, of course I'm sensitive.
Yeah, Jack wouldn't even bait a fishhook without giving the worm ether.
Well, I certainly wouldn't. Believe me, do you ever notice the look in a worm's eyes when you're about to put him on the hook? He just seems to say, take it easy, bud, not through the vertebrae. People don't realize it.
You know, Jack, I had a pet worm once. Gee, I miss him.
A pet worm? What happened to him?
He ran away with an apple.
Oh. Well, that's the trouble with worms. You can't trust them.
I never saw one yet that wouldn't turn on you.
Ain't it the truth? But they're smart, though. You know, I knew a worm once that used to get up late just to fool the early bird.
Well, maybe he didn't know about daylight saving time.
Oh, yes, he did, Don. Yes, he did. You'd be surprised how clever those little fellows are. They might wiggle around like they're doing nothing, but believe me, they're thinking all the time. Yes, sir. Answer the phone, Mary. Maybe it's news about the watch, will you?
Okay. Hello? Yes? Yes? Yes, he did.
Mary, what is it?
Yes? Oh, yes, he'll be very happy. That's all that's on his mind.
What a relief.
He's right here.
Yeah.
It's for you, Don.
Hello? Yes? Yes, madam. You can always tell genuine Jell-O by those big red letters on the box.
Fine time to call up about that.
Yes. You will find that it tastes twice as good as ever before with its 6 delicious flavors: Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Orange, lemon, and lime.
You're welcome, madam. Goodbye.
Don, I wish you'd keep your romantic affairs off of this program.
But it was business.
Oh, business, sure, with you gushing all over the phone. And at your age, too.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Hey, maybe that's good news about the watch. See who it's from, Mary.
Here, boy.
Gee, I hope it's...
Jack is from your father.
Oh, Dad, huh? What does he say?
Dear son, is your watch insured or should I worry too?
Good old Dad, always so practical. You know?
Say, Jack, I just happened to think of something. Let me see. Were you in any restaurants yesterday where you might have left your watch?
You're blushing, Don.
That's the strawberry coming out.
Oh,
Go ahead.
What did you ask me? What did you ask me?
I asked you, Jack, if you were at any restaurants yesterday where you might have left your watch.
Don, I always have enough money to pay my check.
Well, I mean, where you could have mislaid it.
Well, let's see. I had lunch at the Biltmore and dinner at the Ambassador. Come in.
Pardon me, does Mr. Jack Benny broadcast from here?
Yes, I'm Jack Benny. What is it?
Did you possess something yesterday that you unpossesses today?
Yes, my diamond wristwatch. What do you know about it?
Nothing except I found it.
You did?
Oh, that's swell. Now, Jack, you can get the watch back.
Well, hey, that's a load off of my mind. Give it to me.
Now, wait a minute, son. Wait a minute. First, we's going to have a financial skirmish.
Oh, naturally, a reward. A reward, yes. Now, what would you consider a fair amount?
Well, you just shout out some figures and I'll hop on one.
Okay, now, let me see. Shall we say $10?
Inflate that.
Well, maybe I can do a little better. Suppose I make it 12 and a half.
Whee! Listen to them fractions.
Well, look, what do you say to $15? Is 15 okay?
Confidentially,
Now, hold on. You don't own the watch. You just found it.
I got it, ain't I?
Oh, Jack, you were so anxious to get the watch back. Why don't you give him what he wants?
All right. How much do you want?
Well, $50 would make tomorrow Christmas.
All right. I'll give you $50. There goes my vacation, folks. I'll make you out a check right now.
You ain't gonna give me no check.
Well, let's not argue about it. I'll give you cash.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till I open my pocketbook. I'll have to oil that.
Oh, look. A butterfly flew out of Jack's pocketbook.
That's a moth.
All right, young man, here's your money.
Thank you, sir. Here's your watch.
Oh, boy.
Oh, by the way, young fella, where did you find Mr. Benny's watch?
In a restaurant.
Oh, yes, the Ambassador.
No, sir. This was the Acme hot dog parlor.
That's right. I stopped there on my way to the Ambassador. I went in to get a cigar.
You was eating when I seen you.
I was not.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, young man, and thanks very much for finding my watch. You know, you must be pretty good at finding things.
I don't know about that. I never did find Albuquerque.
Oh, it's you! $50.05 for a hot dog. Oh, well, as long as I got my watch back. Sing, Kenny.
Here is my heart if you love me. Love me as I love you. above me, blue as your eyes are blue, bright is the night if you love me as I love you. So come with your sweetest kisses. Don't let me stay and say, blue is the night above me, blue as your eyes are blue, bright is the night if you love me as I love you. Blue is the night, blue is the
That was Blue is the Night, sung by Kenny Baker. And,
Very good, Kenny.
Well, it was. It was. You certainly can hit those high notes. Say, Kenny, how can you tell when you've reached your highest note?
Oh, I just take a deep breath, and when I can see my necktie, I quit.
Well, that's a good system, and besides, I ought to have my head examined for asking you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, here comes Phil.
Oh, well, remember, everybody, not a word about the watch. I don't want him to know what happened. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Jack. I'm terribly sorry I'm late. I overslept and I had a flat tire.
At the same time? Well. But it's all right, Phil. That can happen to anybody.
Gee, aren't you mad?
No. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you're late.
Say, what is this anyway?
Don't tell him, folks.
Oh, Jack, what time is it?
Now, Mary, I told you.
Oh, what's the matter? You got a back, didn't you?
Now, cut it out.
What's all the excitement, Jack?
Well, I hate to break it to you, Phil, but the cat's out of the bag. I may as well tell you. I lost the watch.
What watch?
What watch? The watch you gave me for Christmas. But I got it back.
Oh, that's good. Hello, Kenny.
Hello.
And after the way I worried. Oh, well, on with the show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering tonight, our pièce de resisting, we will attempt to solve the baffling mystery which we began last week entitled Death at Midnight. Once again, I will be Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be my assistant sniffer. And Mary Livingston will be Mrs. Crotsmere, who was suspected of murdering her husband, played by Kenny Baker.
You bore me, Blue Coat. Watch out or I'll drill you. I'm practicing my part, folks.
I see. Kenny, why are you laying down on the floor?
I'm practicing my part, too.
Well, don't get stepped on.
I won't. I got a red lantern on my chest.
Oh. Episode of Death at Midnight will go on immediately after the next number. Plays, Bill, and if any of the boys make a false move, I'll shoot. I'm practicing, too, folks. was Dardanella, I think, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now for our play, Death at Midnight, or Can't You Hear Me Callin', Caroline. As you may remember, last week, Mr. J. Wellington Krotzmere was found murdered in his den. His wife was in the room at the time, but claimed she had nothing to do with it. Captain O'Benny was called in, but up to now he was unable to get anywhere with the crime or Mrs. Krotzmere. The latter causing him considerable annoyance. As the scene opens, we find Detective O'Benny and Sergeant Harris at police headquarters. Curtain. Music.
Is that the phone, Cap?
It ain't the good humor, man. I'll answer it. Hello? Police headquarters. Captain O'Benny speaking.
Help! Help! Come over at once. I'm going to be murdered.
Get away from that phone or I'll let you have it.
All right, goodbye.
What's wrong, Cap?
Oh, some family spat. We got to settle this Krotzmere case first.
Anything new on it?
No, but I got a hunch there's a man in the case. You know that saying, cherchez la femme. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, Cappy. This is Mrs. Krotzmere.
Yes?
Why don't you come over and investigate my husband's murder?
It's no use. I can't find any evidence.
Well, drop in anyway. I'm lonesome.
Okay.
Do you like tea?
Yes.
Well, have a cup and come over.
I'll be right there. Come on, Sarge. We got to get over to Mrs. Krotzmere's right away. I think she's guilty and ready to crack. Where's my gun?
In your coat.
Where's my handcuffs?
In your vest.
Where am I?
In your pants.
Fine. And we're all set. Let's go. Here's the place, Sarge. Come on, open up.
Entrez, monsieur.
Hello, Fifi. Where's Mrs. Krotzmere?
Elle est dans la chambre. À côté, elle est sur repose.
Oh, qu'est-ce que c'est, huh? I thought so. Make a note of that, Sarge.
Voulez-vous?
Now listen, Fee.
My name is Fifi.
Well, I'm in a hurry. You get Mrs. Krotzmere down here, toot sweetie.
Okay, Toots. Here she comes now.
Good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Krotzmere. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Oh, let's not talk shop, Skippy. Come over here on the sofa and sit down.
Long arm of the law.
Well, put it around me and relax.
I haven't got time for that.
I have.
Woo-woo!
Sergeant, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Not yet.
Oh. Now, listen, Mrs. Krotzmere. Your husband was murdered, and as long as you won't talk, you were the only one at the room at the time. There's only one way to solve this. We'll reenact the crime.
You mean I'll have to shoot him again?
Quiet. I'll find out my own way. Go get your gat.
I got my gat.
What?
I got my gat.
Good. Then let's got gatting. Let's get going. I'll be Mr. Krotzmere, and you stand over there and fire at me.
But, Cap, she's liable to kill you.
Don't worry. Go ahead and shoot, Mrs. Krotzmere. I got my bulletproof vest on.
Okay.
Ouch! Doggone, I forgot to button. Make a note of that, Sarge.
1, 2, button your vest.
Now I'm going to get to the bottom of this, Mrs. Krotzmere. You murdered your husband, you might as well admit it.
I told you I bumped him off.
Don't evade the question. Come clean now.
All right, then, I didn't do it.
That's a lie! Now, listen, you.
Oh, nuts. I'm going home.
Lay down, Kenny.
Death takes a holiday.
Come on, sister. No wisecracks. Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, Cap?
Let's give her one more chance to confess. If she don't do it this time, we'll give her the 3rd degree.
Look out, Cap, look out!
What was that?
Someone threw the butler through the window.
The butler?
Yeah, and there's a note in his hand.
A note? What does it say?
It says that Jell-O is the finest tasting gelatin dessert in the world, and every day millions of people eat it.
Hang on to that message. It must be a code. Do you know anything about this, Mr. Crotchmere?
What are you torturing me for, Cap? I told you I killed him, didn't I? I couldn't stand it any longer, so I shot him. I shot him dead.
I knew you'd break down. And why did you murder your husband?
I killed him because I loved him.
You loved your husband?
No, the Iceman.
Oh, so that's it, eh? Why didn't you kill the Iceman?
Wait till you look in the icebox.
That's all I want to know. Slap the bracelets on her, Sarge, and let's go. Wait a minute. Hold everything. No one move. Come in.
Pardon me, but I'm looking for a guy by the name of Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, I don't know anything about that. Have you got a diamond wristwatch with a platinum band?
Yes. Bill Harris gave it to me for a present last Christmas.
That's the one. Hand it over.
Now, wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm from the Credit Jewelry Store, and the payments on that watch haven't been kept up.
Oh, when was the last payment made?
A week after Christmas. Now, come on, give me that watch.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, Phil.
Good night, folks.
Phil.
Come on, give me that watch.
Well, here it is. Of all the cheap, low, four-flushing
You better play, boys.
By the most contemptible, humiliating thing I've ever heard of to give me a watch.
There's one dessert that always gets a grand reception. Just listen to this. It's ice cream, the creamy, luscious kind made with Jell-O ice cream powder. Ice cream made this modern way is rich and mellow, and you make it more quickly, more easily, and much more economically. For with Jell-O ice cream powder, you actually use less cream and get more ice cream. And you make it right in the freezing trays of your refrigerator. Or you can use an ordinary hand freezer and get the same marvelous results. Just combine Jell-O ice cream powder, milk, some cream and sugar, and soon you'll have a quart and a half of smooth, velvety ice cream with that real homemade flavor. One package of Jell-O ice cream powder makes a quart and a half of ice cream, twice as much as most other such products you can buy. Jell-O ice cream powder comes in 5 flavors: rich chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, lemon, and maple. There is unflavored, too, so that you can make ice cream in any other flavor you want. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O ice cream powder.
The last number of the 36th program in the new Jell-O series will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Of course, I'll have to guess at the time.
Say, Jack.
What?
Don't worry about the watch.
Oh, it isn't the watch, Mary. It's the principle of the thing. Besides, I gave that fella $50 for finding it. That Phil Harris, of all the mean, deceitful, false friends that
good night, folks.
I've ever...
Jell-O.
The Jell-O program comes to you from Hollywood over the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal. but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
These Precious Premises, a study in political optimism. Item 14 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in political optimism. These Precious Premises.
Midnight. Midnight. December the 2nd, 1851. 20 years after Tocqueville visited America. And this city, sleeping in the winter night, is Paris, still ancient and disordered, her great squares and boulevards still unbuilt. But the man who is to build them is behind that lamplit window, working at his desk. He is short and unimpressive. He wears a large mustache and a small beard. He has a big nose and little eyes. He has a sort of immobility of features as he sits quietly with his head on one side. He has a good-natured smile, although one of his friends once caught him with a tiger-like expression that frightened her speechless, but never mind, he conquered himself in the instant and was kind again. Look at him carefully. Remember him well. He is the President of the Republic of France, and he is contriving schemes to appeal to the people of France to elect him their emperor in a thoroughly democratic plebiscite. The tendency to be elected emperor evidently runs in the family, for this man's name is Charles-Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, and he is the nephew of the great Napoleon. The 2nd of December, the most glorious day in the history of imperial France. On the 2nd of December, 1806, Napoleon the uncle won his greatest victory on the field of Austerlitz. His enemies were Austria and Russia. But Louis Napoleon the nephew is not without his victories, for on the 2nd of December, 1851, Louis Napoleon has won his greatest victory, and his enemies were the laws and the liberty of France. Midnight in Paris on the anniversary of Austerlitz. Leave the lighted window behind which President Louis Napoleon schemes for the imperial crown. Cross this still medieval city to this building, also showing some lights. Armed sentries outside show that there are valuables inside. These are the members of the Chamber of Deputies, the freely elected representatives of France. There, behind that window, is the Vice President of the Assembly of France, Alexis Charles-Henri Maurice Clarel Comte de Tocqueville. But this great building, full of deputies, is not the legislative chamber. It is a jail. The deputies of France are in prison, and the president has put them there.
All quiet?
All quiet. You're late.
Did none of them make any fuss?
No, these are the members of the Chamber of Deputies. They're not the kind of people that make a fuss in prison. They're above all that sort of thing.
Someone down the corridor's got the candle burning still.
Oh, that one. That's Le Comte de Tocqueville. He's the one that went to America and brought back a lot of American ideas about prisons. Solitary cells.
Well, I hope he likes it. Give him a taste of his own medicine. That'll teach him to plot against our government. See you tomorrow morning.
Right. You shouldn't have any trouble. These aren't your ordinary jailbirds, remember. Good night.
Good night.
To us who come later, this is an old story, the coup d'etat. power in the hands of the savior and liberator of the country. The elected representatives accused of plotting against the president, against the Constitution, against liberty, against anything you please, so long as the dictator gets his vote. For always we have seen the plebiscites, the referendums, the spontaneous 99% votes, despotism purified by the trappings of democracy. Tocqueville looks across vast sleeping Paris and thinks of Louis Napoleon, elected president by 5.5 million votes to 1.5 million, and within a year to be elected Emperor Napoleon III by an even greater majority. Tocqueville stares at France, voting away her freedom, and remembers his words of a few years before.
Nowadays, men have two conflicting passions. They want to be free, but they want to be led. They try to have both at once. They devise a government that is paternal and all-powerful, but it is elected by the people. This gives them a respite. After an election, they console themselves for being in tutelage by the reflection that they have chosen their own guardians. By this system, the people shake off their state of dependence just long enough to select their master and then fall back into it again. Oh, I should have loved freedom, I believe, at all times. But in the time in which we live, I am ready to worship it.
Busy at his desk, Louis Napoleon is thinking, too, those honeyed words that we who come later have heard so many times, in so many places, in so many languages, under flags and shirts of every imaginable color. In 1851, it's Louis Napoleon's turn.
People of France, I am your deputy and your leader. Make me your overlord, and I will rule for your good and in your name. I do not need the leaders, but I must have the people. As the emperor used to say, men who have changed the universe have never succeeded by converting the leaders, but always by influencing the masses.
We have had in France in the last 40 years every form of anarchy and despotism, but never anything resembling a democratic republic. Well, we scarcely believe ourselves worthy of the freedom enjoyed by other nations. After all, political liberty is a food hard to digest. Only the most robust constitutions can support it. But when it comes, even mixed with other institutions, it gives the whole social body a vigor and energy that surprise even those who are expecting the most from it.
For after all, the sleeping city, the sleeping country, the world itself is not populated with either animals or angels, but men, a mixture of both. And Tocqueville is always prepared to take them not as they ought to be, but as they are.
Men, in general, are neither very good nor very bad, but average. Since we haven't got angels, we can attach ourselves to nothing greater and more worthy of our devotion than our own kind. And therefore, there is but one great goal that merits the efforts of man. That is the good of humanity.
Those who do not trust the human race think differently, and we who come later know their denunciations so well. They are all traitors but me. I am the only man you can trust. I tell you so myself. The new despotism, born of democracy, must have its votes. Everything must be done legally. Everything must be sanctioned by a vote, a plebiscite, a referendum. Then the road is clear. We who come later recognize the now familiar picture of the strong man pretending to be led by the people.
Well, sir, I saw your light still burning.
Yes, I have been writing.
Well, we've got no orders to stop you doing that.
I hope not.
If you behave yourselves, I shouldn't be surprised if you gentlemen aren't let out again tomorrow. The president just wants to teach you a lesson, you know.
Louis Napoleon wants to teach all of us a lesson.
You're the one that visited America, aren't you? Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville?
Yes, I visited America 20 years ago.
Louis Napoleon went to America, too.
I know. Just after I was there.
I wonder if he thought the same as you did.
Evidently not. Louis Napoleon wishes to govern us all himself. But I saw how America presents for the solution of this great question of freedom some very precious premises. They have faith in human perfectibility. Each man regards himself as interested in public security and in the functioning of the laws. Instead of counting on the police, he counts only on himself. In America, public force is everywhere, but it never shows itself. The Republic is everywhere, in the streets as well as in the Congress.
That seems hard to believe.
It is hard to believe, I assure you, how the American people keeps itself in order through the single conviction that its only safeguard against itself lies in itself.
Is this the sort of thing you deputies were trying to suggest for us?
Not at all. The simple and logical institutions of America would not suit a great nation like this, which needs a strong internal government and a fixed foreign policy. A people, to be Republican, must be poised, religious, and very enlightened. American democracy demands of the people who adopt it a long practice in freedom and a mass of true enlightenment that is only acquired rarely and after a long time. All the same, it's a fine thing. And I am very sorry that the moral and physical constitution of man forbids him to obtain it everywhere and for always.
Do you want this sort of democracy in France?
Alas, in France, there is more genius than common sense and more heroism than virtue. I'm afraid American democracy is not easy to transplant. So far, it has combined equality and liberty. And these two things do not always go together.
Well, Louis Napoleon saw America, and evidently he didn't like it. I'm tired of all this talk about democracy and liberty. I want to see a strong government and the country great again. I'd like to see a second empire. Louis Napoleon will give us back authority. He'll give us back national morality.
Give us back authority? Can you believe for a moment that to use the means that have been used and to do what has been done will give us back authority? Don't you see that he is destroying all authority except his own? Do you believe that you can give back morality by giving the world the most glaring example of trickery, violence, and perjury? Triumphing in the acclamation wrested by fear from the educated and respectable people?
It doesn't make me afraid.
It doesn't make me afraid either, but he's trying to. That is why we are getting a little taste of jail and national morality. Do you think that will be established by violating all the laws? By the sight of the country's best men in prison vans? Simply for the crime of having been faithful to their commissions and to the laws of their country?
I see you deputies in prison, but you aren't the country's best men.
You elected us. You chose us. If we are not, the fault is yours.
You blame the voters, I blame the deputies. You wait and see who we vote for next, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville. It will be Louis Napoleon, the Second Empire. Good night, sir. And consider yourself very lucky to get off with nothing but a warning.
It is hopeless. The French peasant has never understood the working of free institutions. Perhaps I should go into exile. Perhaps back to America, where I first saw equality and democracy at work. America. 20 years ago, I set foot on those far-off shores. Even then, I foresaw democracy for the whole world. Equality without limits. I knew that France would stomach it very badly, but I was sure we would be pushed into it. All the efforts to halt it were only temporary. The progress of equality is a fact which a government can regulate, yes, but it cannot stop. And many Frenchmen want absolute equality under one man, which is not liberty, though it may be democracy. Another visitor at this time of night. Good night, sir. Or rather, good morning.
Good morning, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville.
May I have the honor?
I am a captain in the army. I am in charge of the garrison. I'm ordered to ask if there is anything you need.
Only liberty.
Liberty? I think you will be released tomorrow. One day is not much hardship.
One day? Will the assembly ever meet again under Louis Napoleon?
I hope not.
You hope not?
France is tired of talk. We need a strong man. You know, Monsieur le Comte, I was a drummer boy at Austerlitz under the Emperor. Liberty has poisoned the world. I want to see our country great. I want glory.
Do you not fear despotism?
No.
Even despots don't deny the value of liberty. But they want to keep it all to themselves. They say the rest of us are unworthy of it.
Perhaps we are.
Perhaps. But the difference between a despot and myself is not in our opinion of liberty, but in our judgment of mankind.
We have equality and democracy. When we have glory as well, there will be no further chatter about liberty. Even you, Monsieur le Comte, will be content. You will have order and peace instead.
No, sir. I shall always love liberty. And I am not one of those who are ready to sell free will and our laws for the sake of sleeping safely in their beds. There are enough of them already, but I dare to prophesy that they will never accomplish anything great or durable. I long to see liberty in all the political institutions of my country. But at the same time, I respect justice. I love order and law. I have so deep and so reasonable an attachment for morality and religious beliefs that I cannot but believe that people will see plainly in me a liberal of a new kind and will not confuse me with the majority of Democrats of our day.
Are you too good even for your own party, Monsieur le Comte?
No, Captain. But I know that the upper classes are distrustful of liberty. The lower classes inclined to license. That is France.
I saw the glory of Austerlitz. Louis Napoleon acted yesterday on the anniversary of Austerlitz. That is enough for me. That is all the liberty I need. Frankly, I don't understand why you have this exaggerated affection for what is, after all, only a convenience. Possibly you acquired it in America.
The love of liberty? It was because I loved liberty that I went to America to see if it would be destroyed by democracy and equality.
And your conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Then perhaps you love liberty because you have read too many books.
Captain, many men have loved liberty. Still, you have asked a good question, and I have often asked myself, what is the source of that passion for political freedom, which in all ages has been the fruitful mother of the greatest things which mankind has achieved? It's evident, you see, that when nations are badly run, they readily conceive the wish to govern themselves. But a love of independence which only springs up under the influence of the evils produced by despotism is never lasting.
Why not?
It passes away with the accident that gives rise to it. What seems to be the love of freedom is only the hatred of a master.
Men love freedom because they think it will bring them advantages.
It is very true in the long run that freedom always brings to those who know how to keep it ease, comfort, and even wealth. But there are times at which it disturbs for a season the possession of those blessings. There are other times when despotism alone can confer their enjoyment, even though it may be passing.
Then let us have despotism. The word does not frighten me. Some even call the emperor a despot.
But don't you feel a love of liberty for herself alone? This is what I'm trying to say. Freedom has native charms, independent of her gifts.
What?
The pleasure, the very great pleasure of speaking, acting, and breathing without restraint, under no master but God and the law. He who seeks in freedom anything but herself is only fit to serve.
You follow nothing but a word.
And many have done so. There are whole nations who have pursued freedom through every sort of peril and hardship. They didn't love her for her material gifts. They regard freedom herself as a gift, so precious and so necessary that no other could console them for the loss of that which consoles them for the loss of everything else.
In your case, Monsieur Lecomte, your taste for freedom is undisciplined and unwise and unpatriotic. I do not understand it. Thank God for Louis Napoleon.
Well, Captain, I can't explain further if you really don't feel the sentiment. The love of freedom enters of its own accord into the large hearts God has prepared to receive it. It fills them. It enraptures them. But to minds which have never felt it, it is past finding out.
I am glad I have never felt it. I prefer an autocrat on whom I can rely to the follies and uncertainties of freedom.
You remind me once again, Captain, that it is very easy to establish a despotism when the conditions of society are equal. And I think that if such a government is established, it will not only oppress men, but strip them of the highest quality of humanity.
If there is nothing I can do for you within the terms of my duty, I bid you good night.
Good morning, Captain. It is a winter night, but the day will be breaking soon enough. I will not despair. All these people who trust in strong men, who trust in these special despots that democracy brings forth, all these people treat other people as if they were overgrown children, very degenerate and very ill-educated. I think that people today have been badly brought up, but the remedy is to bring them up better. We can do something with our fellow men today through an able appeal to their decency and common sense. In short, by treating them as human beings. I may be wrong, but I follow my principles, and I delight to follow them. Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. No, I shall not believe that this human race, which is at the head of all visible creation, has become that bastardized flock of sheep that some think it is, and that nothing remains but to deliver it without future and without hope to a small number of shepherds, who, after all, are not better animals than we, the human sheep, and who indeed are often worse. I have less confidence in the prophets of gloom than in the goodness and the justice of God. It would seem as if the rulers of our time sought only to use men in order to make things great. I wish that they would try a little more to make great men, that they would set less value on the work and more upon the workman. I am full of apprehensions and hopes, but I cling with a firmer hold to the belief that for democratic nations to be virtuous and prosperous, they require but to will it. I am aware that many people maintain that nations are never their own masters here below, and that they obey with absolute necessity some insurmountable and unintelligible power arising from previous events, from their own race, or from the soil and climate of their country. Such principles are false and cowardly. Such principles can never produce anything but feeble men and faint-hearted nations. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal. But it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
You have just heard These Precious Premises, a study in political optimism. Item 14, the final in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. These new de Tocqueville study materials, including de Tocqueville's 2-volume work, an album of the recordings, the text of the dramatizations, a recently published book, The Happy Republic, containing writings from the 1830s, and a discussion and reading guide may be obtained from the American Foundation for Continuing Education at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. This is Ben Grauer. Tonight's program brings to a close the Democracy in America series, which was pre-recorded and is a presentation of the NBC Radio Network.
This is NBC, the largest single source of news and information in the free world.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of Blossomed Hours and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages and how each one influences his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss G.K. Chesterton, a modern man of letters. We present Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, the first and strongest impression Chesterton makes upon us is of a warm, buoyant, life-loving character, and that quality determined his whole career as essayist, poet, novelist, and public speaker. His family background was of that old, prosperous, self-respecting middle class in England, deferential toward the aristocracy, but with no dream of entering it, and quite satisfied with its superiority to the class below. In his pungent style, Chesterton describes it as the class in which nobody was any more likely to drop an H than to pick up a title. He tells of screaming in early childhood for a hat hanging on a peg, and finally exclaiming, "If you don't give it me, I'll say at." That, the child felt, would bowl over his relatives for miles around. Thus the middle class was well educated. Chesterton's father was deeply read in English literature and early initiated his son in that field. His father conducted a modest but successful real estate business, which had been carried on with universal respect by his ancestors for several generations. The word respectable, Chesterton says, now given derogatory meaning, has been replaced by the word adventure in application to business, and he thinks that marks the contrast of the Victorian epoch with our plutocratic commercialism. His mother's family had a French surname, with the tradition that it came from a French soldier of the Revolutionary Wars who had remained in England. On the other side, his mother was descended from the Keiths of Aberdeen, and that Scotch element in his ancestry took romantic hold of Chesterton's boyish mind, as it does with all who have that background. Of his maternal grandfather, he says, he had been one of the old Wesleyan lay preachers and was thus involved in public controversy. a characteristic which has descended to his grandchild. He was also one of the leaders of the early teetotal movement, a characteristic which has not. He quotes two sayings of this grandfather, both of which characterize Chesterton's own permanent view of life. Once when his sons were ridiculing convention, he said, they talk a lot about fashion, but fashion is civilization. On another occasion, when the younger generation was lightly tossing about the pessimism of youth, the old man said, I should thank God for my creation if I knew I was a lost soul. His grandfather's last statement expresses what Chesterton calls, toward the close of his autobiography, the chief idea of my life. That is, the idea of taking things with gratitude and not taking things for granted. The aim of life is appreciation. There is no sense in not appreciating things, and there is no sense in having more of them if you have less appreciation of them. Both the happy hedonists and the unhappy pessimists were not in touch with this particular notion of having a great deal of gratitude even for a very little good. That is the central idea running through Chesterton's whole life, which he found completely realized only in the Mother Church of Christendom, explaining to him why the wide wandering ship of his life found final port in that harbor. He was born in 1874 in Kensington and baptized in the Anglican Church of St. George opposite the large waterworks tower. That tower, which caught his child imagination, was to figure in one of his humorous allegorical stories later on. His earliest memory, he tells us, was of a toy theater made by his father, who had many hobbies to round out his workaday life. It contained a man with a golden key crossing a bridge to a castle, a symbol Chesterton completes as the god with the golden key in the concluding chapter of his life story. With his usual stimulating paradox, Chesterton argues that modern educators are wrong in regarding the child as living in a world of make-believe. He holds the child world to be the one world of absolute clarity and reality. It is the man who has his head in the clouds. Thus he insists he was all there in childhood, and his life's conclusion after many wanderings was a return to that reality. Also, he believes educators are wrong in holding the children dislike stories with a didactic Sanford and Merton moral. He insists they do like them, and that it is right that they should. Chesterton's school days at St. Paul's in Hammersmith are narrated in a chapter characteristically entitled, How to Become a Dunce. Nevertheless, while the chief feeling among his associates was shame at displaying any ability, he won a prize for a poem, learned much from his comrades, and got more equipment for life than he acknowledges or perhaps recognized. While his fellows went to college, he was transferred to the Slade Art School with the hope that he would become a painter. Though showing some ability in that field, it was not to be his career, as his literary ability and interest early asserted itself. Meantime, he was going through all the spiritual doubts and pessimistic questioning characteristic of the time when science was undermining so many foundations of belief. He dabbled in spiritualism for a time, but found no answer there. His makeshift solution was that mere existence was extraordinary enough to be exciting. Anything was magnificent compared to nothing. He came out of a period of doubt, resolved to write against the then popular pessimists. In that mood, his early poems were written and published with his father's help in the volume The Wild Night. It was favorably reviewed, giving him as poet his first literary recognition. Then his long review of a book on Stevenson brought the friendship of lovers of that master, and the crown came when the Macmillan firm asked him to write a book on Browning for the English Men of Letters series. He says whimsically that his book was on love, liberty, and poetry, with occasional references to Browning, but it was well received. He was thus launched as man of letters before he became controversial journalist. Meantime, his interest in political affairs was awakening, and he was groping toward a local type of patriotism, reluctantly calling himself a socialist because he could not be an imperialist. He believed in the right of small groups and peoples to enjoy their liberties without being subject to the control of greedy empires. These ideas were clarified by the breaking out of the South African War, in which Chesterton's sympathies were wholly with the Boers, but equally opposed to the pacifists. It was through his attitude on the Boer War that he came to know Hilaire Belloc, who held similar views, and the closest friendship of Chesterton's life was formed. His growing interest in political affairs took him into the field of journalism with a series of articles in the Speaker. Then came the purchase of the Daily News by the pro-Boer liberals, and Chesterton wrote a weekly article for that paper through many years. Later, his brother Cecil founded the Eyewitness, subsequently called the New Witness, to expose and attack political corruption, as in the Marconi case and the sale of peerages. Chesterton wrote for it constantly and edited it while his brother was fighting in France and after Cecil's death in the World War. With his spirit of local patriotism, Chesterton had vivid sympathy for Irish nationalism. He says, "It is to me a considerable satisfaction to think that I've always felt it the first duty of a real English patriot to sympathize with the passionate patriotism of Ireland, that I expressed it through the worst times of her tragedy and have not lost it in her triumph." Chesterton thinks his success in journalism was due to the fact that he never wrote anything suitable to any of the papers for which he was writing. He means that for various political papers, he was writing charming literary and humorous essays and stories, which the readers found a delightful relief from the conventional material furnished them. He was thus distinctly the man of letters working as journalist. This is evidenced by the successful publication in book form of numerous volumes of his articles under such titles as All Things Considered, Generally Speaking, Come to Think of It. Besides the mass of such work, he wrote biographies portraying Dickens, Stevenson, and St. Francis. His collected poems make a large volume, including a saga of King Alfred and the stirring war poem, The Ballad of St. Barbara. While he did not achieve any great poem, his verse is effective, often humorous or sarcastic, and expresses a wide range of emotion. His production covered novels and detective stories, the best being the Father Brown books, a successful play, and religious writings such as Orthodoxy. An amazing range of work it is. He found time withal for public lecturing, including successful trips to the United States. Chesterton's style is pungent, effective, often scintillating, but it remained journalistic, using many of the careless inaccuracies more characteristic of American than of British journalism. His graver fault is a love of paradox and a yielding to the lure of the epigram. Whole truths never scintillate. The more limited a half-truth is, the easier is it to polish its facets and make them shine brilliantly. This is accentuated in Chesterton because he was temperamentally a controversialist. Thus he is often clever and scintillating rather than sound in balanced wisdom. He stimulates thinking, at times to the point of rejecting his conclusion. Nevertheless, his spirit is always so genial and human that one welcomes the stimulation and forgives the limitation. It is significant that the late written autobiography has less of paradox than the volumes of essays, particularly those from the first half of his career. This shows his serious constructive purpose in telling his life story, especially to reveal the meaning and the development of his faith with the concluding acceptance of the Mother Church of Christendom. Chesterton is modest in estimating his own work. He says, "My real judgment of my own work is that I have spoilt a number of jolly good ideas in my time. It was not the superficial or silly or jolly part of me that made me a journalist. On the contrary, it is such part as I have in what is serious or even solemn. In short, I could not be a novelist because I like to see ideas or notions wrestling naked, as it were, and not dressed up in a masquerade as men and women. But I could be a journalist because I could not help being a controversialist." His religious development is the heart of Chesterton's life story. The Victorian period in which he grew up experienced the breakdown of faiths resulting from the discoveries in science. He describes the world about him as agnostic in religion and pessimistic toward life. To both of these attitudes he was opposed temperamentally and by instinctive faith. The groping for solutions in theosophy, spiritualism, and other cults disgusted him as much as the despairing unbelief. Long before his final solution, he was feeling his way toward it in such books as Heretics and Orthodoxy. He tells of coming upon the sentence in the Common Catechism, "The two sins against hope are presumption and despair." He came to see presumption as the sin of the self-styled optimist, despair as that of the pessimist, while for him the solution lay in accepting the teaching of the only church old enough to be antiquated. Interesting that it was Father O'Connor, upon whom with fictional transformations he based the Father Brown stories, who received him into the Roman Catholic communion in 1922. The closing tender passage of the autobiography returns to the toy theater dream of his childhood. There starts up again before me, standing sharp and clear as of old, the figure of a man who crosses a bridge and who carries a key, as I saw him when I first looked into fairyland through the window of my father's peep show. But I know that he who is called Pontifex, the builder of the bridge, is also called Claviger, the bearer of the key, and that such keys were given him to bind and loose when he was a poor fisher in a far province beside a small and almost secret sea. Throughout Chesterton's life story and from all his writings, the impression is given of a warmly human, most lovable man, strong in his opinions, sometimes prejudiced, but always seeking truth, and with a faith in life which the negations of his time could not destroy. He was a tenacious friend, a jovial comrade, with a boyish exuberance of merriment. He fought for true liberty and the social justice that preserves it, courageously standing for the unpopular side when his convictions placed him there. He enjoyed life deeply and lived it eagerly till the curtain fell in 1936.
G.K. Chesterton, a modern man of letters, has been the subject of another program in the series entitled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on Walt Whitman, poet of democracy. Copies of tonight's discussion of Chesterton may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company in Radio City, New York, or the station to which you are listening. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent in My Reputation. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, when I was in India, I was reminded that primitive societies solved the question of what to do with a widow by simply burning her on the funeral pyre beside her husband. Tonight's play from Warner Brothers' recent screen success, My Reputation, shows that today that problem isn't solved so easily, fortunately for the widow. It dramatizes the modern version of the widow who tries to remake her life in the face of critical convention. Our stars are from the original cast, Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Barbara making her first radio appearance since returning from 3 months in Europe. Knowing from personal experience how scarce soap is overseas, I asked Barbara how she ever got along without Lux Flakes. Well, Bill, she said I didn't. I had several packages in my wardrobe trunk and guarded them as carefully as our passports. Well, I'm sure that's no surprise to the ladies in our audience who have done much traveling. You know from your own experience how helpful Lux Flakes are in keeping nice things fresh and clean in crowded quarters. Here's the curtain for Act One of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jessica Drummond and George Brent as Major Landis. In the late summer of 1944, following a long illness, Paul Drummond died. A comparatively young man, well-to-do, with a lovely wife and 2 fine boys, Paul Drummond had everything to live for. It's a couple of days after the funeral now, and in a charming home in Lake Forest, Illinois, the widow, Jessica Drummond, is visited by her mother.
Come in, Mother. Sorry I'm not dressed.
Really, Jessica, 10 o'clock in the morning and still in a dressing gown.
Well, Frank dropped by unexpectedly.
And you
You saw Frank dressed like this?
It was important, Mother. Something about Paul's will.
It doesn't matter if Frank is your lawyer. Making an appearance in a dressing gown is hardly...
Come upstairs, dear. I'll change now.
I brought you some more black stockings, Jessica, and a morning veil. You need several, but I...
Well, what's the matter?
The dust on this banister.
Oh, really, Mother? When has Anna had time to think about dusting?
Oh, hello, Grandma.
Keith, my dear. And where's Kim?
Here I am, Grandma.
Good morning, dear.
We're going to have some money, Mom.
Well, ask Anna. Run along now, boys.
Where are you going?
To the ball game. The White Sox are playing the
ball
Creek.
game? Really, boy, I think you'd be ashamed.
Mother, please don't.
Wait, it's okay, Mom. Grandma's right. We shouldn't have even asked. Come on, Kim. Let's go feed the dog.
Allowing your sons to go to a baseball game the very week their poor
They
father...
love baseball, Mother. They always went with Paul. Besides, they're leaving for school in a few
I
days.
fail to see what school has to do with baseball game. What are you doing?
We're getting dressed.
Well, where's your black dress?
I'm not going to wear black, Mother.
Not wear black? My dear child, you're a widow.
That doesn't mean having to wear black.
To our kind of people, it means exactly that.
Don't insist on it, Mother. I know you've always worn it. I suppose you like it.
Like it? Have you no respect for the memory of your father?
It has been 20 years.
I shall wear mourning till the day I die. Don't understand you at all. Getting into whims.
All right, call it a whim. A psychologist would call it a phobia because that's just what it is. I've learned to loathe black. The very thought of mourning stifles me. It's right for you, perhaps, but it isn't for me. Now, please, let's not discuss it, Mother.
Very well, Jessica.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow up. You're going to stay for lunch, aren't you?
I think not. Getting angry over such a small thing. Obviously, I'm a disturbing influence. Naturally, I expect you and the boys to dinner tonight.
Yes, Mother, we'll be there.
Hey, Jess, wait a second.
Oh, hello, George.
You come right over here and let me have a good look at it.
I just saw Riette in the market.
That's right. Bring my wife into the conversation. Hey, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Yes, I'm a sight, all right. Trying to market these days.
Now, how about stopping by for a drink tonight?
Oh, I can't tonight. I promised the boys I would take them on a picnic. It would break their hearts if I called it off, and by the time we get back... Well, if you'll let go of my hand, George, I have to run, really.
Sure. Call us real soon, huh?
Yes, I will.
Here's the market, Mom. What are we having for our picnic?
Yes, bologna and cold ham.
Oh, boy, I could eat a bear.
Where did you say Keith went?
Just over to Gretchen.
Oh, I saw her mother and dad at the market.
Well, don't worry. Keith will be back, all right. He wouldn't miss this picnic for anything.
Mrs. Drummond! Mrs. Drummond!
Well, that's Gretchen now, isn't it?
We're in here, Gretch. Where's Keith? Where do you think? Hiya, Mom.
Hello, dear. Gretchen, how about joining us for the picnic?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, Mrs. Drummond. Oh, hello, Kim. Hi. You see, I've got a house guest, Mrs. Drummond, and she's terribly cute, and we're all going to have supper at the country club. And, well, I was wondering, couldn't Keith and Kim join us? Oh, please, Mrs. Drummond.
Well, of course, if they'd like.
Well, we're having a picnic with Mother. And that's what I told her,
Oh,
Mom.
nonsense. Run along.
Well, after all, Keith and Kim are going away to school, and I thought it'd be simply super...
Well, what do you do, Mom? All alone here.
Well, I'll go to a movie.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mrs. Drummond. Goodbye. Come on, kids, let's go.
Bye, Mom. Thanks, Mom. We won't be home late. Hey, what time is it? Oh, it's about 10 o'clock, I guess. Guess Mom isn't home yet.
Who says I'm not home?
Hey, didn't you go to the show?
Oh, I was too tired. Well, did you have fun?
I'll say. The whole gang was there, Mom. But if we'd known you were staying
Oh,
home...
it's all right, dear. I'm glad you had a chance to see all your old friends. 2 more days and you're off for school.
Just 2 more days.
You're not sorry to be leaving them, are you?
Oh, sorry.
Well, because you can still go to school here if you'd rather.
Oh, I'm glad we're going to Dad's old school. Mother, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, dear. You'll write to me once a week at least?
Oh, sure, Mom. Gosh, you won't be lonely.
Oh, no, I'll get along fine. After all, Anna's here and Grandma and I... Oh, look, it's late. We still have 2 whole days to worry about what I'll do when you're gone. Off to bed now.
Well, there they go, Jessica. Massachusetts seems an awfully long way from home for 2 boys so
Oh,
young.
Mother, please don't start sentimentalizing.
Can't a person say anything to you these days? Jessica, I'd like to talk with you.
I can't now. I'm meeting Jin at the Blackmore.
But it's important.
What is it, Mother?
Now, you needn't sigh. It's a thought for your future. When did you see Frank last?
That morning he came over about the will. Why?
Before I go south for the winter, and since you refuse to go with me, I want to know that my child's future is assured. And I think that, next to Paul, Frank is by far the best man for you.
Oh, no, really, Mother.
I have a feeling that Frank would like nothing better.
And what I think apparently makes no difference.
Well, may I remind you that at your age you can't be too particular.
I don't want to discuss it now. I mean it.
We'll continue the discussion in the car. My chauffeur can drop you off at the Blackmore.
Oh, I'd rather walk. It's such a lovely day.
Honestly, Jessica, there are times when I could just shake you. Of all the stubborn...
All right, Mother, all right. I'll ride.
What about the boys? Get them off all right?
Oh, they're gone, Jenna. Isn't it awful the way things happen between parents and children? You bring them into the world, they depend upon you for everything, but so soon it changes. They pull away and you have to sit tight and let them. If you don't, it ends up like my mother and me.
Another battle?
Oh, I've been terrible to her lately.
Oh, look who's at the bar. Phyllis with another man.
I haven't seen Phyllis since she got back from Reno. Women on the loose. Oh, Jenna, they can be such a mess. How do I know I won't be like Phyllis in a year or so?
Oh, sure.
Ever since I was 17, Paul has been my entire life. Before Paul, it was Mother, and recently it's been the boys. Now, what do I do when I have to start out from scratch? I'm scared, Jenna. I'm scared to death.
Well, look who's here.
Oh, hello, George.
Hello. Riette with you?
All on my own, Jenna. Say, you need a man to liven up the party here.
I don't want to disappoint you, but I'm leaving in a few minutes.
Disappoint me? Well, that's terrific. I'll drive you home.
You know what your wife says about your driving.
Oh, take him up, Jess. Anything's better than that train ride to Lake Forest. Even George.
Isn't she sweet, huh? Well, I think we have time for another round, haven't we? Oh, waiter. Waiter. Safely home, Chester. No bones broken.
Thanks a lot, George.
Oh, don't go in yet. You, going to be in later this evening?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
I'll have dinner at home, but I can tell Riette I have to go somewhere on business.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I've always been crazy about you, Jess.
Well, don't be silly, George. Oh, you must be tired after all.
Oh, come on. Grow up. You're a big girl
Let
now.
me go. George, I mean it.
What's the matter with you? Hasn't another man ever kissed you before? Well, I didn't mean to upset you, Jess. No hard feelings.
Hello?
Hello, Jenna, this is Jess.
Jess!
Jenna, can I come over and see you? I mean, right away. Now, I've got to.
Well, of course, dear.
I just can't stand it here alone. Thanks, Jenna.
Coat, Jess, and sit down. I made some tea.
Oh, Jenna, what's the matter with me? What am I going to do? I seem to be going to pieces.
Darling, what is it?
I've tried. You know I have. Jenna, the house is closing down on me. That empty room, everything's closing down on me. Mother and having the boys gone, and what's the matter with me? I can't seem to stop this crying.
Here, Jess, here, have some tea.
Oh, it's awful to come here like this. I'm so sorry.
Stop saying that. And if you don't get out of that house and away from your mother, you'll end up in a sanitarium.
I've never been like this in my whole life.
It just makes me sick the way you've let everyone manage your life. You've got to start being yourself for a change. Your life's not finished.
Jenny, if I could...
Listen to me. Carrie and I are going to Los Angeles on business, and you're going with us. After the business is over, we're taking a cabin at Lake Tahoe. There'll be snow by then. It'll do us all good skiing.
Well, if I go anywhere, I should go south with Mother.
All right, go south with your mother.
I'm the one who has to face her, not you.
Well, I'm glad to see you can stick up for yourself. Oh, I didn't mean to yell at you, darling. Please come with us, Jess. We could have such fun.
Oh. All right, Jim, I'll go.
Good. Now, let's put you to bed before you change your mind.
Lake Tahoe. Snow skiing. Oh, why I ever came out here, Hey! Hey, you! Hey, you!
You
calling me?
Yes, I've had an accident.
What's the matter?
Well, I guess I broke one of my skis.
I see what you mean. Anyone who could do that to a ski hasn't any business wandering alone in these woods.
I know. I'm sorry to bother you.
Well, what can I do
Oh, it's
for you?
awfully stupid of me, but I've been going around in circles for such a long time.
Just a second. One thing at a time.
Oh,
please.
yes. Well, I'm staying at the Abbott cabin, and I know it must be somewhere around here, but I can't seem to...
Slow down now. Slow down. Now, to begin with, you're staying at the Abbott cabin.
Yes.
All right. Now, take a look down there through those trees. Oh, no. Way over to the right.
Oh. Well, that's it.
Good. Well, now, that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2 is how to get there.
Oh, I can get there, and I'm terribly sorry to have interrupted your skiing.
And I'm afraid you're going to interrupt it still more.
Why?
Because it's 2 miles to that cabin. In a half an hour, it's going to be dark, and you'll be wandering around in circles.
I'm perfectly able to go straight down through those trees.
Really? Well, you appointed me your guardian, and I intend to see you safely inside that cabin. Now, take off that other ski. You can ride on the back of mine.
Oh, no, I can't. I'm just learning. I'll upset your balance.
Well, let me worry about that. Now, hurry up.
Well, there, it's off.
Now, stand on my skis and hold on to me. No. Don't just grab my jacket. Put your arms around me. Well, go ahead.
Like this?
Yeah, sure. Now, relax and let me do the thinking for the next few minutes. You all set?
Yes, I think so.
All right. We're off.
It's such a steep hill, isn't it?
What?
Do we have to go so fast?
Well, you want to get there, don't you?
Oh, yes, very much.
Well, then stop complaining.
Oh!
Well.
Oh, I am sorry. I guess we fell. My cap blew off and...
Yeah, lesson number 3. When it's a question of risking a broken leg or losing a cap, forget the cap.
Oh.
Now, look at that ski. Now, I know it's going to be dark before we reach that cabin. Well, come on. Don't just sit there.
Well, come in. Carrie, close the door. Darling, I've been frantic.
We had a slight accident. Oh, you haven't met. I'm sorry. I don't even know your name myself.
Landis. Major Scott Landis.
Hello, I'm Abbott.
Glad to know you.
And Mrs. Abbott.
How do you do?
Well, sit down. You look frozen. What do you say we all have a hot run, huh?
Thanks, I will.
You stationed around here, Major Landis?
No, I have a 10 days leave, so I thought I'd catch up on my skiing.
Oh, my winter sports are intimately tied up with hot run. Oh, excuse me. I'll go help Jenna.
Now, just for the record, what's your name?
Jessica Drummond, but they usually call me Jess.
Oh, suddenly I seem to observe a wedding ring. Is your husband here with you?
My husband passed away last summer.
I'm sorry.
Well, here they are. I hope they're good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, grab one, Jess. Well, here's to your skiless but safe return.
And to the St. Bernard who found us.
I'm deeply touched.
Now, stay put, everybody. I'll see you about something to eat.
Well, look at the time. You mean to say that I've been talking ever since dinner?
Oh, it's 10 o'clock. You good people will excuse me. I'm going to bed.
Always the tactful hostess, darling. Hey, a little groggy myself.
Oh, look out there. It's snowing again. Where are you living, Major?
Oh, not far. Only about 12 miles from here.
Oh, you're not going to try to make it tonight, are you?
Well, if you don't mind, I could bunk right here on the couch.
I wish you would. See that he has some blankets, will you, Jess? Well, see you in the morning, Major.
Good night, and thanks.
You want some coffee, Jess?
Oh, no. I'll be coming up in a minute myself.
Sleepy, too?
I ought to be. I haven't had so much exercise in months.
Did you good?
I hate to think of leaving here in 4 days.
Must you?
I have responsibilities. I have 2 boys, Major, 12 and 14.
Well, I suppose that's my cue to say you look too young to have boys 12 and 14.
You know you have an odd way of catching people on everything.
You expect stock phrases?
No, I don't at all.
You know, I've been watching you all evening, Jessica. Now confess it. You've been hermetically sealed most of your life, haven't you?
Well, I suppose so in a way.
Well, it's time to change.
You're very self-sufficient, aren't you?
Well, I never even gave it a thought.
You see, I've never had much of a chance to express myself. Even when I went to Europe, I went with Mother.
Yes, I know. And you stayed at the correct hotels and spoke French religiously while you were in Paris. Mm-hmm. I've seen hundreds of people like that all over the world, guidebook in hand, walking desperately from cathedral to cathedral.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
You know, I like you very much.
Must you sit so close to me, Major Landis?
Why, I believe you're serious.
Yes, I am.
Oh, so you're going to rise to your feet and decide it's time to say goodnight, huh?
Well, yes, it is time.
Yeah, good night then, Jessica.
In case you're cold, Major Landis, cat.
Huh? Oh, blanket. Hey, wait a minute.
Good night, then, Major Landis.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act Two of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Libby, I hear you went to Jack Carson's birthday party.
Yes, it was right on the set of Warner Brothers' new musical, Love and Learn.
Who was there?
Oh, the whole cast. Bob Houghton and Martha Vickers and Janice Page and 300 extras. They'd been shooting a birthday celebration scene for Love and Learn, and when the shooting was over, the cake and the refreshments turned out to be a real party for Jack.
Complete with presents, too?
Oh, yes, of course. But the nicest thing about the party was that Jack gave presents to his guests.
300? Wow, what were they?
Oh, nylon stockings for the girls.
Nylons and no Lux Flakes to go with them?
Well, I guess Jack figured most of the girls would have Lux anyway. Martha and Janice said there'd been lots of talk about stocking care because the girls had been dancing for 5 days straight.
That would be hard on stockings if they didn't get luxed every night.
Well, girls who work in the studios soon discover that wardrobe departments depend on Lux to keep stockings lovely for a long time. I think you can rest assured that girls who care about their stockings will see to it their new nylons get Lux care. Martha Vickers and Janice Page say they wouldn't be without Lux.
Well, then that proves they're very smart girls, because Lux helps stockings to last twice as long, according to those strain tests we've talked about so often. Silk, nylon, rayon, and cotton all showed similar results. If girls could see how quickly stockings ran when they were rubbed with a strong soap and how much longer they lasted when they were washed with Lux, I'm sure they'd never risk strong soap again.
Oh, goodness, no. When stockings last twice as long, why, that's just like getting an extra pair every time you buy a pair.
A thrifty thought. That's why clever girls Lux stockings after every single wearing. We'll return you now to William Keighley.
Act Two of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jessica and George Brent as Scott Landis. Jessica Drummond's stay at Lake Tahoe is almost over. Attracted to Major Landis, but still quite uncertain just what to make of him, Jessica spent her last 4 days almost constantly in his company. It's late at night now, and they've just returned from a day's drive through the snow-covered countryside.
Oh, this nice warm room. Me for that fire.
But where are they, Carrie and Jenna?
Getting to sleep, probably. I saw their light go off as we came up the road. Wasn't it a wonderful day? Why do people live in this city? I could stay here forever.
Come here.
Thanks for today, Scott. You've made a new woman out of me. I feel like a kid.
And you look like one. You're lovely, Jessica.
Why did you do that? Why did you kiss me? We were getting along so well together.
Because I thought it was a very fitting ending to a swell 4 days.
I meant what I said.
I don't think you did.
Why? Can't you understand that I may not want to be kissed?
Jessica, just what is your game?
Does everyone have to have a game?
Well, whatever's on your mind, I certainly don't know what it's all about.
I'm afraid we don't understand each other, that's all. I guess we haven't from the beginning. You'd better go.
Yes, I guess I'd better. Goodbye, Jessica. My best to the Abbot.
Thank you.
Oh, be sure and lock your door, Jessica.
Drummond, you've been home now for 2 days, and in 2 days, why, you haven't eaten enough.
Anna, please, and I'm just not hungry.
I surely thought that you'd eat something tonight.
I'll answer it.
Jessica, the door was open.
Well,
so
Frank, how nice to see you.
I was out this way, and I took a chance. Oh, some flowers.
Oh, Frank. Anna, we've company for dinner.
Oh, no, Jess, not dinner.
Nonsense, you sit right down. I'll put these in water right after we eat. They're lovely.
You're lovely, too.
Hey, Mr. Everett. So glad you stopped by.
Thanks. Well, it's certainly nice being fussed over.
I'm so glad to see you.
You look wonderful, Jess. I'm glad now you went with the Abbotts.
Didn't you want me to go?
I wanted you to stay here so I could look after you.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Frank.
You've no idea how nice this is, sitting here with you.
Oh, it's good to have you here.
It's no secret how I feel about you, Jess. You and I know the same people. We like the same things. I think the boys like me, and I...
Mrs. Drummond, Mrs. Adams.
I'm sorry, Frank.
Oh, say hello for me.
What did you say, Jenna? You're where?
In the Georgian room at the Blackmore, Carrie and I. And guess who's here? Major Landis.
With you?
No, he hasn't even seen us. He's with some other people. Why don't you get in the car and join us?
Oh, I'd love to. Oh, no, I can't. Frank's here.
Well, bring him along.
Well, maybe, Jenna. Look, if we're coming, we'll be there in an hour or so.
Oh, I wish you would come.
Well, I'll see. Thanks for calling, Jenna. Goodbye. Jenna and Carrie are night clubbing.
Oh, how are they?
They're fine. They suggested that we join them.
Well, would you like to?
Oh, if you'd like to, it might be fun.
Why don't we?
Well, you finish dinner then, and I'll hurry and change.
Oh, but you look fine.
Oh, this old thing? No, I want to look glamorous.
But what about your dinner?
I'm not hungry, Frank, honestly. Anna.
Major development?
No, not yet, Jenna.
Don't give up hope. I think we're being watched.
Say, what are you two talking about anyway?
Private monkey business, no doubt.
It's simply that Jeff has something on the fire, but it still isn't definite.
Oh, well, that clears up everything.
Don't pay any attention to her, please.
Well, what would you like to drink with dinner, Jess?
Huh? Oh, did you say something,
Hello.
Frank? Hello.
Oh, Landis. Well, pull up a chair.
Major Landis, I'd like you to meet Frank Everett.
How do you do?
Won't you join us for a drink?
I wish I could, but I'm entertaining an old girlfriend.
Oh?
And her husband.
Sounds a little complicated.
By the way, if we hadn't parted so hurriedly at Soho, I would have mentioned that I was going to be stationed here for a while. I'd like to give you a ring, Jessica.
That would be very nice.
Well, what about giving me your telephone number?
It's in the book.
Oh, well, thanks. It's nice to have seen you all again, Mr. Everett.
Goodbye.
Well, sit down, boys. How about a little toast? Here's
I'll get it, Anna. I'm right here. Hello? Who? Oh. No, thank you. I already have a cookbook. Yes. Goodbye.
Now, look, Mrs. Drummond, why don't you let me sew for the Red Cross and you go over to the Hawks and play some bridge?
Oh, the old crowd's no fun anymore. I feel dreadfully out of it.
But you ought to go out more. It's just
Answer it, Anna.
But the way you've been hopping that phone every time.
Well, I thought that maybe... No, it's never anything important.
Yes, ma'am. Hello? Yes? Yes, I'll see. This time it's a Major Landis.
Oh, yes. Oh, Anna, would you run upstairs and see if you can find that blue thread?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Well, how are you, Scott? Oh, I'm fine. What? Tomorrow night? The Lakeside 6 o'clock. Oh, yes, that would be fine. Yes, I'll be there. Thanks for calling.
That blue thread was right here in the sewing box, Mrs. Drummond.
It was? Oh, that's funny.
Well, what did he want?
I'm having dinner with him tomorrow night.
Going someplace fancy?
I'm meeting him at his apartment. Of course we'll go directly out somewhere. Well, what are you smirking about?
Oh, just thinking what your mother would say.
Well, you can stop thinking and hand me that blue thread.
You said 5th floor, didn't you, miss?
Oh, yes, Major Landis.
That's 503, miss. Right across the corridor there, in front of you.
Thank you.
Elevator! Why, Jessica, what a surprise!
Oh, Mrs. Thompson, how are you?
I've just been visiting the Jacksons. My, you look lovely. When does Mother return, dear?
Well, I really don't know. I imagine...
Jessica, well, right on time.
Oh, hello.
Ooh.
Well, it's lovely seeing you again, Mrs. Thompson. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jessica. Well, I must say.
Who was the dragon out there?
Just a friend of Mother's. Oh, what a nice place you have.
Except it isn't mine. A friend of mine loaned it to me while I'm being stationed here. Quite a coincidence seeing you in the Georgian room.
Yes.
You know, I rather like that Frank Everett. Seems like a nice guy.
Oh, he's not only a nice guy,
He's a gent.
I can't imagine you having anything in common with him.
Oh.
Oh, I don't mean it that way. I mean,
You know, you're what my mother would have called a caution.
How is that?
Anyway, if you hadn't been poured into that icy mold of conventionality, you'd be a good egg, you know. You're going to hatch one of these days.
Am I?
Well, let's sit on the couch, shall we? Well, come on, it's not a booby trap.
I thought perhaps it was.
There. Now, tell me, what did you do today?
Well, I went to the Red Cross, and then I did my shopping, and I had lunch with some friends.
What did you have for lunch?
Consomme and chef salad.
No dessert?
No, I never eat dessert.
That's a martini in front of you.
Well, if you'd let me have my hand,
let me hand it to you. Here.
Thank you.
I must make a note of this. Never waste pre-war gin on Mrs. Drummond. Now, let's see. Where were we? Oh, yes. Lunch with friends.
Well, I guess I've said all there is to be said about that.
Well, then, why don't you just sit back and relax?
You're not a very relaxing person.
These earrings, are they family heirlooms?
Oh, no. I mean, yes, they are. They belong to my mother. Oh, Scott, please, they'll come off.
Your mother's, huh? Aye, well.
She's south. She'll be coming home day after tomorrow. Oh, it's warm in here, isn't it?
Yeah, is it? Well, with all this interesting talk of chef salad and consomme, I'm beginning to get hungry. Where would you like to eat?
Oh, any place at all.
Any place but here?
Yes.
Well, then, suppose we just get up and go.
Yes.
Yes.
And after dinner, I dropped Major Landis off in front of his apartment house and drove straight home. Mother, now, please, dear, you've just come home. Must we start an argument?
Are you completely out of your mind, Jessica? The whole town's talking.
Oh, just a few gossipy old ladies led by your good friend, Mrs. Thompson.
You don't deny she saw you entering a strange man's apartment.
This is ridiculous.
It's the principle of the thing. The world allows considerable liberty to wives. It has never allowed to widows. If you won't think of yourself, at least remember your duty to Paul.
Keep Paul's name out of this. I've had enough, Mother.
Jessica.
You talk about duty. It's your duty to go to those women and tell them to shut up. You talk so much about wanting to help me, but what you really want is to drag me back into your ivory tower. Well, I won't allow you to, ever.
Where are you going?
To see Major Landis, to really give those old biddies something to gossip about.
Well, come in.
They told me at the desk you didn't wish to be disturbed, but I came up anyhow.
I'm delighted you did.
I just happened to be passing by, so I am disturbing you.
No, not at all.
What's this?
Just a martini.
Expecting somebody?
No, just took a little time off to have one.
Do you mind?
Help yourself.
You know, it's amazing how one can acquire a taste for martinis, like for anchovies.
Yes, I guess it is.
Well, here we are, aren't we?
Yes. Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Oh, you probably know anyway. You know almost everything.
The chicken's beginning to hatch, maybe, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, good.
Oh, I know I'm acting like a fool. I hope you'll forgive me.
Go home, Jessica. Go home right now.
Yes, Scott. As a matter of fact, I only stopped by to invite you over for Christmas Eve.
Oh, sure.
I mean it. I want you to meet my kids. They'll be home from school Friday.
I'd like to meet them.
You will come?
Sure, reindeer and all.
Oh, good. Well, goodbye, Scott.
That's the closet door, Jessica.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that other one is the one.
Yes, I see. Well, goodbye, and don't forget now, Christmas Eve.
I won't.
And for heaven's sake, stop grinning.
In here, you kids. Here, in the kitchen.
What's the big secret, Anna?
You boys got a visitor, that's what.
Here they are, Mrs. Kimball. Merry Christmas, boys.
Grandma. Hello, Gran.
Oh, gosh, Merry Christmas, Grandma.
Why'd you come in the back way? What are you doing here in the kitchen?
I have no intention of going inside, Kim. Here are some presents for you.
Gee.
Thanks,
You can exchange
Grandma.
them if you want to. I see so little of you. I know no longer just what you like.
Oh, we'll like them, Grandma. Hey, now, why don't you come inside?
Yeah, Gina and Terry are here, and Frank and some new friend of Mel's, Major Landis.
Major Landis? Oh, not really.
What do you mean, Grandma?
Never mind. Well, since it is Christmas Eve, but just for a minute, mind you.
Hey, look, everybody. Look who's here.
Mother! Merry Christmas. Don't let me disturb your pleasure. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Mother, this is Major Landis, Scott, my mother.
How do you do?
I've heard a great deal about you, Major.
Isn't it time for the presents?
Well, I'll say it is.
Now, remember, kids, just one each till tomorrow.
Shall we step into the hall, Major? I understand you met my little girl in California. Just where are you stationed?
Chicago. Temporarily, of course.
Isn't that rather a coincidence? First in California and now Chicago.
Oh, entirely a coincidence.
And where, may I ask, did you meet Jessica?
I can't divulge that information.
Why? What do you mean?
Secret business.
Are you joking with me?
No. Here's Jessica. She could tell you if she wishes.
Jessica, are you keeping something from me?
Oh, Mother, let's not start with that. Not on Christmas Eve. Come, I have a gift for you.
That's my fault, Jessica. Madam, suppose we start all over again from the beginning.
No, we shall not. I can see that you're a thoroughgoing scoundrel, young man.
I'm delighted to hear you say so, madam.
Kindly stop calling me madam.
Mother, please.
Now, Jessica, I know what I'm doing if you don't. Young man?
Please, not young man.
I think you're in league with the devil. Good night, Jessica.
Mother.
Well, there went the spirit of Christmas.
Well, shall we try to go on with the party?
Well, we could sing Jingle Bells again. Jingle bells, jingle all the... Well, what's the matter? Come on, it's Christmas Eve.
Off to bed now, boys. Sleep well.
On Christmas Eve?
It's sure nice to be home again, Mom.
It's sure nice to have you home. Merry Christmas, darling.
Merry Christmas, Mom. Oh, what is Major Landis staying?
I just wanted to talk to him for a minute.
Oh, well, Merry Christmas, Major Landis.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, boys, and thanks.
Well, Scott, now you've seen me as I really am. Home, children, mother. Of course, Mother was more than I'd bargained for.
Oh, I'm glad I met her. What a wonderful museum piece.
Do you like my boys?
Oh, of course I like it.
It was nice to have you here tonight.
You didn't invite me here on purpose, by any chance.
Well, now that you mentioned it, perhaps I did.
Jessica, I've got to talk to you.
Yes?
We simply cannot go on like this.
You want to stop seeing me?
Of course not. But I know myself, and I'm beginning to understand you. I'll only make you unhappy, Jessica. It's inevitable.
Go on.
Well, seeing you here tonight in this house that you once shared with your husband...
Don't talk about that
Don't
now,
you
please.
see that I've got to talk about it? You expect a love affair to lead to marriage, and...
Are you trying to tell me you're not the marrying kind?
Well, I've never felt that it was right for me.
That's courage.
Frank Everett's the type of man for you.
I don't love
Well,
Frank.
there are others, and as long as I'm hanging around, you won't find them.
Suppose you let me figure it out for myself.
But don't you see, there's no future in this for you.
I'll cross my bridges when I come to them.
Women. Well, I guess I better be going.
Don't take it so big, Scott. I know what I'm doing.
I wonder. Merry Christmas, Jessica.
Merry Christmas, Scott.
He kissed her. He kissed Mom.
Well, that's on account of the mistletoe, probably. They're supposed to do that.
But she didn't kiss Frank or Carrie. God,
Come on to bed, Kim.
Mom shouldn't have kissed him, Keith. She shouldn't have.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Hollywood's search for new talent never ends. Our guest tonight is the newest addition to Paramount's roster of lovely stars, Miss June Harris. How did Paramount find you, June?
I sat next to a talent scout at a radio quiz show. He asked me to make a test.
And signed you to a long-term contract, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Have you met any famous stars yet?
Yes, when Paramount was making Blaze of Noon. I met Ann Baxter on the set.
Well, Ann's screen technique is well worth watching if you aspire to the laurels she's already won.
I also met William Holden, William Bendix, and Sonny Tufts. They're all in Blaze of Noon, and they make a wonderful trio of airmail flyers.
In the early 20s, when pioneer pilots gambled their lives and their planes against the hazards of night flying and rough weather.
While some of the flying scenes were being shot, Ann Baxter and I talked about clothes. And Mr. Kennedy won't be surprised to hear that we soon got around to Lux.
I'd be more surprised if you didn't.
In the picture you see, most of Ann's costumes are suits with simple white blouses or plain dresses with white collars and cuffs, and she told me how fast they get soiled on the set.
And then you discovered that every night the wardrobe people took them away, luxed them, and the next day they were just as fresh as could be.
Yes, that's right. And then when I admired the blouse Ann was wearing, she confessed it wasn't new at all. I couldn't believe it until she explained that it always had Lux Care.
Well, that new look is natural when colors get Lux Care, Miss Harris, because we know from actual tests that Lux Care keeps colors lovely up to 3 times as long. Wrong washing methods soon fade colors.
Well, Lux and I have been good friends since my dramatic school days when I just had to make things last.
Lux Care is thrifty care for anything safe in water alone. Thank you for coming tonight, June Harris. Back now to your producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jessica and George Brent as Scott. It's just 1 week later, New Year's Eve. At the Drummond House, Jessica is waiting for Scott Landis to call for her, while a few blocks away, at the home of one of their friends, Keith and Kim are attending a holiday celebration.
What's the matter with you anyway, Tim Drummond? A few minutes ago you said you were having a swell time. Yeah, well, thanks very much. Hey, Keith, let's go home.
Well, why? Mom said we could stay until 12 o'clock.
You should hear the way everybody is talking about Mom. I mean, the grown-ups inside there.
What? I don't get it.
Well, it's true what they're saying, isn't it?
Kim, what were they saying?
I'll tell you on the way home. Well, after all, your mother always came here for New Year's, and all of a sudden she doesn't. No wonder people are talking. Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'm glad we're going home.
Yeah. Let's go, Kim.
Aren't you home awfully early?
Mama, are you going to the Van Orman's party?
No, dear, I'm going to Chicago.
Well, everybody expected you at the Van Orman.
Well, I didn't know I was so popular.
Mom, did you go to the fights with Major Landis?
Oh, yes. Boys, if you have anything on your mind, I wish you'd tell me.
They made a lot of jokes about it at the party tonight.
And all that stuff about Lake Tahoe and Major Landis.
Have they been telling you these things?
No, I just heard them talking. I didn't believe it.
Mom, none of it's true, is it?
Not their interpretation of it.
We kind of hoped you'd say they were all lying.
Listen to me. I've done nothing whatever you need be ashamed of. Will one of you go to the door, please?
I'll get it.
Mom, you ought to see it from our side.
I don't want to talk about it, Keith. Excuse me, dear. I'd better go down.
Well, good evening, Kim.
Good evening.
May I come in?
Sure.
Is your mother... Oh, hello, Jessica. My, are you all dressed up?
Hello, Scott.
That tone. Something wrong?
No, nothing. I'm sorry I have to run off, boys, and I'm sorry about what happened. But there's nothing more I can say now. Kiss me good night.
Good night, boys.
Good night.
Scott, do you mind if we stop by the Van Ormans? They're having a party.
Well, if it won't take too long, they won't hold that reservation for Georgian room after 10.
I only want dropped in for a moment.
Well, Well, look who's just arrived. Jessica.
Hello, everybody.
Come on in,
Jessica. So you came after all. Everyone, I want you to meet Major Landis, of whom you all have heard so much.
I'm very happy to meet you. How are you?
I won't attempt introductions, Scott, but they're all very old friends of mine. Let me take your wrap, dear. Thanks, Riette, but we're not staying. I would like to speak to you alone for a minute.
Alone? Well, here's the library. Excuse us, everyone.
Riette, Keith and Kim left the party because they were extremely upset by some things they overheard here.
Well, why pick on me?
Because it happened in your home. I don't want to know who did the talking, but I'm asking you...
I did the talking. I think you've been behaving abominably.
Is being seen with a man such a dreadful crime? And what's this nonsense about Lake Tahoe?
Oh, come now, Jess.
No wonder the boys distrust me. What right have you, Riette?
The right of an old friend who hates to see you make a fool of yourself.
A friend should come to me first and not allow vicious gossip to circulate.
We thought you missed Paul dreadfully. It's obvious you forget pretty quickly.
I don't forget. You just resent me for being able to make a new life.
Then you admit you're guilty.
Oh, that's all you got out of what I've been saying.
Look, I'm giving a party in there. Come on. I promise I won't embarrass you in front of your handsome friends.
I'm afraid I don't care anymore.
Then why did you bother to come here at all?
Because I was still coward enough to want to save my reputation.
Why, Jess, how quaint.
But I'm not a coward anymore. No matter how hard it is to strike out on my own, I'm going to do what I think is right for me, even if it means breaking completely with everything in the past. And that includes you, Riette, and all those so-called friends of mine. Well, I'm ready, Scott.
If you'd rather stay...
No, I want to celebrate, but not here. It's wonderful to really get something off your chest. All of you good people must try it sometime. Happy New Year, Scott.
Happy New Year, Jessica.
I'm so glad we came here. This place has a special sentimental value for me. Do you know why?
I think I can guess.
Suppose I hadn't been here that night.
Jessica.
And don't ask me if it was pure coincidence that's brought us together again, because I might tell you the truth.
Jess, if you don't mind, suppose we order supper now.
Well, isn't it early?
Well, I don't think we should stay too late. You know what it's like driving a New Year's Eve.
I have an idea. I have one bottle of good champagne in the ice chest, and we could have it when we get home.
Yes. I'd like to have a last glass with you.
Oh, Scott, you're so serious.
Oh, I only meant the last glass on New Year's. Now, how about a dance, Jessica?
Kim, you still awake?
Uh-huh. Did you hear a noise downstairs before?
Front door. Guess Mom's home.
As soon as she comes upstairs, let's yell Happy New Year. She'd like that.
Yeah, but I guess he's down there with her, that Major Landis.
Yeah.
Well, she'll probably be coming upstairs in a couple of minutes.
Well, raise your glass, Scott. Here's luck to us.
Luck.
Oh, this is by far the best. I wish now we'd stayed here by ourselves. You know, I've been thinking...
So have I, Jessica. And there's something...
I suppose it's foolish of me to plan for the future, but I just can't seem to get out of the habit.
Plan?
Oh, all the things we can do. It's so lovely here in the spring. We can swim in the pool and have picnic suppers.
Listen, Jessica, I've got to give it to you straight. This is our last evening together. I've got my orders today to go to New York.
New York?
I leave at 7 o'clock this morning.
Scott.
That's why I brought you home so early. Oh, I suppose I should have told you.
Well, this is it, then.
Yes. I imagine all the shipped right out.
I'm going to New York, too.
Jessica, listen.
Oh, darling, I knew I'd lose you someday, but now that the time has come, I can't let you go. I can't.
You don't think I want to go, do you?
I don't know anything except I love you. I was afraid to admit it even to myself. I thought that when you did go away, I could pick up my old life again and forget...
That's exactly what you have to do, Jessie. You'd be better off if you'd never known.
Oh, no, don't ever say that. Don't even think it. All I want to hear is that you want me in New York as much as I want to be there.
I want you more than anything in the world.
Oh, then nothing else matters. Oh, darling, I'll have to hurry and pack, and so must you. Take my car. Leave it at your apartment. I'll take a cab and meet you at the train at 7 o'clock.
A little before 7, darling, if you can. I won't say goodbye then. Not yet.
No, not yet.
The South Street Station, 7 o'clock.
Mom.
Keith.
And Kim.
Mom, are you going away? We heard what you said.
Yes, dear, I'm going to New York.
But why?
Major Landis is going overseas, Kim. I want to see as much of him as possible before he does. You'll be leaving for school tomorrow, and, well, Anna will see you off. Oh, try to understand, please.
Mom!
Excuse me now, please. I have so many things to do. I'll get it, Anna. It's probably Major Landis. Oh, where is that hat box? Hello. Mother. What? At your house? Oh, yes. Yes, I'll come over right away. Where are they, Mother? Where are the boys?
In the drawing room. Jessica, just a moment. I haven't asked them why they came here, but something must be very wrong at home for them to have to come to me for help. All I beg you is that you think carefully what you say to them. Otherwise, you may regret this bitterly the rest of your life. Now go to your boys, my dear.
Keith. Kim.
Mother?
I don't know what to say or how to begin. But what good did it do to run away?
We don't want to live at home anymore.
Oh, Keith, what an awful thing to say.
You lied to us. We don't know what to believe.
No, I told you the truth, Kim, always.
You're going to New York with them. It proves they were right.
Oh, Mom, don't you remember Dad at all?
Oh, don't say that, please. You know I remember Dad.
Nobody remembers Dad but us.
Oh, can't you understand that I might learn to care for someone else and still have a place in my heart for Dad?
But you belong to Dad. Doesn't make any difference whether he's dead or not.
Kim, Keith, will you try for a few minutes to think of me as someone else than your mother?
How can we? You are.
Well, then just sit down and listen. I don't know whether or not I can make you understand. You don't know how terribly ill Dad was for almost 2 years. He didn't want you to see him suffer. I knew how he felt, so I kept things away from you. After he died, I tried in every way I could to forget his illness. You see, I wanted to be able to remember the good times when we were all together, but I was so terribly lonely. All I could think of was Dad toward the last. Remember that time we planned the picnic just before you went away to school? You went over to Gretchen's instead. I had to bite my lips to keep you from asking you not to leave me. And then when you were away at school, I got so I dreaded staying home. If I hadn't gone away and met Major Landis, I don't know what would have happened to me.
Mom, does he mean as much to you as Dad used to?
Oh, don't say used to, dear. Dad still means just as much to me, only in a different way. Maybe when you're older, you'll know that you can give all your heart to more than one person and still remain sincere and loyal. The first time you fall in love, it's also wonderful and exciting. It can be like that only once. But second love can be just as true and just as deep. I lost Dad, boys. And now I'm losing Scott. I may never see him again. It's very hard to lose someone you love.
Mom.
Don't cry, please.
Oh, Mom, I want you to be happy, and I try to understand, but golly, it's so hard.
Can we go home now, Mom?
Kim. I'll say goodnight to Grandma for you. Mother.
Yes?
We're going home, Mother.
I knew you'd do the right thing, Jessica.
Thank you for helping me.
It's hard to recognize what is right sometimes. I know.
Honey, I never thought you could do anything else.
I haven't always been old, Jessica. Young people resent convention. But as you grow older, you realize conventions were established because there was a need for them. Now go home and get some rest, my dear.
Jessica, over here, darling.
God!
Say, you had me scared. I didn't think you were going to make it.
Oh, darling. Darling, I can't go to New York with you. I can't leave my boys. They ran away because they just couldn't understand about us.
Ran away?
Oh, I got them back. I tried to explain, but they're just too young. If I go now, things will never be the same between them and me. Oh, Scott, please try to realize why I'm letting you down. Please forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive, darling. You have to face responsibility. You wouldn't be you if you didn't.
I'll always love you. Nothing will ever change that. Oh, Scott, this is it. We have to say goodbye.
Not even time enough to say what I'd like. You know how I felt about being tied down to anything. Well, I've changed. I'm coming back, darling. I know I'm coming back. Can you wait for me? Jessica. Tell me, darling. Yes, I know.
Oh, of course I'll wait. No matter how long, I'll wait.
Goodbye, then, darling. And you won't be too lonely.
No, Scott, no. I'll never be lonely again.
We'll return in a moment for a curtain call. Sally, what were you and the other girls so excited about before the show?
Oh, the girls were looking at some lingerie I just bought.
Oh, for a trousseau?
Yes, but not mine. I've been shopping for a friend. I found a lovely buttercup yellow satin slip for her and a cornflower blue nightie that's a honey.
You sound as if you like shopping.
I do, especially now when the stores have such pretty things again. It's been a long time since we could find such yummy colors in lingerie. Turquoise, buttercup yellow, sea green, and rosy pinks. And at last there are lots of lovely laces again. Of course, if it weren't for Lux, a girl just couldn't afford to have such nice things.
That's right, Sally. Lux Care is so gentle, it keeps colors lovely much longer. In fact, 3 times as long. Actual tests prove that slips and nighties washed the wrong way look faded and drab far too soon.
Lovely-looking undies do make a girl feel luxurious.
And you know, Sally, that with Lux Care you can have 3 times as many without spending a cent more.
How do you figure that out, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, with Lux Care, underthings stay colorful 3 times as long. So instead of replacing faded, worn-out undies so often, you can buy extra ones. Have 3 times as many.
That's a swell idea.
And it really works. That's why so many millions of girls always use Lux for underthings. It's thrifty. Now, here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
I'd be willing to stake the reputation of this theater on tonight's performance. So let's bring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent back to the footlights for a curtain call. Barbara, I'm sure I speak for our 30 million listeners when I say, welcome home.
Thank you, Bill. It's wonderful to be home, even though Bob and I wouldn't take a million for the memories of our trip.
Did you and Bob meet the King and Queen of England, Barbara?
No, they were on tour of Africa. I guess they got out when they heard we were coming. But the Londoners were wonderful to us.
So I gathered from the news reports. Were you mobbed in France as much as you were in England?
No. You see, American players haven't been seen on the screen there in a long time. A few people knew Bing Crosby and a funny dark man he made some pictures with named Hope.
Bing will love that. How about yourself? Well, you were recognized, surely.
Well, an American sailor stopped us in Paris and said, "Aren't you Robert Taylor and aren't you Barbara Stanwyck?" And we said we were. And then he yelled across the street to his buddy, "Hey, Stan, Americans, Americans!"
Did you buy any clothes in Paris, Barbara?
No, we saw only Patou's showing. His collection was lovely, but 150,000 francs, $1,400. Oh, no, that's just too much.
Well, you know George is off on a cruise before long, Barbara, and as captain of his own ship.
Is that right, George?
Yes, I've entered my schooner, the South Wind, in the Honolulu race July the 4th, and I'm going on down to Tahiti and the South Seas.
With all our wishes for happy sailing, George.
Thanks, Bill. And what are your plans for the future, or more specifically, for next week?
Next Monday night, in an altogether different vein, we bring our audience a thrilling saga of the early West. It's 20th Century Fox's recent hit, My Darling Clementine. And our stars are Henry Fonda and Kathy Downs in their original screen roles. Also, that exciting new star, Richard Conte. Based on the life of Wyatt Earp, My Darling Clementine is action-packed, romantic, colorful. One of the greatest westerns yet to reach the screen.
Oh, I'm sure your audience won't want to miss that, Bill. Congratulations and good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks for my reputation. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs in My Darling Clementine. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Have you heard? Meat dealers are paying the highest prices for used fat since fat salvage started. Every time you throw used fat away, you're pouring real money down the drain. America needs that fat to make soap as well as scores of other post-war products for you. The world's supply of fats is still seriously short. So start saving right now all the used fat you can while dealers are paying such high prices. It puts money in your pocket. Barbara Stanwyck is currently appearing in Warner Brothers' production of The Two Mrs. Carrolls. George Brent will soon be seen in the Universal International picture, Slave Girl. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your area remains on standard time, tune in to the Lux Radio Theater 1 hour earlier. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear My Darling Clementine with Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs.
Spry.
When you bake and fry.
Spry.
For your cake and pie.
Spry.
Get your shortening by. Rely on Spry.
For lighter, better-tasting cakes, try Spry, the pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening with the magic cake-making secret. Hear them say, boy, what a cook.
Rely on Spry. S-C-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of My Darling Clementine with Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs. And why not tune in to Joan Davis every Monday night over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Loretta Young, Dan O'Herlihy, Raymond Burr, and tonight's special guest, Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy and Raymond Burr. And now, here's your hostess, Miss Loretta Young.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we're to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
And now to our transcribed drama, Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy as Francis Thompson and Raymond Burr as the narrator.
I fled him down the nights.
Yes, you fled him. You eluded him.
I fled him down the nights and down the days.
Yes, you twisted, turned, tried to escape.
From those strong feet that followed after.
But did you ever really escape him? His name was Francis Thompson. And of all the lonely and obscure men who lived in London that year of 1887, none had made his bed in hell more surely than he. For him, each night was a lying down in hunger and fear. Each morning, a slow awakening to pain.
Here, you there, get up. Come on, get up, I say.
Yes.
You can't sleep here, you know that.
I know. I'm sorry, officer.
Come on, get along with you. Get along with you.
For Francis Thompson, waking upon the Thames embankment, each morning was a slow return to pain. A remembrance of dreams made hideous by fear, twisted by hunger. Dreams of delirium shot through with dying stars and the river's mist. Dreams that always had their ending somewhere at the broken edge of the world, with the nightstick prodding his chest. The agony of waking to another day. And then, as he would get to his feet, brushing the dirt and matted leaves from his coat, pulling it tight about him against the fog, London, too, it seemed, returned to life, with the first cab in the street, plop-plopping by. The first mackerel peddler crying his wares, with the first farmer's cart piled high with Surrey hay, and the whistling of the Edinburgh Express coming down from the northern hills. As he awoke, London woke with him, and they faced each other at the beginning of the day. The man of bone and flesh against the city of stone. The man with the tired heart driving his broken knuckles against the stone which never yielded. Each day began as another, a halfpenny for a mug of tea, tuppence for a stale loaf of bread, a furtive search for an old rag, a wadded newspaper to line his shoes, and then the long tramp in search for work.
Pardon, sir, would there be a place for me somewhere?
Sorry, no work today.
Would you be needing a man?
Sorry, we have all the help we need.
Unemployment, Francis. Unemployment. It's the scourge that can lash a man's spirit. It's a cross, a contradiction of economics that hangs heavily upon the shoulders of people like you, Francis. So you've got to keep walking, keep searching. Maybe somewhere you'll find work. You can't stop to rest. Now, a turn down this street. Now there.
Sorry, no work for you.
Try the greengrocer across the street.
Sorry, no work for you.
Perhaps the wine shop. Try that.
I'm sorry, no work for you.
The warehouse. The warehouse.
Sorry, no work for you.
Sorry, no work for you. Yes, Francis, the day is over. The long tramping from door to door. Huddle there in the darkened doorway and take your rest. There will be no bread for your hunger tonight, no roof above your head. And there will be no drug to soothe the madness in your throat and brain. Lie in the doorway and take your rest. For tomorrow's another day, and if you live, there'll be more miles to walk. Death comes slowly to the afflicted, so you cannot hope for much tonight.
What was that?
A drum, perhaps. It could be the failing beat of your heart.
No, it's not that. I hear it often. It stops. It begins again.
Your imagination?
No, it sounds like footsteps, as though someone were following me.
Try to rest.
No matter where I go, I hear them. They follow me always.
It's the drug, Francis. Try to get through this night and your craving for it. Perhaps tomorrow you'll find work.
It's not the drug, or my imagination. They are footsteps, and they follow me wherever I go. I'm like a man with the hounds crying after him, a hunted thing in a swamp, and I hear these footsteps night and day. I hear them. There. Hear them?
You hear a drum. You hear your heartbeat. Now wait. It's footsteps, all right. Someone approaching the doorway.
Hello there. You there, you all right?
All right.
Why, laddie, you shouldn't be lying here in the doorway. You'll catch your death of cold. Here, let me help you.
All right, I say.
Are you? I tell you, laddie, this is a bad night for a man's body and soul.
What right have you to talk about bodies and souls?
What the right of one human being to another, laddie?
Look, my friend, you mean well, and for that I thank you, but I'm sick, I'm tired, and I'm hungry.
Lad, I know you're sick. I know you're alone. That's why I'd like to help you.
Oh, what do you mean? Help?
I want you to come home with me. My name's McMasters. I'm a cobbler by trade, and I can put you to work if you want a job.
Work?
You'll owe me nothing, lad. Nothing at all.
Why should you do this for me?
Why shouldn't I, lad? If the situation were reversed, it's you who'd be reaching out your hand to me. This way, it's my good fortune. Here, come along now, lads. A warm bed for you tonight, and a good day's work in the morning. Hello, Francis. How goes the work?
Not so well, Mr. McMasters. I'm afraid I don't think I was cut out for a cobbler.
Oh, you're just learning, lad. It's only 3 weeks you've been here. Tell me, laddie, I didn't want to pry or anything, but what's your trade or profession?
Well, I have none. If I did, I suppose you'd call it journalism.
Oh, you're right, then.
Yes, Mr. McMasters.
What do you write, Francis?
Usual thing, I suppose, reviews, essays, some poetry. The sort of things that never sell.
Here, lad, try some of this tobacco. It's an Irish mixture.
Thanks.
Light? Where'd you go to school, Francis?
Bushaw. It's about 4 miles from Durham.
And you were studying...
I wanted to enter the priesthood. I failed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Strange, when you come to think of it. I'm 28, you know. You'd think that in 28 years a man would be able to win. Well, to win one victory. You'd think that, but it isn't true. After I was rejected for the priesthood, my father sent me to Manchester to study medicine. 6 years. Examinations every 2 years. I failed all of them. Defeat for me was like a web. I seemed to be caught into it, woven into its pattern. Well, after a while, I became afraid to try anything at all for fear I'd fail at it. That's why I came to London.
Did you break the pattern?
No. To lose myself, to crawl into the darkest corner of the city and hide.
Laddie. And how long have you?
2 years come November.
2 years on the streets and doorways? How could you live? How?
I don't know. Maybe it was because I prayed. I'd say that, only sometimes there was even no belief in my prayers. I felt as if I were not being heard. You see, living the way I did in hunger, a disordered nervous condition, loneliness, you can't think clearly sometimes. You doubt your own mind's power to think, and then you can't pray right. Only I went on praying, and I'm still alive, that's all I know.
And God willing, you'll stay alive, Francis. For you've a roof over your head now and a job. And maybe time to write. Maybe time to write something great and good.
It would be a pleasant thing to be able to say that Francis Thompson settled down to an ordered life and turned out a great work of literature, that he rewarded his benefactor in some generous way. But the truth is quite different. Thompson was useless around the cobbler shop. Oh, he was willing, but he was clumsy and inefficient. He scribbled verses when he should have been working, and his few earnings were spent to satisfy the craving for opium which constantly tortured him. He spent 3 months with McMasters, and then one day he disappeared. McMasters waited for him to return that night. He waited many nights as the autumn months passed into winter, but Francis Thompson never came back. Of the many McMasters had befriended and given jobs, Thompson alone proved a disappointment. He was my only failure, McMasters wrote. He was my only failure.
Here, you. Where do you think you're going?
Huh?
Hey, stay away from that church. There's other places.
I wasn't going in.
All drunk and dirty and Yeah, and I'm going to crawl into that church where it's warm, eh? Thought no one would see you. Now, go on, get on your way.
The church? Yes.
Yeah, now get along, I say.
Yes, that's where I can go.
Oh, here, you. You come along with me. I'll take you to the place. Here, where are you going? Come on back.
Lord, have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy upon me.
Christ, have mercy upon us.
Christ, have mercy upon me.
The Lord have mercy upon you, Francis Thompson.
Mercy.
Upon your weakness and failures.
Have mercy.
And through you on all the poor and broken who walk in the city streets.
Help us all, O God.
From the city itself, from the cruelty of stone and the horror of the pavement.
Defend me, O God.
From the almshouse and prison. From the makeshift bed in the doorway.
Defend me, O God.
From the hunger in the day and wakefulness at night. From the torn coat and the broken shoes. From the stares of pity and the stares of contempt.
Deliver me, O God.
From the man whose hand is against us. From his anger and his clenched fist. From the sudden blow against the mouth.
Deliver me, O God.
And give us this day our daily bread.
Give me this day my daily bread.
But more than bread alone, O God, give us the strength to earn our bread.
Hear me, O God.
Christ, have mercy on us.
Christ, have mercy on me.
Time to go, Francis. The church is empty. The sexton is putting out the candles one by one.
I can't go. If I leave, I'll forget how to pray.
You must.
Where?
Somewhere. A doorway, perhaps. There's that grain warehouse in Cock Lane, if you could force a window.
No, the rats.
There's always the embankment.
It's snowing.
Then what?
I don't know. Perhaps this is the end of all my running. Death.
Death comes slowly to the afflicted.
But not to me. A loaf of bread, a mug of coffee, and 4 days? The dizzy spells, fever, cough. No, it can't be far off now, even to me.
Do you want to die?
Do I want to live this way?
Do you not know, Francis, that while you live, your body is the temple of God?
God doesn't live in me. God is perfection and health and beauty. Can God live in a broken body and a mind that doubts its own reason? No. I lost God sometime after I left the cobbler's shop. I lost him somewhere in the alleys of Eastcheap.
But has God lost you, Francis?
Huh?
Has he lost you?
If I deny him, how can he find me?
Listen. Do you hear that?
The footsteps?
The footsteps of the hound. Do you remember, Francis?
Footsteps? Yes. They always follow me. But there's something inside me, oh God forgive me, some fear, some dread that keeps me running from those footsteps.
Hello.
Oh.
What's wrong? What you running for?
It's nothing.
Well, find it. Please, somebody help me. Help me, please. There, it's all right.
What happened?
You've been quite sick.
Sick?
Don't you remember?
How long have I been?
3 days. Don't you remember? You were running along the street.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember now. And you were the girl...
I brought you here to this boarding house.
I'm afraid I've put you to a lot of trouble. I think I'd better
but
go.
You can't. You're sick. The doctor said you got to rest and eat. He says you was down from starvation.
You called a doctor?
I had to.
Well, that cost money. I've got nothing...
Don't say it.
What's your name?
Anne.
Who are you? I mean, what sort of work do you do?
Oh, nothing very much. Nothing important.
I didn't mean to pry. I just wondered. Anne?
Yes?
Maybe you haven't done anything important, as you say. I don't know who you are, what you are, but I've been wandering across a plain of fever and delirium. 3 days, you tell me? Dreams came up like clouds over those 3 days. But in the end, it seemed that I heard footsteps behind me. They were after me, and I ran and ran. And far on the edge of a plain, I saw a cross standing, and I thought if I can reach that cross, I'd be safe. So I ran toward it, only when I got there, it wasn't a cross. It was you. Do you understand?
You mean you don't care what I am?
No, I only wonder what I can ever do for you in return.
And so, once again, through the kindness of a stranger, this time an outcast much like himself, the healing of Francis Thompson began. To him, this girl gave of the little she had, food, clothing, encouragement, but more than that, an ease from loneliness. To her, he gave things unknown in her life, tenderness and reverence and respect. And then at last, Francis Thompson began to write.
The Passion of Mary, a poem. Paganism, Old and New, an essay. 2 things finished, actually finished. It's hard to believe that I have the power, the sheer mental power to work them through.
Francis Thompson's work was good, and Wilfred Mennell, editor of the magazine Merry England, published the pieces, sought out the author, and extended to him the hand which would lift him from obscurity. But Francis Thompson, about to reach for the hand, suddenly withdrew himself. For what about Anne?
Anne!
Yes, Francis?
Anne, I sold them to Mr. Mennell. And Anne, he's interested in me. He wants me to come and live with him to do my work at his home. I mean, he wants us.
Us?
Yes. You see, I told him we were to be married, and that I'd come only if you were with me.
Oh, no.
I want you to marry me, and...
I'm not worthy of you, Francis. You know that. You're great and good. I might only hurt you. I might keep you from... It's been good what we had together, Francis. But you'll have to go on alone now. You'll have to go on alone.
So the girl who had lifted him from the streets vanished from his life. All that day he searched for her, all the next and the next, but she had disappeared. He turned away from the extended hand of Mennell in his search for her, and the days passed into weeks, weeks into a month, then 2 months as he tramped the mighty labyrinths of London. But he never found her. Among the millions of faces he looked into, none was hers. And then at last, one day, sitting on a bench in Covent Garden, barren from the grief that had drained him, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps. Francis?
Yes?
She's gone. You'll never find her again.
I know.
And now there's nothing left. Nothing but the footsteps. Do you hear them?
I hear them.
Think back, Francis, think back. Isn't it strange how each time you've cried, each time the horror of life has risen up to crush you, you've heard the footsteps?
Yes. Each time I've lost the sense of God, I've heard them.
Only in those times...
I begin to hear them faintly, when my faith grew weaker, and my prayers. And then at last, when I had lost the sense of God, they beat like thunder in my ears.
As they are beating now?
Yes.
And as they beat the night Anne came to you?
Yes.
And the night McMasters found you?
Yes, yes. What are you driving at?
Don't you know? Think, Francis. Think. Is it possible you could touch God by the hand and not know it?
Hound of heaven, the footsteps of God in Charing Cross. No matter where I fled, they followed. Down the nights and days, the twisted lanes and passageways of all London, down the years and months and days, they followed. God's love pressing in on me when I denied him. God's love hounding me through the swamps of despair. God who wouldn't let me go even though I had denied him. God looking at me out of her eyes and touching me with her hands. Yes, I know now. I know. these footsteps.
Then search out your soul, Francis, and put what you find into words. All the hunger and pain and loneliness of these tortured years. Write it, Francis.
I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind, and in the mist of tears I hid from him.
Write it for all to read, Francis, for the poor, the beaten, the hungry, the tempted, the weak, for those like you all over the world.
I hid from him, from those strong feet that followed after, but with unhurrying chase and unperturbed pace, deliberate speed, majestic instancy, play beat and a voice beat, more instant than the feet. All things betray thee who betrayest me.
Put into words the streets and the sleepless nights, the cold sweats and the agony of thought. Put McMasters into them, and Anne, and put the losing of God into words, the awful loneliness.
For though I knew his love who followed, yet was I sore adread, lest having him I might have naught beside.
And Francis, put into words the joy that came when God had found you once again.
And past those noised feet a voice comes yet more fleet. Ah, fondest, blindest, weakest, I am he whom thou seekest.
Yes, Francis, put all this into words that others may draw courage from them and find their way to peace. For it is you, Francis Thompson, who went down to make a bed in hell, but found God's love following you, even there.
Ah, fondest, blindest, weakest, I am he whom thou seekest.
And so Francis Thompson, who today ranks among the great poets, went on to build a new life for himself, aided by the kindness of the Mennel family, went on to complete The Hound of Heaven, and give the world one of the most inspiring poems of all literature, the story of God's love and mercy.
This is Loretta Young again. Hound of Heaven marks a very special occasion. Special because with this program, Family Theater celebrates its 400th broadcast over the Mutual Network. It was my privilege to appear on the very first Family Theater program. It was broadcast on February the 13th, 1947. And since that first broadcast, the great continuous generosity of the Mutual Network has made this program possible week after week and year after year. So Family Theater has been on the air for a long time because the men behind Mutual are convinced of the efficacy of Family Theater's dedicated program, a program devoted to the betterment of family life through the inspiration and practice of family prayer. More than 300 stars of Hollywood and New York have appeared time after time on Family Theater, giving their talents to prove that they, too, believe in the efficacy of prayer. Now, on behalf of all these stars and players, I want to express appreciation to our special guest, Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill, Chairman of the Board of the Mutual Broadcasting System. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for making it possible for Family Theater to be heard every week over the Mutual Network. Thank you, and all of your associates, for this repeated opportunity to tell millions of listeners week after week the simple truth. The family that prays together stays together.
Thank you, Loretta. In a way, we in the entertainment world feel a real kinship to family theater. We like to think of ourselves as members of this family, too, and today it is a kind of special family celebration. This has been Family Theater's 400th broadcast, and we of Mutual want to thank Family Theater and all the stars who, for the past 7½ years, have helped to make it a program that we can be proud to present to our listeners. Anyone who has been a steady listener to Family Theater can vouch for the high, wholesome quality of its entertainment. And any American who has the well-being of his country at heart must agree that the basis of our nation's strength lies in the strength and unity of the family, and that the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy and Raymond Burr. Loretta Young was your hostess, and Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill, chairman of the board of the Mutual Broadcasting System, was our special guest. Others in our cast were Gene Bates, Ben Wright, and Richard Peel. The script was written by Frederick Lipp and was directed and transcribed for Family Theater by John T. Kelly, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who feel the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who give so unselfishly of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Tony Lofrano expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week when Family Theater will present The Cliff, starring John Lunn. Debbie Reynolds will be your hostess. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
Great Scenes from Great Plays, with your host, Walter Hamden, and starring tonight, Mr. Walter Pidgeon in The Citadel. On behalf of the families of the Protestant Episcopal Church in your own community and the Episcopal Actors Guild, we welcome you to another half hour of great scenes from great plays, transcribed by famous artists of stage, screen, and radio. Now I present your host, the distinguished actor-manager, Mr. Walter Hamden.
Thank you, and good evening. Tonight it is our privilege to present a famous story that has touched the hearts of audiences everywhere. It is A.J. Cronin's The Citadel, a story about a doctor, by a doctor, the story of a man whose ideals came into bitter conflict with his ambition, and whose love for his wife restored those ideals. And here to play that man, Dr. Andrew Manson, is Mr. Walter Pidgeon. The early part of the century, and fresh from his internship, the ink on his parchment only newly dry, Dr. Andrew Manson comes to his first practice. going his brand new rounds in the smog and squalor of a Welsh mining town. He's young, eager, and resolved to do good. But his handicaps are three. This, called doubt.
Tell me now, has she been like this long?
Aye, Doctor. 3-4 days now.
And always with this fever?
Aye, she's had the fever.
But you say it started with a chill.
Aye, there was that chill the first.
Ah, I see. Well, come to my office in half an hour, say. I'll prepare some medicine. I'll prepare something.
First, the doubt of self. The textbooks and the professors said nothing of that, nor of this, ignorance.
Doctor, sir, will you renew my medicine?
What's in it, ma'am, and what's it for?
Oh, well, it's for my trouble. You know.
No, ma'am, I don't know. As for what's in it, no doctor will write renewals without knowing all the facts. Now, if you let me examine you...
Doctor, I want only my medicine. And if you won't give it me, old doctor will. I had no right to come to a green one, I hadn't.
Doubt within him, ignorance around him, and along with these, the struggle to earn a living, and hunger that breeds anger in a man. Anger, and a vile, unreasonable temper, like the time...
Yes?
You're the school teacher?
I'm Christine Barlow, yes.
I understand you have a pre-tubercular child here.
Or if you mean Mary Llewellyn...
That's the child. I ordered her to stay home. You ordered her back to school. What are you trying to do, infect the whole class? That girl should be isolated.
Well, in the first place, Doctor, Mary's behind a screen by the window, and that's a kind of isolation. In the second place, nearly all the children here are pre-tubercular.
That's for me to decide. That child is to go home.
The child stays. Here she gets milk. Home, she starves. Here, I keep her clean. Home? Well, have you seen the miners' homes, Doctor? She's better off here.
I order you to send her home immediately.
Doctor, I am mistress of this class. You may order people about elsewhere, but here it's my word that counts. And my word is that she stays.
And I'm going...
Straight to the Board of Health to report me, Doctor.
That's the first time you've been right today. Miss Barlow.
Well, back so soon?
I waited for school out.
And you haven't the board with you?
I didn't go to the Board of Health.
That's nice.
Well, I changed my mind.
And what made you change your mind?
Woman, I'm trying to apologize, and you're only making it harder. I just wanted to tell you, I was sorry for a cheap exhibition of authority.
It's all right, Dr. Medson. You must forgive me for being school-marmish.
No, I'm the one to be forgiven. Oh, if you're walking home, could I carry your books?
I wish you would.
So out of temper, a friend, someone to talk to, someone to talk with.
The only thing, Christine, the only thing that makes it worthwhile, well, it's the way the people take it, year in and year out, down in the mines at 12, old men by 40. But I wish I could do more for them than, well, just set broken arms and, well, dose stomach aches. And I'd like to get at that thing in their lungs.
Oh, so you've noticed that?
Noticed it? Everybody has it. Men, women, even children like Mary Llewellyn. You know, when I was in school, I used to dream.
Of what, Andrew?
Oh, big things, research, great cures, riding out bravely and storming the citadel.
What citadel?
Dream citadel, you know. Go forth and do battle in glory against ignorance and pain and... posh sermon.
No. Tell me more about the citadel.
Well, I guess I wanted to learn more and more and help more and more people. That was my citadel, to learn and to help. Now, well...
Now?
Now I've learned only this. Take nothing for granted, not even what I learned in the books. Only what I see with my eyes, touch with my fingertips, or hear through my stethoscope. No more storming the citadel, just work, and more work.
But, Andrew, out of the work can come a glory for a doctor. I hope and pray you reach your citadel.
I pray I reach it, too.
You will. I know you will.
So for a long time, the work, always the work, and the reaching toward the citadel. The never-ending round of day on day, but along with it, the budding of the friendship, and finally...
Christine! Chris!
What's wrong, Andrew?
Chris, I'm going away. I mean, I can go away. Big things. Oh, I've got a chance
Andrew, calm down.
Calm down, woman. I've been offered a new job. A wonderful chance in London, in the big city.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But wait till you hear. It's an old practice I can take over. A house and a guaranteed $500 a year. But there's one condition. They want a married man. Chris, will you marry me? Huh?
Because you want the job? Or because you want me?
Oh, this is no time for a sense of humor. Because I want you. Because, Chris, you know I love you. Maybe you don't love me, but...
Dr. Andrew Manson, I've loved you ever since you came roaring into my classroom.
Now the new job, the big city, and the work, the same daily round of small ills and vague complaints, but now, too, a hopeful foot on the road to the citadel. Work for a man and wife on the research gathered during the mining town years, on that old trouble, the miner's grinding lung trouble.
Chris, dear, would you add this to the other notes? I have been struck by the large number of miners. Too fast, dear?
Oh, no. Number of miners.
With lung disease. I propose to discover if there is a direct connection between mining and tuberculosis. I have definitely ascertained that pneumoconiosis...
Oh, Andrew.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. That fibrosis of the lungs due to dust inhalation is in excess... Oh, no. We'll say it this way. There is more fibrosis of the lungs among miners than anywhere else in the world.
In the world. Yes, go ahead, darling.
Now, the accompanying charts fully prove that these disorders are caused not only by mechanical action of the silicon particles, but also by the chemical action of the silicon itself.
Of the silicon itself?
Yeah. Well, there it is, Chris. We've done it. You and me and the guinea pigs. Oh, we've done it, Chris.
Thus, the surer step toward the citadel. But the regular work, the bread and butter practice, continues small, so small that in time the dream of the citadel is lost in the daily struggle to earn a living. And after 2 years...
Chris, I've sat in that office 2 whole hours and seen one patient. And here's the result. A whole day's earnings, 3 shillings 6pence. We shouldn't have left Wales. We should not have come to London.
Oh, but people have got to know you, darling. You're new here. It takes time.
Time. That's all we have, time. And you can help me save some of that. I've got an idea.
Yes, Andrew?
I want you to do something for me. Huh? I'm always prescribing medicines for patients and having to make them up. Now, I'll make up a batch of those medicines. Quantity, you see, cheaper. And you can fill the bottles, label and wrap them as I prescribe them.
But, Andrew, those are stock mixtures. You used to call them cure-alls.
They're simple prescriptions that can't hurt a soul.
Can they help?
They can't do any harm.
Oh, Andrew, what's happened to you? What's happened to you? You haven't done any work on the silicosis thing. You just sent in the paper, grabbed the degree, and that's all. Where's the citadel? Where's the young doctor who used to dream about learning and helping people? What's happened to you?
Nothing's happened to me. I've just got to make a living. Can't you see? Forget all that hogwash I used to moon about. Either do as I say or...
Or what, Andrew?
Nothing.
Or what?
I'm sorry. I lost my temper. Chris, forgive me. It's getting too hard. It's getting too much. I tell you what. I got a wonderful offer from Ivory the other day.
Ivory?
You know, that specialist down at the hospital?
Oh, yes. You used to call him a fraud, a quack, a bleeder of the rich.
All right. I was wrong. He's doing wonderfully well now.
Andrew! Does being successful make him a good doctor?
All right. Ivory, whatever you may think of him, is doing very well. He's asked me to come to talk with him, and no matter what you say, I'm going.
Now you're being intelligent, Manson. It's simple, it's clean, and it's profitable. You see, you've learned idealism doesn't pay.
Well,
Doctors have to eat. If people are hypochondriacs, all right, let them be.
I know.
Their ailments are real to them, and they want real doctors.
But
no buts, Manson. Hear me out.
All right.
I need you. My practice is larger than I can handle. And when you get rolling, yours will be too, if you work it right. Keep them coming. That's the motto. Keep them coming. And all we do is flatter them that their ailments are worse than they are, which pleases them. And refer.
Refer?
Yes, for consultation.
Huh?
I refer cases to you, you refer cases to me. The patient can afford it. Why shouldn't we profit by it?
But isn't that unethical?
Oh, come now, Manson. Are you with me?
Well, Yes, Dr. Ivory, I'm with you. Mrs. Lawrence, about your daughter's tonsils, I'd like to suggest a colleague of mine, Dr. Ivory. Rather expensive, but one of the finest surgeons in London. And I know you want Sylvia to have the best.
Benson, I'm sending over young Sherrinbrook, Lord Sherrinbrook's son. Nothing wrong with him. A little sobriety won't cure. But he's worried about his lungs, so look him over, will you? It should be worth at least £10.
Christine? Oh, any calls?
2. One was from a Dr. Stillman. He said he was an American who
Stillman? The lung man. He's not a doctor. He's just Mr. A physiological essayist. What did he want?
Oh, he said he'd read your paper on lungs and wanted to talk with you about your tuberculosis work.
Oh. Well, I hope you told him I've been busy.
I told him you'd be home later. He'll drop around.
Oh. What was the other call?
A girl. She's waiting in the office.
After hours? What's the matter with you?
I thought you'd want to see her. Her name is Mary Llewellyn.
And why should I want to see her?
She's from Wales. A miner's daughter.
Oh. Well, all right. But don't let this happen again. Well, young lady, who referred you to me?
Nobody, sir. It's just that back home everybody knows of you.
Back home?
Yes, sir. Where you used to doctor.
Oh, back home. I see. You have trouble with your chest, huh?
Yes, sir. Something in my lungs.
I see. Would you come over here, my dear? Good. Now, turn around. Now, breathe. In. Hold it. Out. Deeper now. In. Out. In. Out. All right, Mary, take this paper to the hospital. You'll find the address right there, and they let you in. I'll be around to see you tomorrow.
But, Doctor, I'm afraid of hospitals. I don't want to die in a hospital.
No. You're not going to die, Mary. The hospital...
It's tuberculosis. I know it is. I can tell by how you look at me. Please don't make me go there.
My dear girl, you'll get the best of care. I send many patients there, and I'll have Dr. Ivory look at you.
But I came all the way to London for you to take care of me, not the hospital.
That's enough now, Mary. You just go on along to the hospital like a good girl. Now, run along.
Yes, Dr. Manson.
Well?
TB, left lung.
Oh.
Needs a pneumothorax. You know, collapse the lung and fill the cavity with an inert gas. Would rest the lung, but she can't afford it.
Can't afford it? But she needs it.
I cannot help, and I cannot help what she needs. I can't take on every case that comes whimpering up from the provinces.
Don't
I'm trying
you
to...
know who that girl is? Oh. Mary Llewellyn, the little girl you came storming into my class about. The girl who brought us together. And you've forgotten her. You've forgotten what we used to be together, your work, your...
My work. What did that ever get us? What did it ever do for me? I'm beyond all that now. Can't you see I'm only trying to get us somewhere, I'm tired of explaining myself to you. I'm sick and tired of it. Oh, answer the door.
Is the doctor in?
Oh, yes, Mr. Stillman. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Andrew, this is Mr. Stillman.
Oh, good evening, sir. Won't you sit down?
For a moment, thank you. Oh, don't leave, Mrs. Manson. I have a meeting to attend this evening, so I'll take but a minute. Doctor, I'll be brief. I'm opening a clinic here in London. I want you to come in with me.
What kind of a clinic?
Why, tuberculosis, lung diseases.
Oh, yes.
As you know, I'm not a physician. I need a brilliant man in the field. That's why I've come to you. Your work, your researches...
Yeah, well, I haven't worked in the field recently, and I've been working at making a living.
And doing well, I understand.
Oh, frankly, yes.
Well, I still want you with me. Are you interested?
Oh, Andrew, it sounds wonderful. It'll mean getting back to your work.
Mr. Stillman, I'll need time to think.
I hope my lack of standing among licensed men isn't stopping you. I know they call me a quack because I don't have an M.D. after my name, but I've fought TB all my life, and I want to fight it here.
Stillman, a decision like this takes time.
Will you call me in a week? I can't promise you fame and fortune, but it's a field you once had talent for. So, call me in a week. Hello?
Mr. Stillman, Manson.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
Concerning your proposal.
Yes.
I've decided, that is, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. You see, I have so many patients, and I owe it to them to continue my practice. In fact, I have to attend one right now with Dr. Ivory. So I'm sorry, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Manson.
Nurse, I'm looking for a patient. I have referred to Dr. Ivory, a Miss Mary Llewellyn.
A lung case?
Yes,
sir. This way, sir. Right here. She's sleeping.
Oh, let me see her chart. She doesn't look well. In fact, nurse, is this an accurate record? Temperature, pulse, area of infection?
The chart is accurate, Dr. Manson.
Well, what is this down here? Operation scheduled. What operation?
You'll have to see Dr. Ivory about that, sir.
I will. This girl had a TB infiltration. Now, 1 week later, she's infinitely worse. Get her up, nurse. Get her clothes on, put her in the ambulance, and send her to my home. And where's Ivory? I want to see that man. Ivory, what have you done with that Welsh girl? What did you let her do? Rot in her bed?
What are you talking about, Manson?
This. Look at this chart. Is this the way you care for your cases? You're letting this girl die. And what's this operation you've scheduled?
Simple thoracoplasty, my dear fellow. Just
Simple. Just removing all the ribs on one side and completely unnecessary. She needs a pneumothorax, and you know it.
My dear man, we do not believe in pneumothorax. Apparently, you've been talking to Stillman.
Yes, I have.
And what is more, the girl cannot afford the extended treatment. Complete rib section will get the girl off our hands more quickly. I took the case only as a favor to you. You know we cannot afford these complicated procedures with charity patients.
And so because she can't pay, you'd subject her to life with half her lungs dead, with half her chest shrunken? Ivory, you're no surgeon. You're a butcher.
Manson.
You spoke of Stillman. Well, Stillman is where Mary Llewellyn's going, and going fast.
Manson, Stillman is not a registered physician.
Maybe so, but I'm going to have Mary Llewellyn properly treated.
If you take her out of here, I will have you before the Council of Medicine on charges of malpractice.
Go ahead.
Dr. Andrew Manson, having heard the charges preferred against you by the Council of Medicine in regard to your malpractice in the case of Mary Llewellyn, have you anything to say in your defense?
Gentlemen, I have heard the charges, and I have this to say. I have heard the name of Mr. Stillman reviled because he is not a qualified gentleman. Perhaps you remember that Louis Pasteur, the greatest figure in scientific medicine, was not a doctor. Nor was Ehrlich, the man who gave medicine its best and most specific remedy in history. Stillman is a great and original scientific thinker, and he's done more for tuberculosis than any man living today.
Dr. Manson, it is you who are on trial today, not Mr. Stillman.
Very well, sir. But in speaking for him, I speak for medicine. For myself, I have made mistakes before, but I made no mistake with Stillman. I do not regret what I did. For gentlemen, it is my holy belief that the mission of medicine, the reason for a physician's life and work and very being, is simply this: to cure, to make well the ill. Gentlemen, this is my defense, my only defense. Mary, will you stand up, please? Gentlemen, that is Mary Llewellyn. Mary is the girl Stillman and I treated. Not so long ago, she was in an advanced stage of tuberculosis. Look at her now. She is practically cured. She is healthy. Her health is my defense. And now you may do with me what you will. And so, Chris, I let money be my citadel, pretended it was for you, and I knew it was just greed and selfishness. But I know better now. It took Mary Llewellyn and what Ivory was going to do. It took that to show me.
It's all right, Andrew. It's all over. You've won.
Yeah, it's all over. But where to from here, my dearest?
Anywhere you say.
Say, a small town, start over. Perhaps pick up the silicosis work. Set up a lab. Get to work and... Woman, you're not even listening to me.
I was listening to how you said it, not what you were saying. And I was looking at the sky, Andrew. Look, there.
Clouds.
Sun breaking through. And the clouds are like...
battlements. Towers, Chris. And banners waving. Chris. Oh, my Chris. There's a citadel to storm again.
In tonight's inspiring play, Dr. Andrew Manson made the mistake that is so easy to make in our too materialistic modern world. He tried to substitute money for ideals. He tried to convince himself that the citadel of doubt and ignorance he started out to conquer as a young doctor was not worth storming. But he discovered that material success and financial security are worthless when they become more important than faithfulness to one's ideals, more important than service to God and our fellow man. Like Dr. Manson, each of us has a citadel to conquer. Each of us must find in service to God and our fellow man the inner strength that can help us overcome doubt and fear so that we can build a really complete life. And when we put these first things first, then material success can help, not hinder us. There is one place in which we can always find the light and the guidance that leads toward wholehearted acceptance of this vitally important truth. That place is the church. Millions already know how much the church and an experienced clergyman have done to help them find the security, comradeship, and happiness that comes to those who live and serve as true Christians. If you're already a member of some church, be sure that you take an active part in the opportunities your church offers for service to others, as well as for worship. If you're not a member of any church, you owe it to yourself and your family to find out now just how much a church can help you toward a more complete and satisfying life. It may be that you will find what you want in the Episcopal Church. Of course, you are always welcome at your nearest Episcopal church, and its clergyman is ready and eager to meet and talk with you, to explain to you what the Episcopal Church stands for, and how it offers you a faith to live by in these trying times. Why not decide right now to visit your nearest Episcopal church at morning services next Sunday?
This is Walter Hamden. I want to thank our cast, and especially you, Walter Pidgeon, for a magnificent performance.
Thank you, Walter. I'm grateful to the Episcopal Actors Guild for the opportunity of joining you tonight. By the way, what's the play for next week?
Well, next week the families of the Protestant Episcopal Church and the Episcopal Actors Guild will present a particularly delightful play entitled The Farmer Takes a Wife. Our guests will be the popular stars of stage and screen, Eddie Albert and Margot. I hope you will join us.
Walter Pidgeon appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. The music on tonight's transcribed program was composed and conducted by Nathan Kroll.
Now an invitation from the church.
The rector of your nearest Episcopal church will be happy to have you join his parish family. Why not attend church this coming Sunday and speak to him after the service? If you're not familiar with the location of your nearest Episcopal church or of the hour of service, you will find both listed in your local newspaper or church directory.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we have the honor to bring to you once again the foremost actress in the American theater, Miss Helen Hayes, and to bring her to you in a part of her own choosing as a famous actress of another generation, as Donna Broom in Clemence Dane's Broom Stages. But before our curtain rises on Broom Stages, Ernest Chappell has a guest with him this evening, and I understand he wants to put her under a spell, so to speak. Am I right, Ernest Chappell?
Well, for a spell, you might say, Mr. Wells. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, the other day I met a young woman who's taken part in a number of spelling bees. I tried her out on some real sticklers, and she was so good, I invited her to be with us tonight. Will the class come to order, please?
I'm quite in order, Mr. Chappell.
Now, we'd like to test you on that spelling ability of yours.
Very well. I'm ready.
Good. Now, the first word, get this now. The first word is Lilliputian. Lilliputian.
Let's see. Lilliputian. Lilliputian.
Right as Webster. 3 L's. All right. Now, the next word is newsstand.
Newsstand. Newsstand.
I didn't forget that second S, I see. Oh, that's fine. Now, here's an easy one. Suppose you spell tomato soup.
Tomato soup? There's only one way I spell that, Mr. Chappell.
Well, how do you spell tomato soup?
CAMPBELL''S.
You're right there. 100% correct. That's the way most people spell tomato soup. CAMPBELL''S. In millions of homes all over this country, Campbell's is practically another name for tomato soup. Today, you almost never hear of a woman making her own. Home cooks have come to agree with the famous hotel chefs who say that Campbell's tomato soup has a flavor that cannot be equaled. So, may I remind every one of you listening tonight to enjoy Campbell's tomato soup again soon? And now, Broom Stages with our exclusive Campbell Playhouse star, Miss Helen Hayes, and Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, there isn't one of you, I suppose, who doesn't know the name of Broom. To those of you who are young, it means simply the name of one of your favorite movie stars. And to those of you who are older, it means, I know, the memory of many great evenings in the theater. Well-beloved stars with their own companies, in town and on the road. Stephen Broom in England and Russell Broom in America. and Donna Broom. You remember them well, with gratitude and affection. And if you're very old, then you remember the time when the Brooms owned and ran half the theaters in London. There was the Gloriana near Covent Garden and the Janista on Oxford Street, and then later the Syracuse on the south side of the river. I've been to the Gloriana, still one of the great London playhouses, for Harry Broom and Maud, his Irish wife, built strongly and built well. It's been remodeled, but the famous roof survives, and rehearsals are still held there in fine weather, and the fancy pillars at the entrance still stand, and the great curtain made of looking glasses. And in the lobby, facing the ticket buyers, there still hangs the Sargent portrait of Maud herself. It's like her, too, I understand, though Donna, her daughter, always felt there was something wrong with the eyes. But then Maud didn't sit for that portrait of hers, and never knew that they'd hung her up in the entrance hall of her theater. For 2 years after its opening, she died of a fever caught at an all-night rehearsal. And with his wife's dying, Harry Broom's happiness ended like a candle blown out. That was 50 years ago. He went on acting, of course, and the theaters went on. There were plenty of Brooms left in the world besides Harry. So, of course, there always will be. Plenty of Brooms.
Bring me no more reports. Let them fly all, till Burnham Wood remove to Dunsinane. Fear not, Macbeth. No man that's born of woman shall e'er have power upon thee. Then fly, false thanes, and mingle with the English epicures. The devil damn thee, Black, thou cream-faced loon! Where got thou that goose?
There is 10,000 soldiers, sir.
Go, prick thy face and overread thy fear, thou lily-livered boy. What soldiers? Patch! Death of thy soul! Those linen cheeks of thine are counselors to fear. What soldiers? Wayface!
The English force, so please you.
Take thy face hence! Satan! Oh, I am sick at heart when I behold. Satan, I say! This push will cheer me ever, deceit me now. I have lived long enough. My way of life is fallen into the sear. The yellow leaf and that which should accompany old age is honor, love, obedience, troops of friends. I must not look to have, but in their stead curses, not loud but deep. Mouth honor, breath, which the poor heart would fain deny, and dare not. Satan!
What is your gracious pleasure?
What news more?
All is confirmed, my lord, which was reported.
Hang out our banners on the outward walls. The cry is still they come. Our castle strength will laugh a siege to scorn. Here let them lie till famine and the ague eat them up. Were they not forced with those that should be ours, we might have met them dareful, beer to beer, and beat them backward home. What is that noise?
It is the cry of women, my good lord.
I've almost forgot the taste of fears. The time has been my senses would have cooled to hear a night shriek, and my fell of hair would at a dismal treatise rouse and stir as life were in't. I have supped full with horrors. Direness familiar to my slaughterous thoughts cannot once stop me. Wherefore was that cry?
The queen, my lord, is dead.
She should have died. Hereafter, there would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools their way to dusty death. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. How now, fellow, thou canst use thy tongue, thy story quickly.
Gracious, my lord, I can report that which I tell.
All waiting to gather a seat for tonight's performance. Kindly stay in line.
Here, you don't have to push that way.
Single line, please. Single line and get clear of the stage door.
Greatest Macbeth of his generation, Harry Broom. That's what the papers say.
Here, give us a little room, will you?
Oh, quiet back there.
Quiet yourself.
Stand here at the stage door, please.
Listen carefully. You can hear from where we stand, so quiet.
Hang alive, till famine cling thee. If thy speech be sooth, I care not if thou dost for me as much. I pull in resolution and begin to doubt the equivocation of the fiend that lies like truth. Fear not till Burnham Wood.
Good afternoon, Miss Donna.
Good afternoon.
You going out front, Miss Donna?
No.
You don't mean you're leaving, Miss Donna, in the middle of a performance?
Yes. If my grandmother asks where I am, tell her I've gone home.
Very good, Miss Donna.
You know who that is? No. That's Harry Broom's daughter. Yes. Her and the boy Gilly. They're twins. 15 or 16 they must be now. Funny-looking kid, ain't she? With that white face and them big black eyes. Gawky looking, I call her.
Quiet, will you? I wants to hear.
Arm and out! There is no flying hence, nor tarrying here. I begin to be a-weary of the sun, and wish the estate of the world were now undone. Ring the alarm bell, blow wind, come rack. At least we'll die with harness on our backs. I will not. You heard them cheering just now, and what was the name they were calling, sir? Broom, Broom, Broom. They've been calling that name, sir, for over 100 years. In every theater, in every town in England, sir. And in America, too. That name's been heard wherever there have been actors and plays. Broom. Richard Broom. He was the first. Strolling player he was, playing from the back of a cart. Didn't come to London till he was 40. Robert, his son, was the greatest Othello that ever lived. He built this theater, the Gloriana. Our theater, the Broom's theater. Built it with the money he earned in 40 years of playing, and left it to his son William Broom, my father, and the greatest actor in the world. It was his for 30 years, his and my mother's. When it burned down, they went on the road, and for 10 years, they played till they had the money to build it up again. And now it's mine, sir, and when I go, it will be my son's, and his son after him. Can't you come to me, sir? You have the effrontery to come to me in my own theater and offer me money, money, to tear my theater down and put up an office building, I tell you, sir, as long as plays are played in theaters and there are actors to play in them, this theater, the Gloriana, will stand. And there'll be Brooms playing in it. And now, sir, get out. Get out before I have you thrown out.
Very well, Mr. Broom.
Go on, get out.
That was quite a speech, Harry.
Well, really, Mother. Could it even occur to anyone that I'd sell the Gloriana?
People aren't blind, Harry. They can see it's getting old. Not a cheap theater to operate anymore.
Oh, Mother, be quiet. How was I today, Mother? You're out in front, weren't you?
I've never seen the he scene better played in my life.
Oh, really?
Towards the end, you're getting tired.
Yes, it was. Did the audience know it?
No, they didn't know.
Where's Donna? When did she come in?
She left.
She what?
She left word with the doorman during Act 2. She went home.
She went home? During Act 2? You mean that the child comes up from the country for a week? She comes to the theater, our theater, to see me play Macbeth. And she can't even stay to the end of the performance?
I told you before, Harry. Donna doesn't like the theater.
Doesn't like the theater? Who cares what she likes? She does what she's told. I tell you, Mother, I have a good mind to put that girl into a part. And yes, what is it?
Sorry to trouble you, Governor. It's the scene painter here. He wants to talk to you about the garden set in 12th.
All right, ask him to wait.
Yes, sir, Archer. I wouldn't force Donna on the stage, Harry, if that's what you were going to say.
Mother, will you please let me look after my own children?
The theater's not what it used to be for a girl, Harry. In your grandmother's time, yes. Then there were compensations, but now there's no glamour left.
It's either respectable and dull or impossible from every point of view.
Mother, there's got to be a broom on the stage.
There's Gilly. There's your nephew, Stephen.
Yes, Stephen. I'm very pleased with Stephen, but, Mother, he's not my own flesh and blood. We built up a great heritage, Maud and I. We built it for our children. I won't have it frittered away, and Gilly...
You want your son on the stage, don't you?
Not yet. Gilly's only 16. He's just a child.
And Donna?
With a girl, it's different. At 16, Donna's as tall as I am. I've seen the way the girl sits on a horse. There's nothing childish about that.
She likes to ride. The things Donna likes, she does very well.
This time she was made to do things she doesn't like.
Think you can put that girl on the stage? She wants to stay in the country at Blandon, where she's happy.
Happy, eh? Broom. A broom is happy in the theater, and the stage, and the dressing room. Father had no business buying a place in the country. Mother, we're actors, not country people. My daughter doesn't know that yet, and it's time she was taught. Anyway, I never have been able to understand that girl.
Well, perhaps if you tried a little harder.
Tried? What are you talking about, Mother? Do you think I have the time?
You always had time for Gilly.
Gilly's my son. Besides, Gilly's different. Can't help liking Gilly, but I tell you, Mother, that girl's odd. She's not like one of us. She's got no...
Charm? Is that what you mean? She hasn't got the broom charm.
I don't know what I mean, Mother, except that she wants breaking in. She wants using. There's something in Donna going to waste. I hate it. Donna.
Yes, Father?
That's Gilly.
I don't know, Father.
Well, you should know, shouldn't you? It's last week of your brother's holidays. He goes away Monday.
Yes, Father.
Aren't you sorry he's going? Have you no affection for your brother?
No, but if you want me to find him, I think he's upstairs with Stephen and some of his friends.
You never go about with them?
No, I don't. They don't want me, and I don't want them. I'd rather read.
What do you read?
Books.
What sort of books?
Whatever I can get.
Do you ever read plays?
Yes.
Shakespeare?
Yes.
You ever learn Shakespeare by heart? You learn by heart at all?
Yes. Why, Father?
Donna, I propose training you for the stage.
Why?
What's that?
I asked why. You're not interested in me, Father. It's Gilly you care about. He's the one with the talent. He's the one that will carry on your name in the theater.
I said, Donna, that I have decided to train you for the stage. Would you like to learn? Donna, answer me.
Why, if you've decided, Father, that I'm to go on the stage, I suppose I'll go, shan't I? It doesn't much matter what I think.
Get your Shakespeare. Turn to the Merchant of Venice.
Which scene? I know them all. The quality of mercy is not strained. I suppose that's the speech you want.
Yes, I'll cue you. On what compulsion must I? Tell me that.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It drops...
My dear child.
The quality of mercy is not strained.
You're commencing one of the most notable passages in the entire literature of the theater. Now, take a deep breath, child.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath.
My child, are you entirely serious?
What do you mean, Father?
Do you imagine that an audience of 2,000 people who have paid their money to hear Shakespeare are to be hailed or even satisfied by these chirpings of a little sparrow?
Sorry, Father.
Go ahead, upon the place beneath.
It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest in the mightiest. It becomes the throned monarch better than his crown. His scepter shows the force of temporal power, the attribute to awe and majesty wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. But mercy is above this sceptred sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute to God himself.
Stop. This is unbelievable.
What's unbelievable?
You're a broom, aren't you?
Yes, I am a broom.
Well, for the love of heaven, girl, you have a voice. You're blessed by God and 7 generations of experience with the instrument of poetry. Use it, girl.
She isn't speaking poetry. She's reasoning with Shylock. Why should she rant at him?
Ranting isn't the word.
Oh, yes, it is. I know the kind of thing you want, and I won't give it to you.
Donna, my child, you'll read the quality of mercy to me as it should be read. As I wish it read. Or you won't play it at all.
Then I won't play it at all.
Stand in line. Single line, please. Single line, please. Next. Step lively there. Single line.
2, please. 2 for tonight.
2. It'll be 1 and 6. 1 and 6 out of 2 bob. 6pence change. There you are, sir. Next, please. Next. Single line there.
I want my money back.
What's that?
Yes, I want my money back.
I don't want to see no understudy in Hamlet.
What do you mean, understudy?
I seen it in the evening papers. Harry Broom lost his son, Gilly Broom. Died this morning of pneumonia, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Poor young boy,
Well,
he
I'm
did.
sorry, but I don't go to the theatre but once a month. And I don't want to see no understudy. I want to see Harry Broom.
You'll see him.
Oh.
The governor don't let no understudy go on for him at the Gloriana. You can be sure of that.
You mean he's going to play anyway? With his son dead this morning?
Yes, he is. Next, please. All waiting for seats in the gallery for tonight's performance. Stand in line. Single line and step by that single line.
Why have you come, Stephen?
Your father, Uncle Harry, sent me.
Why did he send you, Stephen?
He couldn't get away.
He could write.
Donna, I've come to take you home. To London.
You've come to take me home. This is my home, Stephen. Here at Blandon. This is my life.
Donna, your father wrote you weeks ago after your brother's death. You knew what he wanted then.
And I refused. I told him I never would, never could come back. So why can't he leave me alone?
Donna, he still wants you to come.
You mean, Stephen, I'm to live at London and go down to the theatre every night with Father and throw myself into my acting and be one of the Brooms? I couldn't do it.
You could stay with us, with Madeline and Bee.
Stephen, I won't go to London.
Donna, did you know that in the few weeks since Gilly died, your father's hair has gone quite grey?
Oh?
You know how he feels about the theatre, the Gloriana, and about the succession. But while there was Gilly, you could do as you pleased. But now that Gilly's gone, can't you see where your place is? Come, Donna, be human.
I won't come.
Donna.
I won't.
You'll have to come.
I won't. This is my home. Here at Blandon, in the country, where I belong. The only place in which I've ever been happy. And now he wants to take that away from me. Well, he won't.
How are you going to live, Donna?
I have my allowance. He wouldn't take my allowance away. Stephen, he wouldn't take my...
He'll use every weapon he has.
And I always thought at least he was generous.
Your father is generous in his own way. But you're fighting a battle with him and you won't own you're beaten. When you own it, then he'll be generous. Very generous.
Gallery seats, stand in line. In line, please. Doors open at 7. In line.
What's
please.
playing tonight?
Tonight, She Stoops to Conquer with Stephen and Donna Broom. In line, please.
Come on, Elliot. I ain't
in
standing
line.
in no line to see no Donna Broom.
What's the matter with her? She's a broom, ain't she?
Well, if she is, she don't play like one. I seen her last week, regular stuck-up she is, and hoity-toity.
Well, I never.
It's like she was doing you a blooming favour all the time she's up there. Come on, Harriet. Let's go to the Haymarket and see the theatre.
Gallery seats, stand in line,
Mr. Broom, you said you'd see me today, sir?
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. No casting. Sorry.
Could I come back in a few weeks, Mr. Broom?
Certainly, I'll be glad to see you.
Stephen!
Well, goodbye, Mr. Broom. Thank you,
Stephen, you said you wanted to see me. You've made me wait an hour.
Donna, why can't you be civil when you come through these people?
What people?
These actors after parts. Old Couloris, Edna Barrier.
Oh, Stephen, really, after all,
Just because you're a broom and the governor's daughter and you know this place will belong to you when my uncle dies.
I think you must be out of your mind, Stephen. I never thought of any such thing.
Well, they think of it, poor devils, when they see you sailing past.
What did you
like
want to speak to me about, Stephen? Be as quick as you can. I should be late for lunch. I'm sure Madeline's waiting for you.
Madeline's away.
Oh?
And the boy's been sick. Well, Donna, it's a rather difficult matter to begin. Yes, come in.
Well, the stage carpenter wants to speak to you for a moment, sir.
Yes, oh, yes. Come in, Herman.
It's about frames of them doors. I can't get them done by Monday. Knock me out. I have help.
What's Tolman doing?
He's busy on Sky. Doesn't take him off, for it won't be dry on time.
All right. Cut across the bridge to the St. James and ask the carpenter there. He'll lend you a couple of men.
That's right.
Well, Donna, as I was saying...
Yes, Stephen?
It would be civil of you to listen, Donna.
I'm listening, Stephen.
I can't talk to your back.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, go on.
Well, it's only... Yes.
Well, so Mr. Morris to see you, sir.
Oh, send him away. I'm seeing nobody this morning.
Well, Mr. Bloom, he says...
I don't care what he says. Put him off somehow, old boy.
All right, you are, sir.
Ah, come on, Donna, this way.
Where?
Let's go up to the roof.
What?
It's the only place they don't bother you.
But I've never been on the roof.
Well, you're coming now.
Stephen, wonderful up here. Why don't we rehearse here in the summer?
We used to in your mother's time. She loved it.
Oh.
But nowadays, the governor never comes
Look at
near
those
it.
people far down there in the street. They look like flies. Oh, I like it here, Stephen. I should come up often.
If I let you.
You know, I think... If you let me.
I said if I let you, Donna.
Let me. Is there any reason why you shouldn't?
None at all. None at all if you stay on here at the Gloriana.
Oh, Stephen, you know well enough that I've got to stay here. Day in, day out, night in, night out. For the rest of my natural life. Father's made that plain enough.
That's why he thought of you as an asset. He was hoping you could play Cordelia with him in the spring when Uncle Russell came over from America. But now he's beginning to wonder whether you are an asset. That's what I was going to talk to you about. Your father's a businessman. He may reckon you as one of his losses and decide to cut his loss. Then, I dare say, he'll send you back to Blandon, where you so much want to be. I expect you'll be pleased at that. That's why I tell you, I'm always willing to give you pleasure.
I don't know what you're talking about, Stephen.
You know what I think, Donna? I think you're a cheat.
Stephen.
Oh,
I don't know what you mean.
play stupid, Donna, when you've been so exceedingly clever.
Cheat? Well, what have I done, Stephen? You don't tell me what I've done.
You make it impossible for people to play with you. You shut yourself up. You play for your own hand. It reacts on the company. They feel you despise them.
But I don't. I don't even... I never think of them.
You find the company friendly?
I don't know. I've never thought.
Well, it's time you did. Do you know what your audiences think of you?
I may as well hear the worst of myself. What do they think of me?
They think you're a piece of handsome machinery in good order.
It's not true.
Perfectly true. What else are you? You're not a woman. You're bloodless and inhuman. You can neither give nor get love. Shall I tell you, Donna, what a critic said to me the other day?
No, I don't want to hear it. You can say things about me, Stephen, and I'll let you. But I won't let anyone else. I don't know why I let you.
Why do you, Donna?
Why? Does it matter? I choose to. But I won't endure it from other people. Even from you, it's hard enough to bear. You make me out hard and cold. And if you think that, then I'd rather you'd say it, of course. But I'm not hard and I'm not cold.
Donna, I didn't think...
Oh, I don't care. I don't care what you think. Sun's unbearable on this lead roof. I'm dizzy with it.
Donna, come back here.
Haven't we finished, Stephen? There's really no more to say, is there? I can't be lectured forever. Can I?
Donna, what's the matter?
Stephen, can't you see? I love you, Stephen.
Donna.
That day when you came to Blandon to fetch me, you were so... Oh, I was so lonely, Stephen, so terribly lonely. And all these months we've been working together. Stephen, hold me. Hold me in your arms. Stephen.
I will have such revenges on you both that all the world shall. I will do such things. What they are, yet I know not, but they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep.
Donna, I've been rehearsing all day.
I know.
Uncle's warned me out. He's had no mercy.
No, of course not. Are they finished with you now?
No, not for another hour. He wants to run through the Gloucester scene again. You know what that means. This is the 5th week of it. I've never seen him this way before.
When I'm finished my scenes, Stephen, I'll go.
Yes, Donna, I think you'd better go home.
How tired you look, Stephen. Look, dear, come to me afterwards, however late it is. I'll make you rest so well.
Donna...
I'm not a bit tired, really. I'll have supper ready for you, and it should be very peaceful. We won't even talk.
It'll be too late.
Will it? Perhaps you're right. You shall do as you think. I'll understand. But look, Stephen, if it's not too late, come. Do come.
On stage for the Gloucester scene. Please, everybody, on stage for the Gloucester scene.
Is that your call?
Act 1, on stage. Please, Act 1, scene 2.
Good night, Stephen, unless you come. Please come, Stephen.
I ought to go home, Donna.
Yes, but come.
I can't, Donna. I've got to go home.
Why?
Madeline comes home tomorrow.
This is tonight. Your wife's coming home tomorrow.
You knew she was?
No, I didn't know. You never told me. What are we to do?
Do?
It's come at last, Stephen. Oh, I'm so sorry for her.
What do you mean, Donna? Are you talking of Madeline?
She'll never forgive us, Stephen. How will you tell her? Or shall I? I want to share my part of the burden. Oh, Stephen, if we didn't love each other, this wouldn't be bearable.
Donna.
What is it, Stephen? You look so strange suddenly. What's the matter?
Yes, what is the matter, Donna? What have you got into your head?
What about...
I'm not going to tell my wife anything.
You're not? Am I to tell her then?
No, nobody is to tell her anything.
But aren't we in love, Stephen? Won't she divorce you? Shan't we get married?
Oh, my poor darling.
You don't look at me. You don't answer me. Stephen, why don't you answer me? What's frightening you? Shan't we get married? Shan't we?
Oh, don't spoil everything. We've had a wonderful time, haven't we? Well, it's over.
It's over?
It must be. Can't you see? Oh, don't be such a child, Donna. I'm married. We're people of the world, not children. Don't you see?
Yes. I see.
Yes, but why do you make me seem so... Why do you pretend... Oh, I don't have to explain things, do I, at this time of day?
Oh, you're explaining very well, Stephen. One thing I want to know, though. In all these weeks, through all that's happened, haven't you loved me at all? Stephen, even a moment ago, weren't you loving me at all?
I've loved you precisely as you've loved me, Donna. We've always understood each other, at least I thought so. Oh, Donna, there's my call.
Stephen!
What's the use of talking? This thing's got to stop sometime. It had better stop now, don't you think?
If Madeline were dead, would you want it to stop? Say it. Give me a yes or no.
Look, Donna, if I said no, it wouldn't be true. And if I said yes, it wouldn't be true. Darling, if you go to a ball all night long and enjoy yourself, that's the end of it. You want it to go on forever? Of course not. The end of it is you want to go home. Oh, Donna, don't look like that.
What? What do I look like? Do I look sad? Do I look angry? Hurt? Then my looks belie me, Stephen. Truly they do. You're right, of course. It's got to stop. It's been wonderful, hasn't it? I'll never forget it, will you? And I'll never forget you, Stephen, and all you've taught me in these few months.
Donna.
Don't look so agonized, dear. You make me laugh, Stephen. You look exactly as if I were the one who would break things off.
Come on stage, please. The Gloucester scene.
You must go down, Stephen. But kiss me first. We shan't be alone again, darling. Ever.
Mr. Broom, please.
Coming. Stephen, I wish you'd stand by for your cue.
Sorry.
Is Donna back there? Are you there still, Donna?
Yes, Father.
Don't go yet, Donna. I finished this scene. I'd like to run through with you. Ain't you tired?
Not at all. I'll wait. I like watching.
All right,
one
gentlemen.
thing to already.
Get on then. Now, Stephen.
Thou, nature, art my goddess. To thy law my services are bound.
Oh, no, you're putting nothing into it, boy. Smile, boy, be gay. If you can't give me gaiety, the part goes to pieces. Now, come on, try it again. Thou, nature, art my goddess. To thy law my services are bound.
Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom?
That's it, boy, smile.
And permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me, for that I have some 12 or 14.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Broom Stages, starring Helen Hayes in the role of Donna Broom, and Orson Welles playing Harry Broom and his grandson Edmund Broom. The part of Stephen Broom is being played by John Hoysradt. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of Broom Stages, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. But for that moment, I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the children. I don't believe there's a machine of any kind that uses up energy faster or that needs more of the right kind of fuel to keep going than the average boy or girl. Growing children need nourishing food to replace the energy they burn up and to build strong, sturdy bodies and keen, alert minds. Most doctors say that every boy or girl should have at least a quart of milk a day. But how to get the children to take that milk may be a problem. And so I want to tell you mothers about one way to do this that I'm sure they'll welcome. Simply add milk instead of water to any of these 4 Campbell's soups: pea soup, celery soup, asparagus, or tomato. In this way, you give your children good vegetable nourishment combined with the important health benefits of milk. Why not make a point to serve these 4 soups often? Remember their names: Campbell's tomato soup, Campbell's pea soup, Campbell's celery soup, and Campbell's asparagus soup. And don't forget that they'll be keenly enjoyed by the older members of the family, too, when served as cream soups. And now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Broom Stages, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles.
Get a receipt for the evening performance. Stephen Broom in Romeo and Juliet. Stand in line, please. Clear the stage door there.
Excuse me, I'd like to get through.
Yes, here there. Make room there. Clear the stage door, please.
Thank you.
Who's that? Who's that renting the stage door? I don't know. A woman in black.
That's funny. In the middle of a performance.
It ain't funny. Know who that is?
No, who is it?
It's Donna Broom, Harry Broom's daughter.
Harry Broom? Did he have a daughter? Been away. She was in America for 10 years.
America?
Yeah, she married an American actor from Russell Broom's company that came over for King Lear. Hardly knew him 2 weeks when she married him. And away they went.
What's she doing over here?
Oh, come to see the will, I expect. Old Harry Broom's will.
Now, shut up, will you? I'm trying to hear.
Love. All through, apothecary, thy drugs are quick. Thus, with a kiss, I die.
But, Donna, don't you understand? For years, your father and I managed these theaters. Now that he's dead...
Yes, Stephen, you and my father worked well. I shall step into his place.
But, Donna, you're a woman. Why, for 12 years you haven't even lived in this country.
Oh, don't talk rubbish, Stephen. I've been managing my own companies in America for 8 years.
Well, Donna, you can't be in 2 places at once. When you go back to America...
I'm not going back to America, Stephen. You may as well know. My husband and I are separating, probably a divorce. We have nothing in common, and my work is here.
Your work?
I'm guardian for Edmund, my son. The business is Edmund's inheritance.
And Eustace's?
Oh, certainly. You shall look after your son's inheritance, Stephen, and I shall look after Edmund's. I'm very anxious to work with you, Stephen.
But, Donna, I've tried to explain to you it's not possible for you and me to...
Why not? You see, I don't intend to leave you with sole control, Stephen.
I don't see how you can help it, Donna. Before he died, your father made me managing director.
Oh, yes. But he's dead now, and the property is half mine. As half owner, I wish to make this arrangement.
Well, as half owner, I object, so it's deadlocked, Donna.
Of course, if you want to make a dispute of it, Stephen, you can always call in my lawyer.
Donna, what do you mean?
I've saved a fair fortune, Stephen, but I'm prepared to spend every penny of it fighting for my right and Edmund's. Either you and I work together as my father wished, or the property must be sold.
Donna, after all that's happened between us, do you really believe that we could work together?
I don't see why we shouldn't. We're arranging a partnership, Stephen, not a love affair. Well, Stephen, do you want to talk it over with your wife? You know perfectly well what she'll say. She'll be extremely puzzled that you should dislike working with me.
No, she wouldn't.
So you did tell her. You added even that. You couldn't even hold your tongue.
She guessed.
Did she punish you?
My wife's an angel. Always was and always is. And I don't want to talk about her. If I've got to work with you, Donna, at least keep her out of it. And anyway, it's all years ago.
You needn't be afraid, Stephen. You won't have to work with me after all. I'm afraid it's I who won't work with you now. No, you've talked a little too much, Stephen. We'll sell the theater and be done with it.
What?
I said we'll sell the Gloriana and be done with it.
Donna, you don't mean that.
My lawyer says I'm within my rights.
Donna, you can't do that.
Why not?
The Gloriana's our theater. It's been our theater for 80 years. It was your father's and his father's before that. Now, if a stranger gets in there...
I'm not afraid of that, Stephen.
Can't you see what you're smashing? The broom tradition, the tradition of 2 centuries.
Not smashing, Stephen, transferring. You think the broom tradition lives in you and Eustace? I think myself strong enough to transfer it all through myself to Edmund. Our sons will not be of age for another 10 years, and that gives you and me plenty of time, Stephen, to fight this out. Let's see 10 years from today which branch will represent the broom tradition. Don't look so frightened, Stephen. You used to like a fight.
Donna, I beg of you not to do this mad thing.
Yes, you always thought me mad.
Donna, you don't realize the brutality of what you're doing. This starting again from the beginning, with the children and my wife always ill. It's more than I can face.
We all say that when we're in trouble. But you know, one does face things, and after a time one masters them or is mastered by them. It's all a question of one's nature, Stephen. One must learn to be hard and learn to be cold and learn not to feel too much. And then one wins.
Donna, are you still holding against me that craziness when we were both so young?
I wish you wouldn't be so emotional when I want to talk business. However, I can talk to my lawyer and he can see yours. And you do understand, Stephen, don't you, that I'm going to sell the Gloriana?
Half an hour, please. Half an hour. Half an hour, Miss Broom.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Edmund in there, Mum?
Yes, Joe, I'm here, thanks.
Oh, half an hour, please, sir. Half an hour.
You'd better go and dress,
Oh,
Edmund.
not yet, Mother. It doesn't take me 5 minutes.
It should, Edmund. Even on the road, you know.
Well, it does as a rule, Mother. Let me stay here and talk with you a little longer. Have you missed me? How'd the show go last night?
Fairly. Not a good house, and Henry and your part wasn't very good. Have you arranged anything, Edmund, with the theater in Manchester?
No, it's as I thought it'd be. Cousin Stephen has been in Manchester before us. He's there this week with the School for Scandal and the Cigarette Makers' Romance.
So they don't want another broom company for quite a while,
That's
is that it?
That's it. You do get in each other's way, don't you? You and Cousin Stephen. It's astonishing how he draws, too, in spite of his third-rate company.
You watched their show, then?
Yes.
How did he play? Is he aging? Does it show?
Well, he's not so much aging, Mother, as looking badly. You know his wife Madeline died last week, I suppose.
I told you that myself.
I suppose, Mother, this feud between you and Stephen has got to go on.
Feud? Hand me that eye black there, will you?
Sure, here you are.
Thanks. What do you mean by feud? Your cousin and I are necessarily business rivals, and as you know, there have been interminable money disputes. But business is business, even in the theater. But feud...
Mother, don't bluff. Of course it's a feud. You both had your knives at each other for years. Hang if I can see what you've got out of it. What do you get out of it, Mother? You must get something.
It's ain't to be eaten. I've my living to earn, and yours.
But, Mother, you're not earning it, are you? We're much worse off than we were 5 years ago, dragging ourselves around the country this way. We've been out of London for 3 years now. You know what's playing at the Gloriana now and what used to be our theater? Third-rate musical comedy.
That's because of the lawsuit.
I can't see why you ever started these lawsuits.
No, Edmund. It's not necessary for you to see. But if you'd been in my position at that time, I think you would have done just as I did. Anyway, your cousin started the lawsuit, not I.
He says you forced him.
He said. What do you mean, he says? What's this about, Edmund? Do you mean you've been in touch with Stephen without telling
No,
me?
Mother, I went around to see him after the show, of course.
You went around?
But, Mother, why shouldn't I? You were just saying there was no feud. I like Stephen's acting very much, and I hadn't seen him for years. I just thought I'd go around, so I went around. So, of course he saw me. We got on very well. He asked after you, too, as a matter of fact.
After me?
Isn't it all bitter? He's pretty hard up, I think.
Did he speak of his wife? Of Madeline?
Oh, yes, poor devil. He's got some sister-in-law there to look after the children.
And Eustace?
Eustace is at Oxford still, of course.
I see. Stephen's son is at Oxford, but my son is earning his living.
Well, suppose you'd sent me to Oxford and I consented to go, Mother. Anyway, Cousin Stephen is half killing himself to do it.
He seems to have told you a good deal in one interview.
Quarter of an hour, please.
All right.
Quarter of an hour.
Better go and dress now. You'll be late.
All
You know, I
right.
dislike a hurried makeup.
We'll talk about it afterwards.
About what?
Oh, about Cousin Stephen.
There's nothing to talk about that I can see, Edmund.
All right.
Quarter of an hour, please. Quarter of an hour, please.
Don't be so stubborn, Mother. Of course I'm right. We're losing money all the time. Cousin Stephen is forever cutting us out.
My dear Edmund, we more than cut our cousin Stephen in return. For every penny we lose, he loses a shilling.
Yes, Mother, but why lose a penny or a shilling? Why did Grandfather and Uncle Russell succeed as they did? Because they knew how to combine, that's all.
Combine?
Now, look here, Mother, I have a scheme. I've been working at it for weeks.
I don't want to hear it, Edmund.
Mother.
It seems to me very impertinent of you, at your age.
Mother, you brought me up to look at this company as my inheritance.
Yes, Edmund. And when you put on your first play as an independent London manager, independent even of me, Then I shall have done my work in the world, Edmund, and then I shall be ready to go home. But until
You
then...
always said, Mother, that when I was 21, you'd hand over the company to me. Is that right?
Yes, I
Well, that's a
did.
year off, but I swear to you, the day I'm 21, this is what I'll do. I'll go straight across to Cousin Stephen, and we shall combine our companies. Then we'll soon be back in London at the Gloriana.
Oh, that's just a dream.
Of course we will, with
Edmund.
Stephen and you and me together, the Brooms together again. There's no limit to what we could do. So why not let me go to Stephen instead of frittering away another year? Another year, it'll be too late. Cousin Stephen will be smashed. Mother.
I'd like to see that ending. I'd like to see your cousin Stephen smashed, crashed, wiped off the stage, wiped out of the history of the theater.
Yes, Mother, I know all about that. A vindictive lot, we Brooms, and proud of it. But, Mother, this isn't 20 years ago. This is today. I wish you could see what an opportunity this is. You can hate Cousin Stephen as much as you like, and he can hate you.
Does he?
Well, he won't discuss you, naturally, but he's not exactly warm and cheerful when you're mentioned. But, Mother, what I'm trying to say is you can hate each other as much as you like as long as you don't mix me up in it. It hasn't anything to do with me. But what does concern me is my chance of going into management as a Broom, of acting in my own theater once more.
You don't know what you're asking, Edmund.
Yes, I do. I'm asking you not to be sentimental.
How dare you, Edmund?
Sentimental, Mother. Mother, I've set my heart on this.
So I see it.
Well, what about it? You see the sense of it, don't you?
Oh, yes, I see the sense
Well,
of it.
Mother, will you meet Cousin Stephen?
He won't meet me.
That's what he said.
Oh, so you've talked to him already?
Of course, Mother. Crack the soft nuts first.
Oh, Edmund.
You see, Mother, this isn't some sort of a test of me, of my power to get my own way. If I can make you and Cousin Stephen do what I want, I should be, it seems to be pretty sure that I'm on the right lines.
For what, Edmund?
Well, for making everyone else do what I want, of course. Mother, I do want my life to be a success. And mastery, that's the greatest thing in life for me. Mastery, I want to master everybody.
And if you meet someone you can't master, Edmund, sooner or later?
I'd beat him somehow.
Supposing you couldn't?
Oh, how I'd hate him.
I don't hate you, Edmund, though you generally get me to give in to you.
Well, if you didn't, I should hate you, Mother.
Oh, my son.
I should.
Edmund, if one day your son said the same thing to you...
My own son? I should see that he kept his place.
Pooh. You'll be proud of him as I am of you.
I'd like to see a son of mine try it on, that's all. I'd break him, then I'd build him up again. First, I'd break him.
I don't want to break you, Edmund, though you are too much for me.
Yes, but that's because we agree, Mother. We agreed so well. Right now, you're only making objections, you know, to amuse yourself.
Very well, Edmund. Make the appointment. I'll see him.
Well, you've read the agreement, and I take it that you approve. So if you'll sign here, Miss Donna.
Yes, I'll sign it.
Thank you. Now, you, Edmund. Thank you. Now, you, please, Stephen.
I can't do it. I won't do it. It's signing away Eustace's birthright. My son's birthright.
My dear Cousin Stephen.
I've tried to blind my eyes to it, but here it's written down clear enough. And I won't do it, Donna. If your boy here is my partner, that's well enough. But what about Eustace? I've got to look after my own son.
Well, don't ask me to step out of management in order to make room for Eustace. I won't do it.
It's all right, Mother. Nobody's asking you to do it.
He is. He is. Don't
no,
humor me, Edmund. I know your cousin Stephen. He's always been out for what he can get.
Oh, Mother, please.
You, of all people, Donna, have no right to make me that reproach. You were always a good bargainer yourself.
If I was a good bargainer, at least I stuck to my bargains. Can you say the same?
Mother.
No, Edmund, no. Don't stop me. Let him answer. Well, Stephen...
Mother, stop torturing us. Come on and sit down.
I'm sorry to be obstructed, my boy. You mustn't blame me. When you're my age, you'll feel differently about things. After 40, you don't work for yourself anymore. You shift on your ambitions to the other generation. Ask your mother. She'll tell you the same.
Yes, that's true. The center of interest shifts.
Donna, you're so determined to work with your son. Can't you see? Can't you understand? I want to work with mine.
That isn't the point, Cousin Stephen. The point is that if we join up now, we may recover. If we go on separate, it's just ruin for us both.
Oh, I want to work with my son,
You want to work with your son, Stephen. There's your son. Stephen. There's your son.
What do you mean?
Mother.
Edmund's your son, Stephen. You're his father.
Are you mad?
What,
father,
Donna?
son.
Mother.
Son, father.
Cousin Stephen. Cousin Stephen,
Father, son.
Cousin Stephen, is this true?
Son,
Edmund, give me that deed of partnership. I'll sign it.
Keep clear of the stage door, can't you? Keep clear.
Shut up, will you? If we can't see, we want to hear.
Go it, Broom. I'd have thought of it after all these years. Back at the old Gloriana.
Mother, we're doing it.
Yes, dear.
Mother, what are you doing back here? Why aren't you out in front? See the show?
No, my dear, I was a little tired. I thought I'd sit here in your dressing room. I could hear everything.
How am I?
So far, you're good,
Oh,
Edmund.
Mother, we've done it. The brooms are back at the Gloriana. What is it?
5 minutes to the last act, Mr. Broom.
Oh, thanks.
Edmund.
Yes, Mother. Mother, is anything wrong?
No, dear, nothing's wrong.
Well, then?
You remember, dear, when I told you 2 years ago that when you put on your first play as a London manager here at the Gloriana, then I should have done my work in the world, and I should be ready to go home.
Mother, what are you saying?
Edmund, I'm going away.
Mother, you don't mean that.
Yes, I do. You see, I've worked very hard all my life, Edmund, and I'm beginning to want to rest.
Oh, but Mother...
You don't need me anymore, not very much. The Brooms are back at the Gloriana. You're grown up, so I think I might go back now, Edmund. Back to the country. Back to our place at Blandon. I was always so happy there.
Mother, that's all nonsense. Go to Blandon, bury yourself in the depths of the country? I never heard such nonsense. You know perfectly well you don't mean it.
I do mean it, Edmund. I've been thinking about it for a long time.
Oh, but Mother, dear, if you want a holiday...
I do, and I'm going to have it.
But then you'll come back.
If you were in trouble and wanted me, of course. Not otherwise. Never otherwise.
Ready for exercise, Mr. Broom? Curtain going up in 1 minute.
Take it up. I'm ready. Look here, Mother. I can't do without you. That's flat. You just can't go. Don't you see? I must have someone to talk to, Mother.
There's your father, Edmund.
Oh, Mother, that's not the same. Stephen's all right, but he's not like you. You know how I think about things. You know how I work. Now, I'm awfully sorry, Mother, but I can't spare you. I really can't.
Curtain going up now.
All right, I'm coming. Mother.
Yes, dear?
Well, Mother, it's understood then, isn't it, that you put out of your mind all this nonsense about going to Blandon?
Oh, no, Edmund, I'm going.
But, Mother, why?
I've felt this last year as if I were running a race with you, Edmund. Only you're running on dry land and I'm running through mud or water. It slows me. You'll feel the same when you're 40 and have to keep up with your children.
Mother, it's leaving me in the lurch. It's unlike you. Imagine me all alone coming home tired. Darling, no one to speak to.
Oh, you'll get accustomed to being alone, Edmund. You'll like it, really.
No, I won't.
You know, my dear boy, there are times when my authority irks you. And I'm too old to learn how to lay down authority.
Well, Mother, you and I...
Here's your entrance, sir.
Right. Mother, for the last time, you can't do this.
Mr. Broom,
Right. You must be out of your mind. The theater's your life. It's all that you love.
You're wrong, dear. I've always hated the theater.
Mr. Broom.
Right. Make all our trumpets speak.
Good evening,
Give
Miss
them
Donna.
all
Good evening.
You going out front, Miss Donna?
No.
You don't mean you're leaving, Miss Donna, in the middle of the show?
Yes. If my son asks for me, tell him I've gone home.
Very good, Miss Donna. Now then, come on. Clear the stage door, please.
All right,
Good night, Miss Donna.
Thank you. Good night.
You know who that was? That old woman who just went out? No. Who is it? That's Donna Broom. Edmund Broom's mother. That's it, which is.
That old lady. I never... You know, I always thought...
Oh, shut up, will you? I wants to hear. Shh.
She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools their way to dusty death. Out, brief candle, Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
You have been listening to Helen Hayes and Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Clements Dane's Broom Stages. In just a moment, Miss Hayes and Mr. Wells will return to the microphone. In the meantime, may I remind you again how a bright, glowing plateful of Campbell's tomato soup just makes you sit up and take notice? Its aroma invites you, and as you sip spoonful after spoonful, there's a real thrill in its flavor. A flavor that only superb tomatoes and an exclusive recipe can create. These tomatoes are specially grown for Campbell's. They have glorious deep color and are extra luscious. And this season's crop of tomatoes was exceptionally fine, and you'll enjoy the full flavor of those tomatoes now in Campbell's tomato soup. And so I specially urge you to have Campbell's tomato soup again soon. And now Orson Welles with his guest, Miss Helen Hayes.
Just a moment, Mr. Chappell.
Yes, Miss Hayes?
I want to tell you, Mr. Chappell, the way you describe Campbell's tomato soup always makes me hungry.
Well, thank you very much.
But, you know, long before I first heard you talk about it, we were having it often at our house. You see, we like it.
Well, Miss Hayes, I think you've given us the real reason why Campbell's tomato soup is bought and served more often than any other soup in all the world. People like it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Orson Welles.
I told you, ladies and gentlemen, that tonight's broadcast was Helen Hayes' own choice. Broom Stages, she tells me, has long been her favorite story of the theater. And when Miss Hayes says the word theater, believe me, she's talking about something she knows. She's been in it since childhood, and I doubt if there's anyone in this generation who's worked so successfully, so unselfishly and tirelessly to keep this theater of ours a live and burning thing in the hearts of audiences the country over. This moment, with her most recent New York success, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Hayes is once more on the road. Last night, within a few minutes of the curtain going down, she was on her way to New York to be with us today. Now she plays in Boston, and after Boston, I believe, what is your next stop after Boston, Ellen?
I'm off to Buffalo.
Off to Buffalo. Well, we were speaking of the road and of the
quite
theater.
a few things have changed since Donna Broom went touring with her American company, of course. There were no planes or radios in those days, and most of the theaters where she appeared have long been torn down. Yet in the audiences to which we play, there must be sitting every night grandchildren of those who saw Donna Broom.
If I may interpret you, you mean if there really had been a Donna Broom.
But there was, Orson, there was. Though that may not have been her name. She existed, I know she did. And she'll always exist as long as there are theaters standing and shows produced and audiences to enjoy them. As a matter of fact, I know she existed because at this moment there's one thing about which I share her feelings completely.
What's that, Ellen?
About wanting to go home, Orson.
I don't blame you.
Only unlike Donna, I don't have to go as far as Blandon, just to Nyack. The car's waiting for me downstairs, and the family's waiting for me at home.
Helen, you certainly deserved all of those things. And good night.
Good night, Orson. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. And once more, thank you. Thank you, every one of you.
And, ladies and gentlemen, as to next week, next Sunday night, we bring our version of one of the most outstanding motion pictures of that master, the human touch in the cinema, Mr. Frank Capra. The celebrated Mr. Deeds goes to town, and our guest star will be that delightful and merry actress who has, in a few years, won herself an enviable position in the type of part that no one else plays quite so well, Miss Joan Blondell. And so until then, until next Sunday, and Mr. Deeds goes to town, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse, remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present By arrangement with the Columbia Pictures Corporation, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town with Miss Joan Blondell as our guest. Meanwhile, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A ruthless fiend roams the streets of your city masquerading as a police officer. For months, helpless citizens have been robbed, beaten senseless, and kidnapped. The criminal is a twisted genius, vicious, cunning. Your job is to get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 4th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from communications, and it was 11:13 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben. Did you get that message to call home?
Yeah, bad news.
What's the matter?
That doggone kid of mine, chicken pox.
Oh, again?
Last year it was the mumps. Year before that, the measles. Every time I get set for a vacation, he decides to catch something.
Well, forget it, Ben. Think what a comfort he's going to be in your old age.
Go ahead, laugh. You'll find out.
Yeah.
How are you, Friday? Romero?
Fine. What can we do for you?
You don't look like you remember me.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Name's Savage, isn't it? George?
It's Johnny, Sergeant. Johnny Savage. You remember now?
Oh, sure. Those liquor store robberies out in the Wilshire district. About 6-7 years ago, wasn't it?
10 years, Romero. You ought to remember that. You were at the trial.
We testify in court every week. 10 years is a long time.
It's longer in the state pen. It's a lot longer.
Yeah, you cried a little at that trial, didn't you, Savage? You said we beat that confession out of you.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd drop in for a little visit. Kind of apologize to you fellas. You gave me a square deal. I guess I kind of lost my head. I figured I'd apologize.
Oh, that's all right, Savage. When'd you get out?
A couple of weeks ago. I did it the hard way. Served 10 flat. I don't know my day.
You find a job yet?
Yeah, Friday. I'm working nights.
What kind of a job?
Laborer in a warehouse, south end of town.
Good. You decided to level?
10 years in prison's a long time. You learn a lot of things. Nights are long. You think a lot. You get things straightened out.
I hope you mean that.
Sure I mean it, Friday. I've got everything straightened out. I know who my friends are, and I know who to watch out for.
You sound like maybe you're on the right track.
I got it figured, Romero. Not like you two fellas. You caught me red-handed, and you sent me up for 10 years.
Well, you did all right, Savage. 5 armed robberies. You got off pretty easy.
You got a break, Savage. Make the best of it.
Sure, I'm not kicking. 10 years, a real break.
That's right.
Well, just dropped in for a little visit. Maybe I'll see you fellas sometime.
All right, Savage? Keep your nose clean?
Sure. No hard feelings.
No?
You just took 10 years of my life, that's all.
There's no such thing as a man going through prison without changing. And Ben and I have seen them switch in both directions. Some men learn their lesson after they land behind bars, and when they're released, they turn into good citizens. Johnny Savage was sour. We made a mental note to check him out later on, and then we went down to the record bureau and pulled his coming out mug. That's about all that we had time for, because about an hour later, we started to get busy.
Hot shot, Joe. Grab it.
On the corner of Selma and Naples, the drugstore, 211 and probable attack. On the corner of Selma and Naples, 211 and...
What you got, Joe?
Selma and Naples, 211 and attack. Come on.
Here we are, Joe. Over there on the far corner.
Yeah. All right. Come on. We got the story from the victim, the store owner, Mr. Thomas. For the most part, it was the usual rundown of an early morning holdup. There was only one exception.
Oh, I've had young hoodlums try to hold me up before, but there was nothing like this one.
How you mean, Mr. Thomas?
Well, he came in here just before closing, and ordinarily I'd have kept an eye out because that's the time to look for him. But this fella came to the door and said he was a policeman, so I let him in. He looked like a cop. Barged right up to me and the wife behind the counter and pointed a gun. And she screamed, and he hit her in the face with the butt of the gun. Sergeant, it was horrible.
That's the way it started, and that's the way it kept going. Because most of the victims and most people don't realize that as a citizen, they have the right to check on police officers' identification when in doubt. After we got the story from Mr. Thomas and checked the store in the neighborhood, Ben and I headed back for the office.
Attention, all units. At the end of North Baxter Road near Hillcrest, victim of 211 and slugging. Cars 71 and 72 take the call. Code 3. Attention, all
That's
units.
4 blocks away from the last one. Let's roll on it, huh, Ben?
Right, I'll hit the siren. You get the light.
By the time Ben and I got up to the end of North Baxter, the men from car 71 were already there. The victim was telling his story. His face looked like it had been through a meat grinder.
We're just shifting the car into second to make the hill when I hear this siren behind me, and I see this red light flashing in the side view mirror. Well, naturally, I pulled over to the curb, and I was just reaching for my driver's license when the cop runs up, yanks me out of the car, and starts clubbing me in the face with the butt of his gun.
Did you get a look at him? Think you can describe him?
No, I'm afraid not. He swung me around and kept me staring into that red light on his car all the time he was beating me. After a while, everything just went black. When I woke up, my wallet was gone, all my money's...
45 minutes later, Ben and I were interviewing the third victim, a young housewife out in the Wilshire district. Same trademark.
I tried to tell him, Sergeant. I tried to tell him I didn't have any money, but he wouldn't listen. He kept holding me by the throat and beating me with his fist like he enjoyed it. Beating me.
Yeah, all right, Mrs. Jameson. Could you tell us how he got in the house?
He came in the front door and rang the bell. I opened the door, but I left the burglar chain on. He said he was a policeman. So when he demanded I open the door all the way, I did. Then he grabbed me.
And you can't describe the man for us, Miss Jameson?
He was tall, and he had dark hair and big hands. That's all. It was like a nightmare. A horrible nightmare.
Tall, dark hair, big hands. Your guess the same as mine, Joe?
Maybe. Let's wait and see. Come on, let's check with the boss.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. He's waiting for you. In there.
Come on, Ben.
Chief of Detective's office. Hannon.
Sit down.
Yeah, Skipper.
All right, you two, let's have it.
The guy with the red light?
Yes, the guy with the red light posing as a policeman. Why hasn't he been picked up?
You know as much about it as we do, Ed. We got our first call around midnight. He knocked over a drugstore out on Selma. He hasn't stopped working since.
Didn't you get any definite lead on him? No description, no license number?
Nothing. He's tall, big hands, dark hair, that's all.
Fine. Either of you got any ideas?
Could be anybody, Skipper, with that description.
You're sure it wasn't anybody on the force?
We sent all the victims down to personnel. Lowry showed him the mug book of all police officers. Wasn't one of our men.
Works fast. Drugstore, motorist, a pedestrian, a housewife out in the Wilshire district. Went right in the house after her. 4 of them, right in a row.
5.
Huh?
There's a 20-year-old kid in the next room. Came in just before you got here. A couple of hours ago, he was sitting in a car with his girl up in Mulholland Drive. This red light bandit comes along, slugs him, and kidnaps the girl.
Kidnapped? She still missing?
Not a trace.
When did this happen?
A couple of hours ago. They brought the kid over from Georgia Street Hospital. We can talk to him now. He's had a bad time. Right in here.
Okay.
Pete, we're going to have to ask you a few more questions.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It feels a little better now.
This is Sergeant Friday and Sergeant Romero.
Hi, Pete.
Hi.
Can you tell us what time the trouble started?
Oh, about 10:15, 10:30. Sally and I were sitting in the car talking about where we were going on our honeymoon. We're going to be married next month. And then this car pulls up behind us and starts flashing a red spotlight on us, and a guy runs over and pulls open the door. He said he was a cop.
Did you get a good look at his car, Pete?
I think it was a black sedan.
Did you get a look at the man, Pete?
No, I didn't. It was pretty dark, and he kept me staring into that red spotlight. It all happened so fast. Then he started slugging me, and I went down.
What happened then?
Well, the next thing I knew, Sally was screaming. He had one hand on her throat, and he had her backed up against the side of the car. He was beating her with the other hand. Some kind of a short billy club. Well, I got up and I started for him, and he slugged me again. When I came to, Sally was gone.
Anybody check the area up there, Ed?
Yeah, Davis and Griffin. Didn't find a thing.
Oh, Sergeant, you gotta find it. You got to. I wouldn't know what to tell her folks. I wouldn't know what to say.
That's all right, Pete. We'll find her. You take it easy.
Got a hot shot, Ed, up on Summit Road near Westmore. A woman, unconscious. Ambulance follow-up. Possible dead body.
All right, Hannon. Look after Pete here. Friday, Romero, let's go. Up ahead, Romero, to the right.
Okay, Skipper.
Yeah, there's the ambulance and the cruiser car.
Sure a lonely-looking spot.
All right, come on.
Hiya, Doc. What'd you find?
Hiya, fellas. Right over here. Just gonna take her in.
Where'd you find her?
Over there, by the side of the road. Somebody driving by saw her. They called us.
Any identification?
This bracelet on her wrist.
To my dearest Sally from Pete. December 25th, 1947.
That's a girl, all right. What are the chances, Doc?
I wouldn't bet on them. Pretty bad shape. Well, have you seen enough?
Yeah. Friday, Romero, call the crime lab and check the area for footprints and tire tracks. I'll ride back in the ambulance with the girl. If she regains consciousness, I want to talk to her. All right?
Okay, Ed.
I'll meet you in the office by 8:30. We're working straight through till we get this guy.
See you at the office, Skipper.
What time you got, Ben?
7 minutes to 4. Long night.
Hey, that car up there ahead. Let's take a look at it, huh?
Black sedan. Hey, look, he's flashing a red spot on that convertible.
Come on.
He sees us, Joe. He's pulling away.
Get that gas pedal down to the floor.
Already there. He's turning off right.
Hit the siren. I'll get the light. We're gaining a little, Ben. Next corner to the left.
Joe, where'd he go?
It's a fancy driver. Try the alley up ahead to the left here.
Must have turned up that cross street.
Get through the alley and double back on him.
Right.
There he is, Ben. Look out.
Watch it, Joe. Watch it. He's going to ram us.
We got hit just in front of the rear bumper. Our car was forced into the curbing and it turned over. He was real lucky. He kept right on going. But this time, Ben and I were sharing the luck. All we got out of it was a couple of nasty cracks in the head and a few bruises, but it was enough to keep us in a hospital under observation for a day. By this time, Ed Backstrand was fuming. So were the newspapers. During the day we spent in the hospital, the red light bandit went on a real blitz. He pulled 6 more jobs, 1 liquor store, 2 residential holdups, and 3 car robberies. 5 of the 6 victims were slugged and beaten. Davis and Griffin had taken over for Ben and me, and by the time we got back on the job, they'd built up a lead for us.
We've been working with Wilkerson up in auto theft, Joe. He's used 4 stolen cars already. We got the makes and numbers on each one of them.
How about the dark sedan he was driving when he rammed us?
The boys picked it up this morning out on Sepulveda. We're checking it for prints now.
Oh, that's fine, Dave. You got any description on the guy yet?
No luck there, Joe. He works too fast.
Nothing at all?
The same as you had. Tall, black hair, big hands. Loves to use them.
Friday, Romero, got a minute?
Okay, Skipper. Check you later, Hyundai.
Sure thing, boys.
Sit down. How do you feel?
Pretty fair, Ed.
Little stiff here and there.
All right, did Davis fill you in?
Up to date.
Okay, I just called the doctor who's handling Sally Wilder, Pete's girlfriend. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
She's been in pretty bad shape since we found her up there on Summit Road. This morning she took a turn for the better. She's conscious, and her doctor thinks she might be able to talk to us a little bit.
Good. When?
About an hour. I cleared it with the doctor and with her family. You'll only be able to stay a couple of minutes, so make the most of them. That's all.
All right, Ed. We'll check with you later.
Say, Joe, Ben, here's some mail came for you fellas while you were gone.
Oh, thank you, Mike. We're going over to the county hospital. We ought to be back in a couple hours.
Okay. Say, there's been a couple of phone calls, too.
Yeah, anything important?
I don't think so. The guy just called to say hello. Said his name was Johnny Savage. He just called to say hello.
I presume you men are aware of the girl's critical condition.
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Froman.
We saw her before she was taken here at the hospital.
Yes. You understand, of course, that you'll be able to see her for only a few minutes, and please try your best not to excite her, huh?
Right, Doctor.
Sally isn't able to talk. Bad mouth and face injuries, so your questions will have to be answered simply yes or no, and nod of the head.
Okay, we got you. We only have a few questions, and we want to know if she can identify the man who beat her from these pictures we've got here.
All right, Sergeant. This way, please.
Thank you.
Sally, these gentlemen are from the police department. They'd like to ask you a few questions. Now, there's no need to be nervous or afraid. Just simply nod your head yes or no. Oh, that's fine. All right, Sergeant.
Sally, did you see the man who attacked you?
Yes. She says yes.
Did you get a good look at his face? You did. All right, Sally, now you can answer these three together, just yes or no. Was he tall? Did he have dark hair? Did he have large hands? He did. Ben.
All right, yeah, Jim.
Hand me the folder.
Yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, there's just one more thing, Sally. I'm going to show you some pictures now. Take all the time you want before you make up your mind about each one. If you recognize any one of these men as the person who attacked you, just nod your head, all right? Oh, that's fine. Good. Here's the first one. No? All right. Here's the next one. No. How about this one? No? All right. Here's another. Do you recognize him? This was the man? Are you sure, Sally? Thank you. That's all. Let's go.
Did you find what you wanted, Sergeant?
Yes, Doctor, we did. Here, it's this one.
Nice-looking chap. Who is he, Sergeant?
His name's Savage, Dr. Froman. Johnny Savage. When we got back to the office, we checked in with Ed Backstrand. In 5 minutes, an all-points bulletin and a full description of the suspect was broadcast to every radio car, every motorcycle officer, to every sheriff and law enforcement agency in Los Angeles and Southern California. By nightfall, the manhunt was on. More than a dozen extra patrol units were called in for duty that night, and when they pulled out of the police garage, the name, the picture, and the full description of Johnny Savage was in the possession of every officer. The same for the patrolmen, whether they walked a beat downtown or out in the residential areas. The picture of Johnny Savage went with them. Everything was done that could be done. On the second night of the manhunt, far out on the edge of town, Johnny Savage, the red light bandit, got his 12th victim, a 63-year-old storekeeper.
Attention, all units. 939 Markham Street, near Clark. 211 and slugging, code 3, ambulance dispatched. All units, 939 Markham Street, near Clark.
Here it is, Skipper. Tie-in.
What'd you get?
Wilkerson lifted the prints off that black sedan that rammed Joe and me.
Yeah?
They belonged to Johnny Savage.
Yeah, good.
That storekeeper last night. It is Savage, all right. Victim identified him from his mug.
All right. We got enough in this Savage guy to put him on ice for life. All we have to do now is to get him.
Now, look, the way we figure it, Ed, this red light bandit is using stolen cars with cold plates, so there's no way of tracking down the cars at regular commercial garages. He's got to be renting private garages someplace around town.
All right, let's get the neighborhood patrolman on the job. Advertise it. All over town. It's a city ordinance, isn't it? People who rent private garages are bound by law to register the car and license number with the police. Start a campaign if you want, but find those cars.
Right.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hello, Backstrand. Yeah? When? I see. Yeah, thanks.
What is it, Ed?
It was the hospital. About the girl, Sally.
Sally Wilder? What about her?
She died 5 minutes ago.
That night, everybody went back on the job as usual. The cruiser cars, the patrolmen, the motorcycle officers, and about a dozen decoy cars. Armed policewomen riding alone in cars or parked in lonely spots with a police officer escort. Our car, 80K, was still in the garage for repairs, so they assigned us another one. And we started to make the rounds. Everything was usual. Except one thing. We weren't tracking down just a thief anymore or a sadist who liked to beat people's faces in. We were out to get a murderer. It was a perfect night for the suspect. Dark, no moon. I gave Ben 2-to-1 odds, and I put up $5 that we'd get Savage that night. I lost the $5. We cruised until 7 the next morning, but there wasn't even a nibble. We had breakfast at the Federal Cafe, a little restaurant down the street from the city hall, and it was about 8:15 when we got back to the office. We were pretty tired.
Robbery detail, Romero.
I would like to speak to Sergeant Friday.
Just a minute. It's for you, Joe.
Okay, thanks. Friday talking.
Sergeant Friday, I want to talk to you.
Well, I'm listening. Go ahead.
I want to talk to you in person as soon as possible.
Can't you tell me over the phone? What is it?
I cannot tell you over the phone. It is very important. Can you come now?
Well, now, look, mister, I'm awful sorry, but we're very busy down
554 Ramona Avenue. Can you come now?
Well, what's this all about? Who is this speaking?
My name is Carl Savage. My son's name is John.
Here it is, Joe. Neat-looking little place.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm Sergeant Friday. You Mr. Savage?
Yeah, come in.
Okay. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I will be brief, gentlemen. I am the father of John Savage. I wish for you to catch him. I will help you.
I noticed the name on the mailbox outside, Mr. Savage. You changed your name lately?
I changed my name 10 years ago when John first got into trouble. My own name I had to change. The shame. Always from him, my son. Shame.
Mr. Savage, has your son been home since he got out of prison?
Yeah, many times, to ask for money. I would not give him any, so he struck me. Last night I read in the newspaper the little girl he beat up. She is dead. Then I make up my mind.
Do you know where your son is now, Mr. Savage?
Not now, no. But our garage has a car in there. It is not his, I know. Also in the garage, I find many license plates. I find spotlights with red glass lens.
But you don't have any idea where we could find him.
No, but he will come back. He always comes back for money.
We're going to station an officer here in the house, Mr. Savage.
Anything you want, if it will catch him. He's bad, Sergeant. Like something poison. All through, he's bad.
See a sewing basket over there, Mr. Savage. The wife live here with you?
10 days ago, before this starts, I bury Gertrude, my wife, his mother. Sergeant, for 10 years she is sick, but for 10 years she stays alive to see him from prison. 10 days ago, she died. He did not even come to the funeral.
Does your son have any idea that you might call us?
No, I don't think so. But when you catch him, give me a gun. With my own 2 hands, I will kill him. Johnny Savage.
Before we left, we called Ed Backstrand and we brought him up to date. He sent 3 detectives out to relieve us, Davis, Griffin, and Marsh. We told them to keep an eye on the house and the stolen car in the garage. That night after dinner, Ed Backstrand, Ben, and I went out and relieved them. We parked the cruiser car in the garage next door, and then we took up our posts. Carl Savage had a light supper, and then he went to bed about 9. The 3 of us sat at the front windows in the darkened house, and we waited. Ben kept his eye on the garage. Outside, across the city, the manhunt continued as usual. 3 hours went by. The waiting got monotonous.
Friday, Romero, look alive, will you?
Oh, yes, Skipper. I'm sorry.
That clock's enough to put anybody to sleep.
What time you got?
12:23 a.m.
Thanks.
The clock kept ticking. We were tired. We took turns keeping each other awake. At 10 minutes past 2, I looked at my watch, and then I settled back and tried to find some kind of a comfortable position. They started so faintly, it was just like the ticking of the clock. Same rhythm. And then they came closer, and the sounds got out of rhythm. Backstrand's head came up with a snap.
Friday, Romero, you hear that?
Yeah, Ed.
Get up to the window once the curtains. You see anything?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody's coming.
Savage?
Can't tell. Wait a minute, he's slowing down. He's going up the driveway to the garage. He's going inside. That's him.
Come on. Watch it, he spotted us. He went over that fence into the yard.
There he is, Friday.
You hit him, Joe.
Maybe.
He's going for the street.
He's headed for that car, Ed, that sedan up on the corner there.
Yeah, Romero, go back and get the car.
Right, Skipper.
Must have parked up the block before he came around. Where's Romero?
I don't know. Oh, here he comes now. All right, let's go.
Get that radio on, Joe.
It's already on, Ed.
All right, give him a call. Any sign yet?
No, nothing so far. Next corner to the right, Ben. Unit 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
Clear and keep frequency 4 open. This is an emergency.
80K, roger. Frequency 4, open and clear. Attention, all units on frequency 4. Stand by. 80K, go ahead.
Yeah, there he is, Friday, up ahead. Dark blue sedan.
Control 4. We are in pursuit of the possible red light bandit. Suspect is driving a dark blue 1949 sedan. License number in the 7 column. 61 Robert 784. Use caution. Suspect is armed. Code 3.
Attention, all units. Attention, all units. Unit 80K now pursuing possible red light bandit. Suspect is driving a dark blue 1949 sedan. License number in the 7 column. 61 Robert 784. Use caution. Suspect is armed. Code 3. Your location, 80K.
Control 4. We are headed east on Wilshire Boulevard, crossing La Brea.
Attention, all units. Suspect is headed east on Wilshire Boulevard, crossing La Brea.
Watch it, Romero. Don't lose him.
I see him, Skipper.
Control 4. Still pursuing red light bandit. Headed east on Wilshire, now crossing Rossmore.
Attention, all units. Suspect is still headed east on Wilshire, now crossing Rossmore. Suspect is armed. Use caution. Code 3.
That truck pulling out up ahead.
Hit the siren, will you, Skipper?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. It's a tight squeeze.
Leaning on him, Romero. A lot of traffic up ahead. He's got to slow down.
Control 4. Suspect headed east on Wilshire, crossing Western Avenue, closing in.
There he goes. He'll go right down Sherman Alley. It's a dead end.
Yeah. Control 4. Suspect turns south into Sherman Alley, closing in on suspect.
Attention, all units. Suspect has turned south into Sherman Alley. Suspect is trapped. Converge on Sherman Alley.
There he is, Skipper. Pulling up ahead. He's jumping out.
All right, take the mic, will you, Ed? Here. Come on, Ben.
I'll direct the other cars in. If you need help, holler.
Right, Skipper.
All right, which way to go, Ben?
Down between those buildings.
Come on.
He's starting up the back fire escape.
All right, keep him busy. All right, Savage, come on down.
He wants to go the rough way.
One more chance, Savage. Come on down.
No use, Joe. He's heading up for the roof.
Come on. He climbs like a monkey. Come on, let's get him.
Yeah, all right.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Here's the roof. All right, where'd he go?
I don't know. Let's spread out. All right, Savage, you're through. Throw your gun out and come out with your hands up.
Watch it, Joe. He's running for the edge. He's going to jump.
I'll get him. All right, up, guy back here.
You lousy copper, you dirty, lousy cop. I'll kill you, man.
You're through, Savage. You're through.
Good, Joe.
Yeah. Throw the cuffs on, will you?
Yeah, you just betcha. You want to smoke?
Yeah, I can sure use one. Thanks.
Quiet up here.
Yeah. I was just thinking.
Well?
Carl Savage, this guy's father.
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Nothing. What would you do, Ben, if your son was a murderer?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
John Savage was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the sixth in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Patrol Officer Robert Steele of the Montana State Highway Patrol, who on the morning of November 2nd, 1947, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Tonight starring Olivia de Havilland in My Cousin Rachel with Ron Randell. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play has been widely read as a best-selling novel. It's Daphne du Maurier's My Cousin Rachel. And to recreate her role in this 20th Century Fox screen success, we have a twice-honored Academy Award winner, Olivia de Havilland. Playing opposite, we welcome Ron Randell to our theater. Now, My Cousin Rachel, starring Olivia de Havilland in the title role, with Ron Randell as Philip.
Come to me quickly, Philip. She has done for me at last. Rachel, my torment.
This was all the letter said. The letter from my cousin Ambrose. I left at once, for Ambrose was more than just my cousin. He was father, brother, friend, everything in the world to me. My journey ended in the Villa Sangaletti in Florence, Italy. But I had come too late. Ambrose was dead.
The illness was long, Signor, but the end was quick. The violence had all gone from his face. Only a look of peace.
Violence?
The fever, Signor. Sometimes for days his senses would leave him.
The caretaker told me you were their friend, that you're a lawyer.
That is true, Signor.
And Mrs. Ashley, where is she?
She left here the day after the funeral, at my suggestion.
Why was I not informed, at least, of my cousin's illness?
His death was sudden, Mr. Ashley.
But not so sudden he hadn't time to write to me.
She was afraid he might have written. The doctors warned her that he might.
Warned?
Your cousin's behavior was quite irresponsible those last few weeks. The tumor had created a considerable pressure on the brain.
Tumor?
The cause of death, Mr. Ashley.
May I ask what proof there is of that?
There is the death certificate. A copy has been sent to the trustee of your cousin's will, to Mr. Nicholas Kendall in Cornwall.
How do you know that Mr. Kendall's the trustee?
It is indicated in the will, sir.
You've read my cousin's will?
But he showed it to me.
May I ask how he disposed of the estate?
In effect, to you. All of it. He mentions you with the deepest affection.
My cousin took me into his home more than 20 years ago, when my parents died.
It must be a magnificent estate. Now it is all yours, Signor. Or will be, soon, on your 25th birthday.
What about her? His widow?
Rachel? She is not mentioned in the will.
She'll contest it then, of course.
No. Rachel approves of it completely.
I see. About my cousin's illness.
Yes.
Regardless of doctors, that letter he sent... The letters are not the man of a man simply sick. Ambrose was in danger.
Sir, believe
read this
me...
letter. There, you see. She has done for me at last. Rachel, my torment.
May I ask if there were other letters?
Some, not many. He wrote to me in January of meeting the Countess Sangaletti. He said she was half English and a very distant cousin of ours.
She was a widow then, Signor. And now, so young and beautiful, Rachel is twice a widow. Anyway, Ambrose fell in love with her. The courtship was brief. They were very happy.
For how long?
Every moment, until he became so ill. Could the illness have been a relapse, Mr. Ashley?
Relapse? That's absurd. He was subject to rheumatics in his legs. Our winters are wet and dreary, so he decided to spend a month or two in Italy.
Yes. And his other letter?
Ambrose wrote that he was ill. He said there was no one he could trust. That she watched him constantly.
Believe me, he was deluded by the fever.
Why didn't his wife send for me?
Your cousin Rachel is a woman of very strong feelings. Such women do not easily acknowledge defeat. They cling to the things they want, and they never surrender.
Where is she now? My cousin.
I have no idea.
Where is he buried? Or don't you know that either?
The Protestant cemetery. The stone ordered by Mrs. Ashley is already in place.
When she returns, tell her I was here. And tell her that I know how Ambrose died.
Rachel is a woman of impulse, Signor. There is no assurance she will ever come back to Florence.
At month's end, I was back in England. The weeks dragged by. But I could not forget Ambrose nor the woman he'd married, in spite of the attentions of my two dearest friends, Nick Kendall and Louise, his daughter. It was Nick who brought me the startling news that Rachel was here in England.
She just arrived in Plymouth. She writes to tell me of Ambrose's death. Obviously, Philip, she knows nothing of your journey to Florence.
What's she after, a settlement?
She asks for nothing, not a shilling. Although, as the widow, she does have certain rights.
After driving Ambrose to his death?
That's a very foolish thing to say, Philip. I wouldn't repeat it if I were you.
You still believe that story of the tumor?
Ambrose was my friend. I can't sit here and do nothing when his widow arrives. I'll invite her to stay with Louise and me until her plans are more definite. I know you won't want to see her.
But I would like to see her. Very much.
Oh?
Tell her that I'm a plain man, living in a rather plain fashion with no fine manners whatsoever. But if she wishes to see me and her late husband's home, both are at her disposal.
You think she'd accept an invitation like that?
Send it along. We'll see if she does or not. My invitation was accepted. Rachel came.
He's here, Mr. Phillips. Mrs. Ashley is here.
Since she was due here at 5, and since it is now nearly 7, I should hope she is. You explained I was too busy to be here to greet her.
She said she understood, sir. She is now in her room.
She's already dined without waiting for me?
Oh, no, sir. She had a tray in her room. She was very tired after the journey and asked that you excuse her this evening. But if you wish to see her after dinner, she'd be pleased to receive you.
In her room?
Yes, sir.
That's all, Seacombe. Thank you.
Come in.
I am Philip.
Philip. Oh, how good to see you.
I hope you feel better now.
Very much, thank you. I owe you an apology for not coming down to dinner, but I was very tired and dull.
I should have been here when you arrived.
No, please. Seacombe explained. You must never let me interfere with any of your plans. I want to thank you for letting me come here. It couldn't have been easy for you, Philip.
You're welcome here, I assure you.
You've no idea what a strange feeling it was, driving through the estate and up to the house, and Seacombe standing by the door to greet me. Everything just as I'd imagined it. Even the clock striking the hour as I came in the door. Ambrose told me so much about... If you'd like to smoke your pipe, Philip, then please do.
My pipe?
You've been putting it from one pocket to another.
Oh, I didn't realize it. You don't mind my smoking?
Not at all.
When Mrs. Pascoe comes, we don't even smoke in the drawing room.
But this is not a drawing room. It's a boudoir. And I'm not Mrs. Pascoe.
She's the vicar's wife.
Yes, I know.
I thought women minded about such things.
Oh, they do when they've nothing better to worry about. This room, Philip. Wasn't this Aunt Phoebe's room?
Was it?
Before you were born.
All I remember of Aunt Phoebe is her name.
Ambrose never told you of her great romance at the age of 45.
Why, no.
As a matter of fact, she died on her wedding night. But I think I'd better not tell you the circumstances until we've known each other a little longer.
You're sure you're comfortable here? There's nothing you wish?
Nothing. Thank you.
I'll see you in the morning, then. Good night.
Good night, Philip.
That Sunday after church, it was Rachel who reminded me of a custom that Ambrose was so fond of. Luncheon with the Kendalls and the Pascoes. And it was Rachel who suggested that she drive back with Nicholas Kendall, while I should return with his daughter, Louise.
Well, Philip, what did Rachel say?
About what?
Well, didn't you accuse her?
No, Louise. Not yet.
You've said nothing at all about the way that Ambrose died.
I haven't had the right opportunity. I must say she's not at all the sort of person I thought she'd be.
She's very beautiful, but middle-aged, of course. Quite 35, I should say.
She could be 99 for all I care.
At 99, women don't have eyes like that, nor that complexion. Nor do they dress like that, nor look so well in mourning.
What are you trying to tell me?
Nothing you don't already know, I'm sure.
The luncheon was very successful, Rachel. I'm glad you thought of it.
Your Louise is charming, Philip. She'll make you an excellent wife.
Louise is an old friend, but she's not mine. She's practically a child.
At your age, I suppose you'd think that.
You're teasing me.
Not in the least. It's just that I'm very happy here. It's been a wonderful visit, Philip.
You're not thinking of leaving?
Well, I came only for a few days. You forget I've a new life to make for myself.
Rachel, why did Ambrose never make another will? Do you know?
What does that matter now? The fact remains I can't afford to be idle. I must look for work of some kind. In London, I suppose. But you'll invite me down again, won't you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, I don't know if you want to come again or not. I haven't been altogether honest with you.
Honest with me?
I should have told you that Ambrose wrote to me during his illness. Or did you know that?
No.
He begged me to come to Florence to help him. But I arrived there too late.
You've been to Florence?
Yes.
When? How long ago?
I spent one afternoon and night there. The night of August the 15th. I saw Mr. Rinaldi.
But why didn't you tell me? Why have you let me stay here without mentioning such a thing?
I thought at first that you knew.
Rinaldi. What else did he tell you?
First, I think you should read these letters from Ambrose. Here. They're the last he wrote to me.
Thank you.
I tried not to look at her while she read, but I couldn't keep my eyes from her face. But there was nothing I could define, only her beauty. And then...
His letters. How you must have hated me.
Yes.
Philip, why did you ask me here?
To accuse you.
Of what?
I'm not sure. Perhaps of breaking his heart, which would be murder, wouldn't it?
And then?
To make you suffer. And then I suppose to let you go.
That was merciful of you. More merciful than I should deserve. If that was what you wanted, watch me. Watch me now. Watch me as much as you wish.
No, please. Please don't. You're not that woman. You're not the woman I hated.
How do you know I'm not?
That was someone who existed only in his poor, sick mind.
It's very generous of you, Philip. Someday I'd like to tell you about it. About Ambrose and me and our marriage. As much of it as I understand, anyway. I'd never even met a man like him. Strong, tender, without conceit of any kind. For the first time in my life, I knew what peace was. As for him, he was like someone sleeping who'd suddenly wakened and found the world with all its beauty and sadness, too. Guido Rinaldi, whom he detested as much as you probably do, Guido told me once that Ambrose wakened to me as some men waken to religion. But a woman, unhappily, is not religion. She's a human being with human faults, and she shouldn't be judged by the same rules.
Ambrose expected too much of you.
In any case, finding religion doesn't always improve a person. And waking to the world didn't help Ambrose. He changed. His nature changed.
How?
That's a question I wish from the bottom of my heart I could answer. The doctor said it was his illness. That out of pain and fear, these deep-hidden thoughts and suspicions came to the surface. But how can I be sure that it wasn't something in me that brought them out?
Rachel.
You're quite sure you don't hate me now?
Why should I?
I'm very glad. Good night.
make a friend and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has, like Fiorello LaGuardia, the busy little mayor of New York, who found time to get on the radio and read funnies to the kids. Here was a man who loved children, and through his love saw the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund come into being. To start such a fund, LaGuardia went to Europe, not as a representative of the UN, but as an American citizen. He traveled from country to country, investigating conditions, speaking to the people, and making friends. In his native land, Italy, he helped hand out food to the needy and won their admiration. On his return to the United States, LaGuardia worked day and night to sell the need for a children's emergency fund. And finally, the General Assembly of the UN adopted his proposal unanimously in a resolution which stated that as many children as possible to the age of 18 would receive help from the fund on the basis of need, without discrimination because of race, creed, nationality, or political belief. Workers all over America donated a day's pay to the fund, as did children in all kinds of schools, organizations, and churches. But LaGuardia didn't live to see the full success of the great work he helped to start. His big heart stopped the night before the UN announced aid allocation to over 3,700,000 children and mothers in 12 European countries and China. But others picked up where Fiorello LaGuardia left off. People like him, who knew that by helping others, you help your country.
Act 2 of My Cousin Rachel, starring Olivia de Havilland in the title role, with Ron Randell as Philip.
I left the house early the next morning. There was a matter of great importance to bring before my friend and neighbor, Nicholas Kendall.
Money, Yes, she's penniless, Philip, I'm sure.
And we've got to do something, Nick.
Well, how much would you suggest?
£5,000 a year.
5,000? But that's a tremendous sum.
The entire property might have been due to her. You'll direct the bank to make quarterly payments.
No, not until you think it over.
I did think it over all night long.
Very well. I gather that your cousin Rachel will be leaving us soon.
It is my earnest hope she'll delay her departure. At least until after Christmas.
But that's several weeks off.
Yes. Oh, my best to Louise, Nick.
Thank you. I'll tell her you dropped by.
I invited half the village to our party on Christmas Eve. Early in the evening, before the guests arrived, I stood with Rachel before the fire.
The wine, Philip. Aren't you going to drink it?
I'm thinking of a toast, but it's not elegant enough. I want to drink to you, Rachel. To my distant, but very dear cousin.
And I drink to mine with a heart full of love and gratitude.
This is for you. Merry Christmas, dear Rachel.
Philip.
Put it on.
Oh, it's the most beautiful necklace I've ever seen in my life. May I kiss you, Philip? Oh, thank you, darling.
Sorry to pry you away from your guests, Philip, but I must talk to you.
You sound very sober, Nick.
I am. Your cousin Rachel, where did she get that necklace she's wearing?
I gave it to her. Why?
That necklace is part of your family's collection. It won't be yours for another 3 months. Not until your birthday.
Very well, then. I've loaned the necklace to her for 3 months.
Listen to me, Philip. I've come to learn a little more about your cousin Rachel. Some old friends who've wintered in Italy for years. They met her when she was married to Sangaletti, her first husband.
Well?
Both were notorious for unbridled extravagance and loose living.
I've never heard of anything so despicable. Who are these people?
It doesn't matter. For the moment, all that matters is the necklace.
What are you suggesting? That she might sell it?
Will you ask her to return it or not?
No, never.
Very well. Then I must do it for you.
I forbid you to.
Philip, he's right.
Rachel.
I'm terribly sorry. I couldn't help overhearing, but there's no need for either of you to be embarrassed. Philip, it was dear of you to let me wear this necklace for the evening, but quite right of you, Mr. Kendall, to insist on its return. I want you to take it, Philip. Please.
Rachel, I won't forget this, Nick.
Philip, wait. Philip!
Who is it?
It's I, Philip. May I talk with you? Just for a moment.
I assumed you'd retired. It's quite late.
I've been writing a letter. Philip, you mustn't mind about the necklace. Really. It doesn't matter, dear. Not in the least.
That stupid, unspeakable
Now
oath.
you're acting like a child.
I'm not a child, and I ask you please to remember that.
But I do, darling.
I'm 25 all but 3 blasted months, and I object to any further patronage from anyone. My mother wore that necklace on her wedding day. Before that, her mother. Don't you realize why I wanted you to wear it, too?
Good night, Philip. And bless you.
May I kiss you good night?
Oh, my dear.
Rachel had mentioned a letter. I saw it on a table in the hall before the groom took it to post. It was addressed to Guido Rinaldi. Some weeks later, a windy, rainy afternoon, I returned from some business in the village. I heard voices, Rachel's and a man's. The man was Rinaldi.
Philip. Oh, I'm so glad you returned. You remember Guido, of course. Guido Rinaldi?
Yes, we met in Florence.
He should be scolded, Philip. A whole week in England without letting me know. I couldn't have been more surprised when he walked in. Will you have a glass of wine with us?
Thank you, no. My clothes, I should change.
Hurry, dear, won't you? We'll see you at dinner.
I'm not certain that
Now, Philip.
It's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Rinaldi.
È un bel ragazzo. Mi ricorda il quadro del Battista di Andrea del Sarto.
As for me, Philip reminds me only of one person.
He will join us at dinner or not?
Silly, of course he will.
We sat in the living room after dinner. Rachel was preparing some sort of drink. She had several small jars of herbs on the tea table, and she smiled as she mixed them.
You see, Philip, that's all there is to it. It's called tisana. Guido's favorite tisana, which he says no one can make as well as I.
No one. I'm sure Rachel knows more about herbs than any other person in the world.
But what is it, this tisana?
I should have introduced you to it long before now. It's a tea made from herbs. In Italy, it's a very ancient art with endless variations in flavor and strength and purposes, etc. For pleasure, for health. Ambrose loved it, Philip. And if you like it, we'll have it again.
It was a strange beverage, quite unlike anything I'd ever tasted before, but not unpleasant. We sat and talked, but I could see that Rachel was becoming restless.
Would you excuse us, Philip? Guido and I still have a good deal of rather dull business to discuss, and I believe it can be done more conveniently upstairs.
Certainly.
You'll join us later?
I'm afraid not, thank you. I'm suddenly rather tired.
If you change your mind, come in at any time. Guido?
In a moment, Rachel. Mr. Ashley, I must thank you for all you have done for your cousin, and for your most generous allowance. I understand now with what regret Rachel will leave here.
If and when she does.
Of course. About the allowance, it may please you to know that such an arrangement was precisely what Rachel had in mind for you if the other will had been signed.
Other will?
She didn't tell you.
What other will?
Well, perhaps I should not have mentioned it. Ambrose left this entire estate to Rachel. Unfortunately, by the time the will was drawn, his collapse was so complete it was never signed.
You still have the copy, of course.
No. We destroyed it. Good night, Mr. Ashley.
You'll have to go further than this to escape me, Philip.
How did you know I was here?
You always fly to the beach when you're angry with me. I've seen you here before, Philip, perched on these rocks like some angry seabird.
Go back to the house. It's too cold for you here.
Not if we sit close and you put your arms round me. Last night, you didn't come to say good night.
You didn't really expect me, did you?
I waited up for you.
With your friend?
A good hour after I'd sent him off to bed.
Is that true?
But of course. Why do you ask that?
Where is he now?
On his way back to London.
Oh. I'm terribly sorry.
You're a goose.
You really do think me a fool, don't you?
I've told you not to say that. It's absurd. I become fonder and fonder of you with each day that passes.
And each day that passes, I'm more and more determined that I shall never let you leave here, Rachel. Rachel.
I beg you, Philip, I beg you to reconsider. I've never heard of such a thing.
Never heard of wrong being righted? There's nothing you can do about it, Nick. My birthday's tomorrow.
You realize you're signing away your entire estate?
It's what Ambrose himself intended, until he became too ill to arrange for it.
We don't know that, not for a fact.
But we knew Ambrose, didn't we? Would he have done anything less for the woman he loved?
No, not if he still loved her.
Take the pen and sign, Nick.
There are some women, Philip, good women very possibly, who impel disaster. Whatever they touch somehow turns to tragedy.
You and Louise, you'll come to the house tomorrow, I hope.
It's your birthday. We'll be there.
Thank you. I don't remember ever knowing the delirium of happiness I knew it that night, standing under Rachel's window, calling her name.
Philip, what on earth?
Did I wake you?
Yes, you did. What are you doing there at this hour? Philip, no. You'll fall and hurt yourself.
Only a cloud would walk upstairs on such a night. A man in love must scale the walls.
You've been drinking.
I'm drunk on love, and I'm here, and we're alone. Don't you know what day this is?
It's not day. And if it's your birthday, you mean that's not till tomorrow.
The clock's already struck. Tomorrow's here.
Your hair's wet.
Yes, I've been swimming in the sea.
How could you in this weather?
Do you remember what your mother used to tell you, what must happen on a birthday?
No, but it was something foolish, I'm sure.
That on a man's birthday, his every wish must be granted.
No, that's not it at all.
That's exactly what you told me not a week ago.
Only up to the age of 10.
There was no such restriction as that. You said.
Then there is now, to the age of 10 and not 1 day older.
Very well, then. Suppose this time we reverse it. The celebrator will try to grant your every wish. Whatever you want. Home, fortune, or perhaps the contents of this box. Here, open it.
No.
Then I shall.
Really?
Remember the necklace. All this goes with it.
Are you out of your mind?
It's my 25th birthday, and everything I have is yours.
Darling, this is impossible. No, you mustn't.
This is right. These jewels belong to you. As for this very legal piece of paper, you can read it later.
What is it, Philip?
Tells you what is yours. This home, this land, everything, which always should have been yours anyway.
No.
And if I owned the world, that would be yours, too.
And all I have for you is a little pin for your cravat.
Blessed creature. You remember once I told you there was nothing else I needed but the warmth and comfort of these four walls?
I remember.
I was wrong. I know now there is something else.
Are you very sure of that?
More sure than of anything else under the sun.
Philip.
We had company the next night at dinner. Nick Kendall and Louise.
And so, let me raise my glass to Philip and say that for all his willfulness, for all that he provokes me at times, my regard for him only increases with the years. To you, my boy, to your long life and happiness.
To you, Philip, to you.
Thank you, Nick, my dear Louise. My dearest Rachel. And now I, too, have a toast. To Rachel, who is to be my wife.
Have you lost your senses, Philip?
I'm sorry if I was premature, but it's my birthday. These are my oldest friends.
Mr. Kendall, Louise, I hope you can forgive this schoolboy folly and forget it if you can. The day and the wine seem to have gone to Philip's head. He'll apologize when he's himself again. Shall we go into the drawing room?
Philip?
Let him sit for a moment. I'm sure he'll join us presently.
Later, after Nick and Louise had gone, I stood in the darkness on a landing of the staircase. Rachel was approaching, a candle in her hand.
You frightened me. I thought you'd gone to bed.
Not before I begged your forgiveness.
Then you may go now, before you think of some other mischief to do.
They won't betray us, believe me.
Betray us? Oh, what a humiliating thing to say.
You're still angry.
And ashamed.
You were neither angry nor ashamed last night when you promised to marry me.
I promised to marry you?
But you couldn't possibly have misunderstood me. What else could I have been asking that meant all the world to me?
Whatever you may have thought, I gave no such promise nor anything like it.
Then let me ask you now in the plainest of language. Will you marry me?
No, Philip. And you may take that as final and forever. Now may I go to my room?
But you loved me. I know you did. It couldn't have been pretense.
That was last night. And you'd given me the jewels. Philip, you're hurting me. No. No. Let me go.
Go. Go to your room. But never leave me, you understand? Never leave me.
We have a story here that pretty well illustrates the difference between two beliefs, two ways of life. Unless you've been stationed there, you probably haven't even heard of the place called Hersfeld in Germany. It's close to the border between the Russian and American zones. In the Russian zone, little by little, the last vestiges of freedom and human dignity are being stripped away, and the people look with fear at their conquerors. But just a step across the border, there's a different spirit. The men of our constabulary squadron there set out to do a big job, one that you won't find listed in Army manuals. On their own initiative, on their own time, they built up a community instead of reducing it to nothing. In 2 years, this little group of men raised more than $40,000 to be used for assorted good works, to help the aged and the homeless and the unemployed. The biggest single accomplishment was an $11,000 donation toward construction of a new orphanage. And the work still goes on, giving new hope for the future. Yes, such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of My Cousin Rachel, starring Olivia de Havilland in the title role, with Ron Randell as Philip.
The following afternoon, Louise Kendall rode through our fields to where I was working with the men. She reined her horse and called to me.
I've come to talk to you, Philip, about last night.
It was my own fault. I misunderstood Rachel.
I've never misunderstood her.
Nor ever liked her. Not since the day she arrived.
Oh, Philip, do you really love her so much?
Twice I've asked her to marry me. When the time is right, I'll ask her again.
She'll never marry you.
Perhaps not.
That document you gave her, the deed to this estate, she brought it to my father this morning.
Yes, I know.
Why?
Well, some of it wasn't altogether clear to her.
Yes, and one point in particular. The conditions of remarriage.
It simply says that if Rachel marries while I'm alive, the estate reverts to me. But if she marries me, the condition has no meaning at all.
No, but remember this. A wife cannot take her husband's money into another country, such as Italy. Nor can she herself wander away whenever the impulse seizes her. Oh, Philip, how can you be so blind?
Because I love her. Because she's everything I think and feel and want, and there's no room in me for anything else, nor ever will be again. Now, do you understand?
Yes, Philip. All too clearly.
I had not felt well all day. Early that night, the pains in my head became more than I could bear. I remember staggering to my bed and Seacombe calling frantically to Rachel. But all the rest is like a dream. Or was it all a dream? There were people, Dr. Bell from the village, and Ambrose, and Reynaldi, and Rachel. Always Rachel.
What is it, Philip? Please, can't you tell me, dear?
My head. My head.
Doctor?
I'm not sure, Mrs. Ashley. The sudden fever, and it's getting worse.
I've seen this fever before. I've seen children die of it. You must do something quickly.
Philip, don't you hear me? Don't you know who I am?
Ambrose. It's Ambrose.
Is this how I died, Philip?
Ambrose.
You must drink this. You must, darling. Drink it, and you'll feel better.
Don't leave me, Emma.
I won't.
Promise me.
I promise.
But you promised me. You said you'd come back to me.
No, Guido. No. Not while Philip lives.
Blessed Rachel, I do love you so.
Not more than I love you, dear darling.
Then you'll marry me now.
I will. With the happiest of hearts.
Philip.
Rachel?
At long last. Oh, my poor Philip.
I feel strange.
I shouldn't wonder. You've been very ill for a long time.
How long?
More than 3 weeks.
It's not possible. What happened to me?
On the continent, we call it meningite. But none of the doctors here ever seem to have heard of it.
Then how did they...
We worked it out together. I told them what I'd seen done in Italy, such as puncturing the spine to take out the fluid and letting into your blood a serum I made of herbs. You don't remember that?
Rachel, I feel so sorry for you.
For me?
For having such a poor, weak stick of a husband on your hands.
Husband? Please, dear. No more talking now. Later, perhaps. Later.
My recuperation was rapid. By week's end, I was able to leave the house and walk about the grounds.
And I'm that glad to see you out again, looking so wonderful strong.
Thank you, Seacombe. Now, what's this? What's happened to that tree?
The gardeners are moving it, sir. They're afraid the cattle might eat of it. Laburnum, Mr. Phillip. Its seeds are poisonous.
Laburnum? Yes. Did you know they grow in Italy, too? I saw several in Mrs. Ashley's villa in Florence. Tell me, have you seen her yet this morning?
I've been waiting for her, sir. She said she wanted to talk about repairing the sunken garden. It'll be more of a job than we thought, sir.
Oh?
It is the bridge over the chasm. The underpinnings have rotted away. They'll have to be replaced.
But why hasn't it been done?
They'll bring the timbers up from the village on Monday, sir. Meanwhile, you'd best warn everyone to keep clear of it. 'Tis a long drop down there to those rocks.
I'll warn them, of course. Does Mrs. Ashley know?
I cannot say for certain if she does or not, sir.
Get about your work, Seacombe. I'll wait for her here.
Thank you, sir.
But Rachel didn't appear. To my surprise, I learned from the coachman that she left early in the morning and had gone to Plymouth. That evening, when she returned...
I'm terribly sorry, dear. I went into Bodmin to do some shopping. I should have told you.
Bodmin? You mean Plymouth, don't you?
No, dear. I tried Plymouth last week, but I couldn't find what I wanted. Now, what about the headaches?
None today. Not the least sign of one.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Rachel, I heard some gossip that I don't quite like.
What are they saying now, Philip?
That you're going back to Italy.
Of course, but not until you're completely well.
But I may not be able to go with you.
I don't know that you should, dear. But you might like to come down in the spring for a visit.
But is this how you expect us to live? Long separations and visits?
Philip, please. Most of my friends are in Italy. And a certain life that I'm more accustomed to, actually, than the life here. I'm sure you must understand that I can't help but miss it. You're tired, aren't you?
Yes, I can't imagine where my strength goes. I think I'm quite well again, and then I find it's all I can do to stand on my feet.
We'll have tea. Better yet, I'll make tisana, exactly the way you like it.
Could we have it upstairs in your room?
If you wish, Philip.
And someday we must set a metal plate on the wall. Here in this room, Philip Ashley first set eyes on his cousin Rachel. This is our home. Our true home.
It's getting late, dear. You need your sleep.
You want me to leave?
I think you should.
Don't you think we can tell them now?
Tell them what?
Everyone, that we're married now.
But we're not, Philip.
Not what?
We're not married.
But of course we're married on my birthday. You can't have forgotten. It is true, isn't it?
No, Philip.
It would have been better if you let me die.
Oh, don't say things like that. They destroy me, too.
Why didn't you tell me?
I couldn't. You were so terribly ill. You called me your wife. You were delirious. I couldn't make you understand. Then when you started to recover, I assumed that what you had imagined was forgotten.
Forgotten?
You're still not well, dear, but when you are, it'll be no longer appear so important to you. Believe me, everything will seem to you just as it was before I came.
You really believe that?
If I didn't, I don't think I should ever have another moment's peace of mind.
Is it Rinaldi?
No, Philip.
I know it is. It's always been Rinaldi.
Oh, must I go through all that again?
And Ambrose knew it, too.
You've no right to pry into such matters. But I'll answer you just as I answered Ambrose, who hated him, too. Guido is a friend who's seen me through every trial and trouble, who's never misjudged me nor tried to see me as other than I am. He knows all my faults and weaknesses, but has never condemned me for them. And without his help, I should have been lost time and again. He's my only true friend. But friend only.
She closed her bedroom door, and I was alone. It was then that I saw a letter, half hidden behind a book on the little shelf there in her sitting room. It was addressed to Rachel. The handwriting was Rinaldi's. It had been posted but 4 days ago, but not from Italy. From England. From Plymouth. After I put the letter down, Rachel reappeared in the doorway.
I'd better leave now, don't you think? How, after this, could there be anything but unhappiness for both of us?
Where is he?
Guido? In Florence, I imagine.
When have you ever told me anything? Any single word since you came into this house, but lies. Late that night, I awoke, my head throbbing again with pain. Suddenly, I knew that I must go to Rachel's room and get that letter, Rinaldi's letter. But it wasn't where I'd left it. I tried the drawers of the desk. They were all locked. All but one. And then as
Who's there?
I stood there frozen. In the open drawer was an envelope. I took it and fled. It was all I could do to reach my room. The envelope, it was not the one I'd hoped for. There was no letter inside. Only some seeds. There was no mistaking their identity.
Laburnum seeds, Mr. Philip. 'Tis poison.
Laburnum seeds. Rachel did not leave her room until the afternoon of the following day. I learned from Seacombe that she'd spent the morning packing.
And I'll be leaving here early this evening, Philip. I understand there's a vessel sailing from Plymouth in the morning. Don't you think we might be friends for these last few hours?
Of course. We must be.
There's an old Italian saying that Ambrose loved. No rammentare che le ore felici. Remember only the happy hours. That, I think, is the way it should be with us.
It's a beautiful thought.
There are moments when I could swear that Ambrose lives all over again in you. You sent for me, Philip. Well, I'm here.
Louise, I'm most grateful. I wasn't sure you'd come. I've treated you so badly, Louise.
There's something wrong, isn't there?
Tell me. You read Italian, don't you?
Not very well, I'm afraid.
Rachel has a letter. It's somewhere in her room, and I've got to find it. It's from Rinaldi.
Why must you read it?
Because I'm convinced now that Ambrose was right. She not only murdered him, but she's done her best to kill me, too.
You can't be serious.
You told me as much yourself many weeks ago. And with that letter, I'm certain I can prove it.
Surely not murder.
How else can she marry Rinaldi and still have possession of this estate? That was the very point she went to your father about. To make sure.
But how can
Come
you
on,
think...
you two. Time enough for that when I'm gone. This is my last Sunday here, and I want it to be as happy as my first.
Thank you, Mrs. Ashley. We'll be right in.
So I leave with only the fondest of memories, Louise. I shall miss you and your father more than I can say.
Thank you, Mrs. Ashley.
And now I want you to watch me. I'm making my special tisana for Philip. You've never tasted it, have you?
No, but my father recommends it most highly.
Well, if you like it, I'll leave some of my herbs for you, too.
It's much like brewing tea, isn't it?
And almost as simple. In Florence, I used to brew my tisana, and then Ambrose and I would go out into the courtyard and sit, often until after midnight, with the fountain playing, and it was very pleasant and peaceful. Your cup, Louise.
Thank you.
I wonder, Philip, if we couldn't make just such a pleasant place in the sunken garden where we might sit in the afternoons. I've been meaning to speak with the gardeners about it.
Yes, Seacombe's mentioned it.
If we could find another little statue, like the one in the courtyard... Well, Philip? Here. Your tisana.
No. No, thank you.
Now, Philip, really. You can't refuse this last cup.
You drink it for me, Rachel.
No. It's a pity to waste it, but mine's already poured and flavored to my taste. You're in a very bad humor today, aren't you, Philip? I'd like to think it's because I'm leaving. In any case, there's one thing you'll do for me, isn't there?
What do you want me to do, Rachel?
Your tisana. If you won't drink it now, drink it before you go to bed, won't you?
If you insist.
I do. It's helped you before, and it'll help you again. Now, who'll walk with me to the sunken garden? I just thought of a little statue I can get in Florence, and I want to make sure in my mind how it'd look from the other side.
If you don't mind, Louise must leave in a few minutes. I promised to show her an old map of the estate that someone left with Seacombe yesterday.
Of course. You should. I'll go alone, then. I'm frightened, Philip.
Reynald in England, Louise. In Plymouth.
But he told my father he was going back to Italy.
She's been seeing him there for weeks. She's been lying about that just as she's been lying about everything else.
What about the letter?
Come along. We'll go up to her room.
What if she's destroyed it?
We'll find that out. Here's an odd one. Look. A receipt from the bank. She sent them back the jewelry collection.
Sent it back? But it's worth a fortune.
Yes, how clever of Rachel. That letter. That letter.
Philip, look. Here, under the writing pad on the desk.
This is it. There, you see the Plymouth postmark.
Hurry, open it up.
Well, it's in English.
What does it say?
Rachel, love. My ship sails Monday midnight. If I don't see you before then...
I believe defeated, but with no reproaches. I shall continue to serve you with love and friendship as long as I shall live. As for that boy, if he is so much in your heart that you cannot bear to leave him,
by all means, bring him back to Florence with you and we'll nurse him back to health, Guido.
But that doesn't sound as if they mean to. What are you doing at the window?
The sunken garden. Out there, look, the bridge. She's walking towards the bridge.
Philip!
The bridge. Oh, God, forgive me. She'll cross the bridge.
But what is it?
The bell rope at the foot of the stairs, the alarm bell.
Yes.
Go down and pull it. Ring it hard. I'm going after her.